That's 800-583-0141.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real
Rich Thomas Weather is brought to you by MPM Feed and Seed. It's time to get those gardens ready. From seeds to plants to fertilizer, MPM has what you need. Shop MPM Feed and Seed in Prattville, 1313 Highway 31 North. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, Saturdays, 8 to 1.
Rich Thomas Weather.
Well, hi, everybody. We're going to be dealing with a massive storm system, especially this evening and tonight. Winds pick up this afternoon. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour this afternoon, 40 miles per hour tonight. Then we'll be dealing with a line of strong to severe storms with damaging wind gusts and the chances of some embedded tornadoes within the line. For most of us, this will be late tonight. And, of course, our weather app will keep you on top of the action with instant push notifications for severe weather alerts. If you don't have it, go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
Budget Floors and More is your low-price leader for everything you need for flooring and DIY flooring installation supplies. For the best prices on luxury vinyl plank, carpet, ceramic tile, flooring installation supplies, and more, shop Budget Floors and More, Hunter Lane across from Delray to Publix.
1819 News.
The Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has canceled more federal office leases totaling $14 million. The new lease cancellations are here in the state of Alabama and include the facilities used by the Office of U.S. Attorneys, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Farm Service Agency. A total of 13 federal office leases were canceled by DOGE, as well as the General Services Administration. There is also a review underway to optimize footprint and building utilization and to secure suitable alternative space. The lease cancellations involve the city of Montgomery, Mobile, Daphne, Birmingham, Fort Payne, and Huntsville. I'll be back with more Alabama stories after this.
Where I was living was not a great place to live anymore. I began to pray for a place to go, praying for all of these things that a 9-year-old would want. I wanted horses, big house with a bunch of people my age. I wanted parents. I wanted a mom and a dad. Before I even prayed it, the Lord had already answered my prayer with the Big Oak Ranch. Who would that 9-year-old be if she never came to the Big Oak Ranch? I would be trying to fight for survival instead of fighting to break a cycle.
Big Oak Ranch, a Christian home for children needing a chance.
An investigation is underway in Madison County after an inmate was found unresponsive in a medical cell. The inmate has been identified as 68-year-old John Rigdon, who was arrested on Sunday night for charges of criminal trespassing. The medical personnel at the Madison County Sheriff's Office evaluated Rigdon and determined that he suffered from a terminal condition. He was then placed in the jail infirmary for the night. A new elementary school. The new school will replace the current school building that is 70 years old and will be twice as large as the old one. Construction on this project should be completed sometime in 2026, with the start of classes getting underway in August of next year. I'm Andrea Tice.
For more news affecting Alabamians, go to 1819news.com. And while you're there, subscribe to the daily newsletter.
Hi there, I'm Kim Williams with Alabama Home Mortgage.
And I'm Madeline Cannon. It's true, rates aren't as low as they have been for the past couple of years, but there are still many homeowners that could benefit from refinancing their current mortgage. There are a lot of things in life that are out of our control, but your mortgage rate is not one of them. If you currently have an adjustable rate mortgage, then you owe it to yourself to give us a call.
Adjustable rate mortgages make sense for some people in stable markets, but in this wild, ever-changing rate environment, it only makes sense to secure a fixed interest rate. A fixed interest rate will give you the peace of mind that your rate is locked. Your rate will not be subject to change with the political and economic tides.
At Alabama Home Mortgage, you can personalize your term. We offer 8-year to 30-year mortgages and everything in between. Grab your mortgage statement and give us a call.
Call Alabama Home Mortgage, the #1 mortgage lender in Alabama, today at 567-4223, or visit us online at myalabamahomemortgage.com. That's Alabama Home Mortgage, because, folks, there is a difference in mortgage companies. NMLS 1586-36A, Equal Housing Lender.
The views and opinions of the following program are solely those of the host and other contributors. These do not necessarily represent those of Liberty Acquisitions 825, Blue Water Broadcasting, its management, staff, or any advertisers. It's time for Montgomery's conversational radio show. It's news and views on News Talk 93.1 FM. To join the conversation, call 272-9228.
After damning politicians uphill and down dale for many years,
as rogues, vagabonds, frauds, and scoundrels. I sometimes suspect that, like everyone else, I often expect too much of them.
Oh, girl, baby girl. Oh, really? Don't even play.
Shut up, silly woman.
This is the Trump country. We live in the Southeast. We drink sweet tea. We don't drink socialist Kool-Aid.
But beyond that, you have to teach people how to de-escalate circumstances. De-escalate. So instead of anybody coming at you, the first thing you do is shoot to kill, you shoot them in the leg.
Can you get a coffee, please?
Joey Clark.
Welcome into the program. 6-hour show ahead. I will be filling in for Greg Udell. So we're going to keep this thing going from here at this time to 6 p.m. this evening. Tell your friends, tell your next of kin. I'm not guaranteeing it's going to be compelling, it's going to be good, informational, or funny. But we're here, and we're going to give it our best try. And by we, at this moment, I mean Eddie Bader and Byron Sheehy are here. How you gentlemen doing?
Fine, but you act like you're scaling a mountain. Joe, you got to sit in a chair for 6 hours.
Why don't you turn your camera a little more?
You got to sit in a chair for 6 hours.
Oh, how about I get up and you host the show?
Joey, I got a job.
I'm just saying. You've hosted before.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
It's gone from like, oh, poor Joey, to like, then about a few years in, especially after you hosted for Greg, you're like, man, this is kind of exhausting.
Yeah, these are the kind of rocks I can throw from sitting over here.
Right, and then now we're back to like, no, this is a piece of cake.
Nothing.
Suck it up, Buttercup.
How you doing today?
Doing my best to put the Fat and Fat Tuesday, man.
Oh, it is. It's Fat Tuesday.
Yeah.
Happy Mardi Gras.
So today, are we supposed to eat a king cake?
A whole cake.
Really?
Yep.
I'm not a big king cake guy unless you can find me one that's like fresh baked. I'm not
right. I never really had one.
And don't you have to eat the baby, right?
I don't think you swallow the baby.
No, that's what I was told. You have to eat it. If you find the baby in your piece, you got to eat it. No?
No.
That's not how it works?
Maybe that's how they do it. Where'd you say your family's from?
I mean, that's what I learned from watching Anderson Cooper, which, by the way, greatest all-time clip right after 2020. Anderson Cooper interviewed all these QAnon people, and the one guy said this to the Silver Surfer of dying cable news television.
I apologize for thinking that you ate babies.
So no, you don't eat the baby because you shouldn't swallow plastic like that. That's not healthy. That's not healthy at all. But it is Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
You celebrate, eat, and eat again until, well, if you're Catholic, Lent is upon us. Ash Wednesday tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
Right. You giving up anything for Lent?
I go the opposite. I try to add to. I try to do something positive.
You try to add to?
Yeah.
So what are you adding to?
Like an act of kindness.
Okay,
I like that's all right.
Yeah. Eddie, you giving up anything for Lent?
Please. I'm sure I will, but not on purpose. I'm sure I'll eat a taco and some good part of the taco will fall out. I'll give that up.
See, why set yourself up for failure? Why not try to, instead of punishing yourself by taking something away, why not do something positive?
I'm trying to stay focused, but I'm already the attitude over here. And we didn't plan this, both people wearing black, but he's just in a mood. He's in a mood. He's doing great. He's closing.
Always be close.
I'm glad he's got a shirt with a collar on. I mean, that's a start.
I've had those days too, but it's just, as soon as I saw him today, it was like, oh no. Yeah. Oh, it's great to see him. I didn't think he was going to be here for a few hours.
The worst thing, it's old man energy. You don't know why. You wake up in a bad mood. Everything's going fine. You're just angry at the world.
That's true.
I don't know why.
So, okay. State of the Union or joint session of Congress, but big old speech tonight.
Do you think the Dems are going to act up?
Yes.
Like inside while it's going on? Really?
Yep.
That's so disappointing.
It's going to be interesting to watch the Dems, how they're torn on how they should respond to the Ukraine stuff. Like, I want to watch, like, the social cues, like who's watching who on, taking the lead on, taking a round of applause and whatnot.
And apparently, Democrats are plotting to disrupt the speech. That's already been put out there.
Okay.
Trump is going to have a female volleyball player seriously hurt by a male opponent to be a special guest at this address to Congress.
You can catch that video too. It's out there.
And and a few others to hit sort of these like culture war touch points. And it's still ongoing. I mean, a major court recently just ruled parents have no right to know if school's transitioning their child.
How?
Come again?
Yes. Yeah, major court ruling. I'm looking at the Daily Wire here, so you know it's probably true.
What district?
It's let's just read through it. First Circuit Court of Appeals.
You get kicked up the ladder. I think our conservative.
I've got a feeling too.
Something about that.
The decision comes from a case in Massachusetts where in 2020 a Bard middle school student referred to in court documents as BF began questioning her identity after she received, quote, unsolicited LGBTQ-themed video suggestions on her school-issued computer. The student in 6th grade at the time was given an assignment along with her fellow students to create biographic videos about themselves and to include their pronouns in those videos. So, that's not... That's the one thing of all this where, I can empathize with people. I can think of that person who knew they were different from very early on. They're like, you know what? I was lonely. I felt marginalized. I felt like I couldn't be me. And I want to be that adult who finds that kid who is just like me and encourage them. But then I would say to that person, and not everybody means well, I'm giving the most charitable interpretation. Wouldn't you say, ma'am, sir, whatever we're going by now, that kids are impressionable?
Right. Just a little bit?
Just a little bit? Just a little?
So it's almost tobacco advertising and things like that can't be geared towards children because,
right,
again, they're impressionable?
Right.
To me, it's not... saying these people do have all the best intentions in the world. It's still not about...
That's a big if.
It's still not about the kids. It's still about them.
Yeah.
Right.
Them wanting to do something to make someone else, feel or not have to suffer with all the things that they did when they were growing up because they were ostracized, Joey. They were different.
So we've got the speech tonight. Dems are probably going to disrupt it.
Right.
Then you've got, what's going to happen with Ukraine. In fact, in the speech, there might be a big announcement about some breakthrough. Because last night, President Trump paused all military aid to Ukraine, including weapons in transit.
Mm-hmm.
Temporary pause until, quote, peace attitude changes. And then they're also saying the mineral deal will be signed in short order. Yep. Zelensky calls Trump meeting regrettable, suddenly claims Ukraine ready for peace negotiations. And this is while the U.S. also suspended any offensive cyber operations against the Russians. So there's that. A new poll has come out. Trump's approval is still +5. There's a lot of great numbers when it comes to how he's handling Ukraine and other things. But, man, the American populace, especially that mushy middle, they are so fickle.
When you say +5, you mean 53-48?
Something like that, yeah. No, but the generic ballot is now already swung to Democrats in this new Emerson poll for the midterms.
So we're listening to polls again.
No, I'm just reporting. You believe what you want to believe, folks.
All that is the first initial emotional response showing up in a poll.
Yeah.
Post, Trump.
He who cried the loudest first. That's all. They just cried the loudest.
I'm liking this old man energy today. Everything's dismissive.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, boys, y'all don't know nothing. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, greatest band of all time.
Not so much.
That's something that's something he would say.
No, but that's a highwayman comment.
Mm-hmm.
That's the greatest band.
Oh no, I remember we were hungover down on the coast, Perdido Key. My dad got this nice 10th story place as part of the job he was doing down there, and we were all having fun. And one of my friend's dads, who also lives down on the coast, was in his bathrobe. And he was sipping coffee. And this 10th floor, again, overlooking this beautiful golf course, looking into the ocean, the Gulf of America. And he's always been kind of a crotchety old man in a great way, very, very funny and cranky all the time. But he's just kind of, scooting over with the mug, and he looks out the window. You boys don't know nothing. Crosby, Stills, Nash. Greatest band of all time. He had seen them the night before at the wharf. Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, by the way, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, claims her office has recovered the missing Epstein docs that were being hidden. At the same time, the head of the FBI in New York ordered to resign. He's the one who told folks to dig in against the new administration. We also have a sunrise photo on the moon from Blue Ghost. You believe in that, old man?
Yeah, we'll see.
Obviously,
Let me
it's
look at the
staged.
pictures well enough to see if I can find the CGI in it.
Also, we're getting shocking numbers on obesity worldwide. Scientists discover a natural compound that stops cancer growth. It's yet to be tested in humans, but a pretty fascinating breakthrough. Maybe, trials will begin soon.
Where was this?
We'll get into it. Don't stop asking so many questions.
So many questions.
I'm trying to just do a rundown here.
You whet my appetite.
And I still want to know more about Thomas Matthew Crooks. I mean, reporting all week that he had an accomplice. New York Post putting that out there. So maybe Kash Patel will get to the bottom of that. Oh, and I almost forgot, the Trump tariffs have fallen on Canada and Mexico.
That's right. Is it 20%, 25%?
Yeah, and Justin Trudeau's come out spitting mad. Yeah, we'll have to get to that video and that reaction. And I love, by the way, how impatient some callers are. 272-9228. It's a 6-hour show.
So impatient.
So maybe they had to eat that big old lunch. So I want to guess, is this Robert on line 3? You're on there. Who's this?
Well, it damn sure ain't Robert.
Hey, okay. Who's this?
Okay.
Oh, boy, it's a Did you do that?
Might be. I play with a mouse.
Okay, we went to line 3, and all of a sudden it switched to line 4 on air.
Up on line 4?
Yeah, I just did.
Oh, okay. No, not me.
Biloxi Gambler, call back. Well, maybe it wasn't people being impatient. Maybe nothing works.
Welcome to my world, Joey.
Ah!
Right. Get off my lawn.
Starting to feel for Joe Biden, Mr. Poopy Pants. I can see why he was always in a bad mood. Nothing ever works out. So y'all try to call back. I don't know what's going on with the phones, but it's 334-272-9228. Now let's go to Trudeau. Because you seem like, Trudeau. What could he ever say that gets under our
All they
skin?
do is threaten. They got nothing.
There's a lot of threats. There's a lot of we were your friends. And
right, a lot of guilt.
As he's giving in to a Russian dictator, he's hurting his friends. Mm-hmm. So let's just listen in to Trudeau. I can't wait for this guy to just stop being the leader of Canada.
Right.
Now I want to speak directly to one specific American. Donald. In the over 8 years you and I have worked together, we've done big things. We signed a historic deal that has created record jobs and growth in both of our countries. We've done big things together on the world stage, as Canada and the U.S. have done together for decades, for generations.
Mm-hmm.
And now we should be working together to ensure even greater prosperity for North Americans in a very uncertain and challenging world. Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do. We two friends fighting is exactly what our opponents around the world want.
Then lower your tariffs on the United States and ours will be lowered too.
That's exactly right.
Let's go to Biloxi Gambler.
Hey, man, I didn't touch anything.
Yeah, we didn't either. It's a strange thing. It went to another line for some reason.
It's going to be a long 6 hours if you got phone problems. Anyway, you don't eat the baby. The baby used to be baked into the cake, and whoever got the slice with the baby had to buy the king cake next year. And now, because of government regulations, they can't put the baby in the cake anymore. They throw it on the top or to the side.
Oh, man. Wait, so people were actually eating the baby and choking?
I bet somebody choked, but...
Well, it's a really small baby.
That's just thinning the herd.
If you can swallow a pill, you can swallow the stupid baby. But
they swallow a baby,
anyway,
it's just thinning the herd.
They changed it. King cakes, they're real pretty, with all the
different
icing and stuff. But, it's basically just a white sugar cake. I mean, it's no big deal. But anyway, so I just did the king cake answer to the question, and that's all I had on the other stuff. I'm going to call back though because you got 6 hours. You'll hear from me again.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, the daggum baby's the size of your thumb.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big baby.
I apologize for thinking that you ate babies.
You got to be careful what you say, too. Like, people take things way too literally.
People are morons, man.
Yep. So that's where I think the stock market's taking a big dump.
Yeah, I took a big dump this morning, huh?
Yeah, it's because of the tariffs.
Yeah.
Wall Street is not happy.
Well, they had a lot of money wrapped up in that maple syrup.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we'll have to reconfigure all these supply chains and all. Yep, that's kind of the point.
Yep.
Kind of the point.
Hey,
and if you want to lower them so much, why don't y'all be fair? Why do y'all get to put all these tariffs on the United States over all the years and get to then pretend it's called free trade?
Exactly.
All these centralized, trade agreements that have tariffs and non-tariff barriers galore and subsidies, yada, yada, yada. We still call it free trade. No, free trade would be, hey, and we might get this with Argentina, 0% on you, 0% on me.
Right.
That's free trade.
Has there been a country in the last 300-400 years that has gotten a free pass like Canada just by proximity?
No.
I mean, they don't have.
I don't know if Mexico's got enough free pass.
Mexico's got some stuff to the south to deal with. I mean, all Canada's got to worry about is making sure they got good insulation.
Right. So this is going to be an ongoing saga. This is not going to be wrapped up in a day or two, unless I'm suddenly surprised by it all.
Well, how many times has Trudeau come down? I mean, like 3-4 times since Trump's been president. So he's coming hat in hand.
Right.
Obviously, he just hadn't got to the sweet spot yet. So
No, and again, Trump uses these things like, if you think I'm not crazy enough to do it,
Right, I'll do it.
Do it. So y'all better play ball. Here is the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, on CNBC being asked about all this and the possible effect.
Remember, the process in America for tariffs is that the president launched a study, and those are the rules of tariffs in America, and that study is finished on April 2nd. So on April 2nd, the president will have all the tools in his arsenal that he wants to do to reset tariffs. So he will be addressing all of those products in Canada, the fact that Canada has a national sales tax. Another way to say it is a national tariff on our products. And we sell, they import from us very little, and we export, and they export to us huge amounts. So the idea is that's going to be reset, but that starts April 2nd. Now we just, people say, oh, it's only a small amount of opioids. They're only killing 75,000 Americans. You shouldn't worry about that. I mean, the president is not going to take that laying down. Okay, he's not. These things just have to end. And we need to see material reduction in autopsy deaths from opioid. And that's what the president is talking about. This is not a trade war. We are going to reset trade policy on April 2nd.
I'm going to pause it real quick because I'm sure y'all have heard the argument on fentanyl. It's like, well, most of the fentanyl is coming from Mexico that we seize.
Right.
And we've only seized like a tiny bit from ports of entry. It's a big border with Canada. A lot of it pretty porous.
Didn't have a fence. Gone through it a bunch of times.
Really?
Yeah. Used to go up there all the time.
Really? When?
Travel back and forth to Alaska.
When you were in Alaska?
Yeah, to get from Washington to Alaska, you end up.
Oh, you just were going through Canada?
Yeah, you have to.
Those
border guards are a pain in the butt too, but
you were going through proper ports of entry.
Once I didn't because they were closed, and I just
right
literally drove around.
No, and this is the point. They've only picked up like a tiny bit of fentanyl at ports of entry in Canada. It's like maybe they're not going through the ports of entry.
They're not. I forget how it's several 1,000-mile border. It's just woods.
Yes. And if you really have an incentive, like a lot of money, to go sell poison to people, you'll probably find a way through those woods.
Well, not only that, I remember back in the 80s, New York used to have high taxes on cigarettes. So Canadians were running cigarettes across the river to New York. So if they were making money off cigarettes, God knows the money they'd make off fentanyl.
Dadgum Canucks.
Yeah.
Let's keep going with Lutnick here.
China's got huge tariffs on us. Huge tariffs on everything with us. And Canada, you just talked about. Why do we produce cars in Canada? They've had an invitation. Canada and Mexico had an invitation to trade with the amazing economy of the United States of America, and they have abused that invitation, and the president's going to reset that, but that's April 2nd. That's not today. Today's opioids, April 2nd, I'll be here talking to you about how trade policy is going to change, and we're going to make it fair to Americans. I know people worry about short term, but we are going to bring jobs. You are never going to see the amount of production come back to America than Donald Trump's going to bring back to America. Trillions and trillions of dollars of production is going to come back to America, creating great jobs in America. And that's why the Americans elected Donald Trump, and he's going to deliver for them.
And he's not lying. Honda just announced yesterday they're going to bring the Civic back to Indiana instead of building it in Mexico.
No, and it's just like all these folks trying to change up where they're allocated on Wall Street. It's like it's not reported. I mean, on the financial sites it is, but like generally speaking, it's not constantly echoed how big of a deal it is to have the $100 billion investment by the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC. It's a massive win. Massive.
Yeah, but that's over a lot of people's heads.
And it's a lot better than the stupid CHIPS Act.
1,000% better.
Where we were paying that company to come here, whereas now they're just like, no, actually, this makes the best sense. We'll still manufacture a bunch of chips in Taiwan, sell it to the rest of the world, but given the United States is ramping up AI, given the United States really has high demand for these chips, we'll just make them in the U.S. I think 3 plants immediately in Arizona. Now, of course, this takes a year or two to be stood up. These are massive facilities. But the problem with those highly advanced chips is how expensive it is to ramp up to where TSMC already is.
I thought the first one was supposed to be in Ohio. Is Arizona?
One's in Ohio, but most are going to be, they already have one being stood up in Arizona, and most of them are going to be in Arizona. One will be in Ohio, though, I believe.
The one that's supposed to rival Taiwan is supposed to be Ohio, I believe.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're seeing like massive investment, private investment coming back into the country. In the short term, I expect pain. In the short term, I expect with, say, a bunch of federal government cuts, you'll see a deflated GDP number. But again, just pumping up the GDP number doesn't mean you're doing things that are productive that build wealth. And in fact, if you're counting all that government spending, it might very well be you're eating away and eating away and eating away.
I mean, healthy growth versus accounting trips. I mean, that's what every business, economy, country should hope for.
Right.
I mean, China's fallen victim to this. I mean, how many cities have our intel communities like gleaned that they've just basically built ghost cities, just to drive their GDP?
Yep.
Right.
All over.
Yes, and this, you could pay people to do a bunch of unproductive stuff, but that's destroying wealth.
Yep.
Not creating it. But of course, ABC News has a story. The headline: the Trump administration may exclude government spending from GDP, obscuring the impact of DOGE cuts. Again, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says he could take government spending out of his agency's report on the gross domestic product. I like this idea. Here's what Lutnick said. You know that governments historically have messed with GDP. They count government spending as part of GDP, so I'm going to separate those two and make it transparent. Doing so, writes ABC News, could potentially complicate or distort a fundamental measure of the U.S. economy's health.
Let it complicate it, but let it not distort it. Let it make clear as the light of day exactly how much is funded.
How many more people do we need to feed red pills? My goodness.
Not enough.
Here's the deal. I think there is going to be pain, and then there will be immense gain. It's like anything in life, especially if you're addicted. If you're addicted and you tell somebody who's an addict, and you say, you got to stop. You do an intervention. Are they going to be happy about it? No.
And governments are like that, man. When's the last time a government was like, you know what? We seem pretty healthy. Let's reduce ourselves by about 10% and give tax refund to all the citizens, and we'll just move forward on that.
The opposite. It's like, hey, we're pretty healthy. Let's take some more money. Increase tax.
The beast never hurts itself. Right. It only gets fatter. It only gets fatter.
And you have thousands of people that have been in top administrative jobs, say Social Security, who have every incentive on earth to fearmonger around Elon Musk wanting to look at the waste in those systems. There's, he's going to dismantle the program. He's going to shut things down. Well, why are they saying stuff like that? Either they really believe it, which I doubt. Or what they realize is if Elon Musk finds 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion in payments going to fraud rings, people who are dead, illegal aliens, all this other stuff, when it should have been going to American citizens who are on disability and retired, it makes all those administrators saying, oh, he's going to dismantle the system look really, really bad. Where were y'all in administering this program, protecting the hard-earned fruits of the labor that you stole from Americans, forced them to pay in, and you promised them a big pension on the other side of it, which, by the way, goes less and less. That dollar is less and less valuable.
Right.
It's a huge scam. But I'm all for, if you're a beneficiary, whether, again, retiree or on disability, or you're right on the cusp of being a beneficiary, it shouldn't be touched. You paid in, you are owed this. But a big question should be had of what should be done going forward. But I think the first thing to do is make sure there isn't hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud going out the door.
You need to know where you are. You got to have an honest assessment of the current fiscal state of the house.
If you took your taxes to a tax guy, what's the first thing he's going to say? Let me see the numbers. I got to see. No, I can't tell you that. Well, then there's nothing I can do for you. You're doomed. You're just doomed.
And Musk put out online, quote, a more accurate measure of GDP would exclude government spending. Otherwise, you can scale GDP artificially high by spending money on things that don't make people's lives better. Correct. Absolutely correct. And by the way, this didn't just come out of nowhere. What I love is you're seeing more and more folks, let's say, from the Austrian School of Economics, who are gaining prominence. Peter St. Onge that we play all the time, it's more this school of thought, as opposed to the monetarist and Keynesian school that has dominated, say, official organs of power, whether in media or government. And why does it dominate? I'm sorry. It's not because it's correct. It's because it flatters power. Because their systems, Keynes himself said this, that pedophile. Keynes himself said, my system, understanding of the economy, runs best through sort of a command and control economy.
I took more of it as it allowed the politicians and the market manipulators to set the system up so that they could kick the can down the road and everyone could make out like bandits right now, and the next generation would just have to deal with it.
Definitely some of that, but it also accrues power to those folks. That we need all this understanding of economics means we need all this power in order to administer that economic system, given the theory that we think is true. As opposed to, no, I don't think you need a lot of this stuff in order for people to engage in productive behavior, trade with one another, and build wealth. In fact, when you look at the long run here, it's like, no, it seems we've been chewing into the people's wealth.
Is he actually given credit for being on the spectrum of being a capitalist?
Who?
Keynesian.
Keynes? I would call what his system is, it's state capitalism. It's kind of what the Chinese do.
Right, so it's not capitalism.
No, and then they've become more sophisticated. It's not like everybody's going right back to textbook Keynesianism.
Yeah.
There have been updates. Like Milton Friedman's, I think, very much in everybody's mind a free market guy.
Right.
But he still had this monetarist understanding that a lot of the Austrians say is physics envy, that you could have a formula for how the economy works. And it's like, no, you're missing a lot of the human side of things.
See, I would have, if you held a gun to my head, I would have thought that Friedman would have been an Austrian.
Nope.
Really?
Nope. No, and Milton Friedman's great on a lot of stuff, but he really did think, oh, we can manage the macroeconomy through the central bank and through, say, economic policy from the government.
You just blew my mind, man.
Now, he's great on most everything else. And if we could go just to Milton Friedman's monetarism compared to the Keynesian crap, I'd be for it. I think it's an advance, a step in the right direction.
You know how annoyed I get today whenever, something happens or two buddies are arguing, and, well, that's capitalism. Like, no, this is not.
Right.
This is picking winners and losers.
Wait, are you complaining about dumb people?
I'm complaining about sheep.
Oof, a lot of those.
272-9228. How about this? Let's hit a break. But first, this part of the program brought to you by Cole Plumbing. And there at Cole Plumbing, James Cole and the team are ready to help you out with any and all of your plumbing needs. Could be an everyday problem like low water pressure.
Could be.
Clogged drain.
Maybe your bathtub's dripping no matter how hard you turn it off. It's always just dripping. makes that water bill go up.
Or maybe the toilet's just constantly running.
Yep.
Like, it's probably not a big fix, but if you don't understand why it's always running and you're just letting it run.
Oh, you're just giving more money away.
Really, you are. Or it could be a big issue, like a burst pipe inside or outside your home. Yeah. They have this proprietary pipelining technology that allows them, without having to tear out a bunch of drywall or dig up a huge hole in your yard, to find the leak and fix it. Or it could be something you might not think of with plumbing companies, but like, say, a gas line leak.
Right.
It's like, why do I smell gas?
I'm sleepy.
Yeah. No, you don't need to let that problem
Don't sleep on that one.
fester. And if you see a big gas bill, you're like, ugh. Or it could be you don't really have a problem other than you want nicer things. You want to upgrade to, say, a tankless water heater system. Could be the old tank is it's kind of old. Yeah. Like, it really is old.
Start to rust out, start to leak from the bottom.
Why not go to a tankless water heater system? Or it could be you want to upgrade in the kitchen or the bathroom, say a new garbage disposal. Maybe you want to add new accessories to the shower, bathtub, or a taller toilet, or even a fancy thing like a bidet.
Nice.
They can help you with all that there at Cole Plumbing. So call them up today at 279-8919. That's 279-8919. And just remember, folks, when you have trouble with your bowl,
call on Cole, Joey.
We'll be right back.
Want to carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
Hey guys, this is Todd Clark with River Region Contracting, your premier roofing contractor in Central Alabama. So remember the name, River Region Contracting, for all your roofing needs. We're not affiliated with any other roofing company in the River Region. We've been in the roofing business since 2005. We don't have to buy our leads, and we don't have to knock on doors when the storms come around. We have thousands of satisfied customers throughout Central Alabama. So call us at 334-356-8635. That's 334-356-8635.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-367-6289. 800-367-6289. 800-367-6289.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is your roving reporter, and today I am talking with an elk. Hey man, Mr. Elk, I was just wondering, what do elk do to take care of their money?
Well, like most smart folks, we call David Erdit.
You mean Alabama's most favorite asset preservationist?
That's him, man. We call him up at 334-279-7431 or 205-479-0839.
I see.
Yes, he is our preferred money man.
The money man with the money plan.
You've been paying attention.
Well, could you give us those numbers one more time?
334-279-7431 or 205-479-0839. And I just want to try to give you a heads up, man.
Oh, what's that?
I'm not an elk.
Not an elk, huh? Well, then, pray tell, what are you?
Knights of Columbus.
I am not even going to make a comment.
Well, the baby liked it.
For too long, Alabama's statewide news companies have shamed us for our conservative Christian values. Alabama deserves a news company that cherishes our culture, a company that isn't bought and paid for by the powers that be. 1819 News is that company. Run by Alabamians for Alabamians, 1819 News celebrates what is good and beautiful about our state, while exposing those who work against our values in secret. Just go to 1819news.com to learn more. Subscribe to our newsletter. That's 1819news.com.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of Wiley Sanders Truck Lines, where over-the-road dump truck drivers are needed right now. Home twice a week and every weekend, must leave early on Sunday with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Call them now at 855-777-9785.
Well, hi, everybody. We're going to be dealing with a massive storm system, especially this evening and tonight. Winds pick up this afternoon. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour this afternoon, 40 miles per hour tonight. Then we'll be dealing with a line of strong to severe storms with damaging wind gusts and the chance of some embedded tornadoes within the line. For most of us, this will be late tonight. And of course, our weather app will keep you on top of the action with instant push notifications for severe weather alerts. If you don't have it, go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
Whether you're buying a home or auto or consolidating debt, CB&S Bank's personal loans get you where you need to go. Go to cbsbank.com to find a location near you or apply online today. All loans subject to credit approval, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
The River Region's first and only news talk station on FM. Live, local talk. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. This is part of the program brought to you by Bo Goodson and the Goodson Group. And there at the Goodson Group, Bo and his team are ready to help you with buying or selling here in the Montgomery and surrounding areas. And of course, I'm talking about buying and selling a home. Bo's been working in the River Region real estate market for nearly 50 years now. And not only can they help you with buying and selling property there at the Goodson Group, they have management services available should you want to rent out your home. Great idea in this market, and it's a great service if you have no experience managing a rental. And then the crown jewel there is the Bo Goodson Real Estate School. A lot of folks have graduated from that school, and I think that's all the proof you need. You have so many folks that have gone through it, learning directly from Bo's decades of experience, and as more knowledgeable private players or as fully licensed real estate agents. Bo Goodson's, well, he's helped bring a lot of people up in that industry. So y'all check him out today. You can always go to thegoodsongroup.com or give him a call at 551-0225. That's 551-0225. Bo Goodson and the Goodson Group, great sponsor here of the program. Speaking of the economy, here's Peter Navarro kind of laying out, well, the economy's good.
The economy is in good shape right now because the Trump cavalry is riding to the rescue. We've got a couple of problems. The Biden inflation, which was created by massive overspending and the Federal Reserve accommodating that with easy money. How are we dealing with it? We got a 3D deflationary attack. We got Doge deregulation and drill, baby, drill. And just if we can get oil alone, Bill, back down to $50 a barrel from where it is now, above 70, that will be enough to shave off at least a percentage point from the inflation rate and allow the Federal Reserve to start lowering interest rates, which then lowers mortgage rates and allows this economy to prosper. Things are really good with the Trump economy. Just trust in Trump. He's trying to stop you and your children from being killed by fake fentanyl showing up in your prescription drugs, and that's the battle today we're fighting. And it's not a war. It's simply defending ourselves.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Did he say to make sure fentanyl doesn't end up in your prescription drugs? Did he say that right there at the end?
By fake fentanyl showing up in your prescription drugs, and that's the battle.
I didn't know that was a concern. So now when I go to Walgreens, I have to be worried about fentanyl being in, whatever meds I get from the pharmacy.
Well,
more of you
meds are manufactured in China, which most of them still are. I imagine that's where the concern is.
Or more of you go to Bobby, who also sells Skittles.
Oh.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean?
But that ain't what he said. He didn't say Bobby Skittles.
He's talking about the pharmacy.
He said,
Well, how many folks are buying pharmaceuticals on the black market?
Well, I was making sure he wasn't talking about the ones at Walgreens, man.
I sell real estate.
So long as the ones at Walgreens are okay, we're good.
Oh, I got grandchildren to feed. No, you don't. Your son's doing fine.
I sell real estate and real estate accessories.
Your grandson's going to be taken care of.
Let's go to line one. You're on the air. Who's this? Hey, Eric. How are you, man?
Eric? How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Good deal. Y'all were talking earlier about kids being impressionable, and to their own point, I give you Joe Camel, I give you Aunt Your Mama, I give you the Land O'Lakes.
Who's the Cheeto cat?
Chester.
And then Tony the Tiger? Well, that didn't work.
Yeah, Tony the Tiger and Charlie the Tuna.
That's great. Me?
I mean,
really?
Yeah.
You know, the Marlboro Man. I mean, what are we doing here?
SpongeBob.
Yeah, Captain Crunch. All these evil, you know, demigods that they put on these boxes to sell stuff to us. I think we should really get worried if they start putting caricatures of people and things on there that start enticing and making it seem like a good idea. You know, like Windows had that little paperclip, you know, because it seemed perfectly harmless. And then next thing you know, you're signing up for all these updates that you can't get, and stuff starts crashing, you know.
Yeah.
But I know y'all looking crazy. But anyway, how y'all been?
Oh, life's pretty good. How about you, man?
Man, I've been busier than a one-legged man in a posterior kicking contest.
I like hearing that.
You went to McEachin High School?
I did.
Did you play ball there by any chance?
No, but I was good friends with the football team. I had an injury. I used to play with those guys, and then I got hurt, so.
They were the premier wing tee program, like, in the country. I can remember going to wing tee camp.
Man, when that wing tee offense like runs like a
McEachin
well-oiled machine, yeah, that's a hard thing to stop right there.
I was a tackle, and we used to love pulling them traps.
I was a tackle myself.
Man, that was fun. Yeah.
No, I remember being a scrub backer and the senior guard pulling, and I'm having to like. They get that head of steam, like you, and it's not
Stop
just
him, Joey,
a big
stop
fat
him.
guy. It's like actually an athletic guy who's big. It's like, oh my god!
Stop him, Joey.
Yeah, good luck with that.
No, we were friends on
Imagine
Facebook,
Brock
and
Bowers or one of them guys coming through there.
I just saw McEachin on there, and it took me back to the late '90s and going to football camp over at Rome, Georgia. Can't remember the name of the university, but man, so many good football players there.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of them. We had one from McEachin the year I was there that I think my freshman year. His name was Adam Meadows. He went and played at the University of Georgia for a little while.
Ooh,
didn't he play baseball?
But he might have switched. I'll tell you this though, he was a lineman. That dude, when he was in the gym working out, that bar was bending. I mean, he had people sitting there holding the weights on. That dude could bench press like 4 something in high school.
Lord.
Oh.
Right, it's good to have muscles.
Yeah.
No, I was a late bloomer. I seriously, they had us work out pretty hard, but I gained nothing. It was like,
well, when you get to, if you'd have made it to the college level, Joey, you would have seen all the pharmaceuticals that we've been investing in.
Program.
That would
right,
help you.
right,
A little bit
right,
different
right.
program there.
No, when I
Change your hat
lifted
size.
freshman year in college, I started to see gains, but it was like they're all high school.
Yeah.
And so in high school, we had to use our mind, and it was fun because we had a great defensive coach. What's up, JR? And he was a great player himself, quarterback at Alabama State, and he's just a great guy. And he would sit and really help us study game tape to where several teams, it was so much fun. I'd play cornerback. I would tell the receiver what route he was running before the
It's
play.
like a dance at that point.
And and one kid goes,
Yeah.
I'm like, you're running a fly route.
Look over the coach.
But then we get to the playoffs, and at that point we were 2A, and we had to play Geneva, who the year before had been 4A. And so we're all playing in 3A. And this one kid, they ran a deep out route on me, like a 15-yard out route. That quarterback had a cannon. That guy's running and plants hard. I'm like, I get off the field and I look at JR. I'm like, he goes, Joey, that kid runs a 4.6. You ain't stopping him. Like,
you got to trip him. The only thing you do is trip him.
Good luck with that. Just stay in front of, like, keep him in front of you is all you need to do. Like, okay.
That kid probably ran a little bit faster than that.
Yeah, probably.
He probably run that fast holding you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you run up against like superior speed and strength, it's just like,
I love that you use my hometown as the team that toasted you.
No, it was the first time Catholic had made the playoffs for 10 years when we got in there. And
wow.
Yeah, that Geneva whooped us pretty hard. Pretty hard.
Well, it'll make you appreciate the win when they come.
Yep.
Trust me, I'm a Georgia fan. I've been that way a long time.
Well, it's great seeing Catholic's program be what it has been the last year.
yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, they're back.
Big time. Big time.
All right, guys. Well, I hope y'all are doing well. I listen to you when I can, but I miss hearing y'all every day. Y'all, I'm certain that y'all are doing a fantastic job of keeping people informed. So,
well, and you can always watch us on YouTube later in the evening if you get lonely.
dude, I try, but I work till dark. I work just as hard at this job as I did when I was outside working.
Good
There you
Lord,
go,
brother.
man.
Lord.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a fantastic, great day,
All right.
day guys.
See you, dog.
And you just sent me a photo, Eddie, that Paul Dope at the Seafood Bistro has us on one of the TV
Our
screens.
great friend Jay Quillen sent that over.
Oh, nice.
Love me some Jay Quillen.
And Seafood Bistro.
Yeah.
Great spot.
Seafood Bistro, one of my favorite places.
Oh,
I think
no
actually
doubt.
this Friday, I think we're getting our snacks for Greg's show from Seafood Bistro. We're going to do the cheese curds again.
Those cheese curds. No, you just want an excuse to eat those curds.
Hello, yeah.
They're amazing. Like, I've gotten cheese curds from other spots, and they're
That's
just all
the
right.
same, yeah.
Like Buffalo Wild Wings. It's just okay.
It's okay.
The cheese curds at Seafood Bistro, you had those, Byron?
I have not had those.
I strongly
Go
suggest
get them.
Man,
It's like this light, spicy Cajun batter, and it's just, they melt in your mouth. But there's a slight crunch at the beginning, too. It's so good.
They're really good.
With the ranch.
not to be a snob, but you know I lived in Wisconsin for a little bit. Right?
I know.
That's why
and
you'd be a good judge.
Yeah. Hey, look at that.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, so because we're talking about the economy, and we should be fair, the Democrats have now come out with messaging against the Trump economy. Maybe that's why you see the shift in the generic ballot, this sort of emotional reaction to, he said prices would come down day one, and they haven't.
Eggs.
Liar. He's a big old liar, pants on fire.
Yep.
But the thing is, the Democrats, these fake-ass puppets, it wasn't just Kamala, it's a lot of y'all.
Oh, it's a lot.
All these folks, like I've got pulled up here 5 different screens, like you might see on TikTok or Twitter or whatever, and they all, it's different people. It's like Chuck Schumer, Mark Kelly, and a bunch of other folks, but they all verbatim read the same script.
That's what I was wondering.
It has the same captioning style. And it's like, it's literally.
Do they do their own emphasis, or do they copy that too?
Well, here, it's all, let's play it all at once.
When I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
That ain't true. That's what you just heard. Day one. Donald Trump's presidency, prices are not down. They're up. Inflation is getting worse.
So who's that? Elizabeth Warren. I can see her vein talking. Cory Booker, Spartacus.
Of course, Cory Booker.
Oh, Tim Kaine, Chuck Schumer.
Is that a Walls down there?
Who?
Oh, I thought that was Tim Walz.
No, Tim Kaine, Virginia.
Yeah.
And like, they're reading the exact same script.
They're on message. I mean,
They all got the same email, man.
Tip of the cap to them. Whoever's got the contract for the Dem caucus on messaging has everybody lined up.
But it reminds me of that moment during COVID where every single local TV network gave the same exact message about disinformation online, disinformation online, disinformation online. And then people on social media shared that online. It's like, no, y'all are the disinformation agents.
Yes.
And that's exactly what this is. It's like, no, we see through your campaign.
Prices. Gross gas. Eggs of essentials. It's not getting better. It's getting worse.
It's getting worse. Sorry, nobody dropped acid in your soda, folks. That's just all of them queued up at the same time. And it's kind of remarkable, the same exact videos, same exact cut-ins of B-roll of different shots and whatnot. And for those stuck in, like, just listening to their senator, which I do not advise, as much as I love Coach and Katie, don't just listen to the senators. You got to look far and wide. But that's the messaging, essentially, that he hasn't done it. He's a liar because the prices aren't down yet. And we're like, we're a month in. But, of course, honestly, folks, politics ain't about the facts. It's, about what people believe. It's the perception of truth, not actually what is true. If you think what's popular is necessarily true, whether you like what's popular or not, well, you need to wake up. Or not. Just have fun. We'll be right back.
He may not know whether he's coming or going, but whether you're going to work or coming home, Greg Budell is there. Mornings, 6 till 9, and afternoons, 3 till 6. Only on News Talk 93.1 FM, WACV.
For over 40 years, Headley Plumbing has been fixing the River Region's plumbing problems with fast, affordable service. The pros at Headley are ready to respond anytime you need help, and they charge fair rates for their expert service. They help River Region homes and businesses every day, from repairing leaky faucets, septic tank service, replacing damaged sewer lines, or just unstopping a blocked drain. Trust the experts at Headley Plumbing. Call 285-3667. Headley Plumbing, 285-3667. Remember Headley's motto, in our business, a flush beats a full house.
Headley Metal Buildings has been your source for quality metal buildings in the river region since 2007. Carports up to 24 feet wide, RV covers, storage buildings, even a sturdy metal barn up to 54 feet wide. Your structure can be customized, installed on level ground, and comes with a 20-year warranty. Let Headley Metal Buildings help you find the perfect solution. Financing available. Call 285-3667 for details or find Headley Metal Buildings on Facebook.
What's your biggest investment? More than likely, it's your home. So treat it that way when you hire a painting contractor. At PBS Painting, there are no gimmicks, no $99 specials. Just quality painting and someone who treats your home with the same respect that you do. At PBS Painting, we have been painting for years and look forward to many more years to come. With PBS Painting, the job gets prepped properly, whether it's cleaning, scraping, or priming. We always use quality products, which is a must for a quality paint job. So if you're looking for a painter that doesn't need upfront money and is on the job at all times, then please give me a call. Scott Bowers and PBS Painting, 294-5122. That's PBS Painting, 294-5122. Look at some of our work on Facebook at PBS Painting Montgomery.
Live, local talk. The River Region's most trusted voice for news and opinion. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. This part of the program brought to you by Josh and Leslie Ryder. They're at Dillon Rings. They are back open this week, and they are showcasing, if you go to their Facebook page, beautiful rings that have been put together with aquamarine. Yeah, aquamarine. It gives the wearer protection against foes in battle or litigation, which might be even worse than battle. It makes the wearer unconquerable and amiable, and also quickens the intellect. And aquamarine is the birthstone for March. And since it's Josh's B-Day on March the 5th, right around the corner. Wait, is that tomorrow?
Mayana.
Oh, happy birthday early, Josh. But you can get these two aquamarine rings for 50% off. We'll also celebrate with 50% off in-store merchandise and the sale ends March 31st.
Okay.
So get by there, especially if you want a birthstone for March. And again, check out these beautiful, beautiful rings on Dillon Rings on Facebook. Or, of course, it always helps to just stop by. Just stop by there, 119 Brown Springs Road here in Montgomery, just off Atlanta Highway. It's sort of the back-end entrance to AUM, where I remember it's right near where the old Fun Zone used to be and where I used to work when I was in high school. And, of course, they do it all. They're a full-service jewelry shop there. Repairs, custom design work, an amazing selection put together by Leslie. Also spa treatments, appraisals. They really, anything you need when it comes to your jewelry needs, well, they've got you. So y'all check them out today. Stop by. And by the way, I don't have their names, but apparently there was an order to customize a wedding set. And they said they listened to the show here.
Nice.
So whoever you are, thank you for stopping by Dillon Rings. Again, folks, get by there. We'll tell you a little more about them. Coming up after the top of the hour break, we have Madeline Cannon with Alabama Home Mortgage. Stay tuned.
Broadcasting from the Riverside Chevrolet Master Control Center, this is WACV Cusana, News Talk 93.1 FM. When it's Chevy, it's Riverside.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. President Trump will address lawmakers tonight in the House chamber. That speech at 9 p.m. Eastern. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says last week's Oval Office blow-up with President Trump was regrettable, and he says it's time to make things right. His remarks came hours after the White House announced a pause on military aid to Ukraine. Powerful storms threatening communities across the country, with weather ranging from fire in the southern high plains to blizzards in the Midwest. Forecast on Tuesday also predicting dust storms in the southwest, tornadoes in the south, and blizzard conditions in the central plains. On Wall Street, stocks have been lower, the Dow dropping 595 points, the NASDAQ Composite 77 points in the red. This is SRN News.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Rich Thomas Weather is brought to you by MPM Feed and Seed. It's time to get those gardens ready. From seeds to plants to fertilizer, MPM has what you need. Shop MPM Feed and Seed in Prattville, 1313 Highway 31 North. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, Saturdays, 8 to 1.
Rich Thomas Weather.
Well, hi, everybody. We're going to be dealing with a massive storm system, especially this evening and tonight. Winds pick up this afternoon. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour this afternoon, 40 miles per hour tonight. Then we'll be dealing with a line of strong to severe storms with damaging wind gusts and the chance of some embedded tornadoes within the line. For most of us, this will be late tonight. And, of course, our weather app will keep you on top of the action with instant push notifications for severe weather alerts. If you don't have it, go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
You can make your ASC loan payments from your phone anytime, anywhere. It's quick and easy. www.yourasccu.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
From the Blue Water Broadcasting News Center, here's today's top stories. 2 Montgomery men have been charged with robbing multiple stores. 38-year-old Antonio Peterson and 46-year-old Randy Knight are accused of working together to rob stores on Atlanta Highway and Perry Hill Road within hours of each other last Tuesday night. Large amounts of cigarettes and cash were stolen in both robberies. Hundreds of judges are needed for a special student speech and debate tournament happening this month in Montgomery. Faulkner University is hosting the tournament March 18th through 20th for students ages 12 to 18. Organizers are looking for 350 volunteers to make a 3-hour commitment. To volunteer, contact Faulkner University. The Montgomery County Board of Education will hold public interviews for each of the top 6 candidates being considered for Montgomery Public Schools' next superintendent. The interviews will be held on Wednesday and Thursday at the MPS Leadership Center on South Union Street. The school system plans to name a new superintendent by April 8th. From the Blue Water Broadcasting News Center, I'm Sky Mosley.
This hour of news and views is brought to you by our good friends at Alabama Home Mortgage. Alabama Home Mortgage, 567-4223. Visit them on the web at myalabamahomemortgage.com. NMLS number 1586368. An equal housing lender.
Hey, this is David Little from Tucker Pecan Company. We've been advertising with Blue Water Broadcasting for over 10 years now, and the results have been amazing. Every day we have new customers that come in that have heard us on all the different radio stations that we advertise on. If you want to help your business grow, the best way to do it is through radio advertising through Blue Water Broadcasting. They do a great job in promoting our business and helping us grow our business, and hopefully they can help you grow your business too.
Radio works. It's as simple as that. Call us to find out how radio can work for your business. Blue Water Broadcasting. Local folks helping local business.
For reliable electrical services in Central Alabama, trust the experts at Crosby Electric. Crosby's licensed and insured electricians are ready to tackle any project for your home, from troubleshooting, repairs, to installing new lighting and preventive maintenance. And Crosby understands the need for quality service for small business. Crosby is big enough for the largest job, yet small enough to bring real value. Visit CrosbyElectric.com to schedule your service. Crosby, powering Central Alabama with excellence.
The views and opinions of the following program are solely those of the host and other contributors. These do not necessarily represent those of Liberty Acquisitions 825, Blue Water Broadcasting, its management, staff, or any advertisers. For Montgomery's conversational radio show, it's News and Views on News Talk 93.1 FM. To join the conversation, call 272-9228.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back to News and Views in the afternoon. I'm your host, Joey Clark. Eddie Bader's still in the house, still with that old man energy today.
Not really. Because you're going to be here all of 6 hours. Oh, what a terrible day. I made sure we brought in something to liven the studio up.
Okay, let's go. Wait, you did this, or I thought this was a regular?
Why you got to focus on that? Let's talk about what we have in the studio.
More to you. You're like talking to the side of it.
How about that?
That's much better.
How about that?
That's much better.
Anyway.
Madeline Cannon from Alabama Home Mortgage is here. Hey, Madeline.
Hey, hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing pretty good,
all
too.
right. We got, 5 more hours to go?
Oh, are y'all covering?
For Greg, yeah.
Oh, I did not realize.
Somebody is.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to stay the whole 5 hours from that?
Somebody's got work to do. I got an Airbnb with a guest coming tomorrow.
Okay, I get it.
He's getting too big for you, Eddie. I mean, Joey.
Actually, I'm losing weight, but thank you for
So because there's a lot of economic news today, especially with these tariffs, security tariffs having to do with fentanyl upcoming, and I guess April, there's going to be even more, like the reciprocal tariff scheme. From where you're sitting, how do you think this sort of affects things, especially the mortgage market?
Sure. So the tariffs right now have obviously caused a lot of havoc as far as people don't know what it's going to look like, how it's going to affect the everyday consumer. So because of that, we're starting to see a lot of volatility on the stock market. The last 2 days, the stock market's been down. So typically when the stock market is down, mortgage rates go down.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because people pull their money out of the stock market. They're a little more concerned, and so they'll go put it in something safer like the bond market, and the bond market is what backs mortgage securities. So we have seen the interest rates start to tick down. Now, it's not anything crazy, but it's definitely moving in the right direction.
Right.
So time will tell, in the coming weeks, how these tariffs affect the overall economy and what the consumer confidence level is as to whether or not interest rates continue to move down.
Well, and if they are even not as fast as some people might like, but going in the right direction, this would be the time to at least start a conversation with y'all about, especially refinance options.
That's right. Yeah. So it's never too soon. I know a lot of people, feel as though they don't want to prematurely pull that trigger to refinance because they think, oh, if we do it now, what if the rates go down even lower or we're going to miss the boat? That's not the case. I don't foresee anything crazy happening between now and year end. I do think they're going to incrementally shift downward. But if you go ahead and choose to refinance or purchase a home now, that does not keep you from refinancing it in the future, if it makes sense.
Okay, that does make sense to me. Now, we are always pushing y'all help out veterans. And I'm just hoping more and more veterans are calling y'all up and actually looking into these benefits they earn through their service. Because, it's still, there are some folks out there think I already used it or it's not available to me, right? But it's the best deal in town.
It is 100%. So we've actually got a listener of the show that lives in Montgomery, the Caravilla area. And he is a veteran, worked with us years ago when he came to purchase this home, refinanced since then, and now has called upon us again to look at refinancing. And his situation's changed. He's retired, so now he's on a fixed income. And so we just took an overall snapshot of his finances and said, okay, you've really accrued a lot of equity in this home in the last 7 years.
Oh, yeah.
Let's use that to your advantage so that you can breathe easier month to month. So we're going to be able to consolidate debt, saving him over $400 a month.
Wow.
So he's really excited, and we're excited to be able to do it for him.
Well, I love hearing stories like that because, somebody lived a long life, worked hard their whole life, served the country, and it's nice to have, once you're finally retired, you have that relief now where the squeeze was on, I'd imagine, before.
Oh, yeah. And with real estate, it's an asset. And as you pay down that principal, you're building your equity. Yep. And to be able to have that money available to you is huge.
Eddie, you have any questions?
Yeah, it's how people, middle-class people, gain wealth. It's the number one way they gain wealth is through real estate.
Yeah. Well, and I find that
when I was your age, Joey, when I bought my first 10 houses.
First 10?
Where are you at with that, Joey?
Are you putting me on the spot here?
No, I have a mortgage person in front of me. Mm-hmm. When is there never a better time to talk Joey into buying a house? The whole reason I started this gig was to get you to buy a house.
Yeah.
5 years later, Joey, now I brought in a mortgage person.
Yeah.
Take the leap, man. Take the leap. Yeah, get the hint.
Madeline, my current overhead is 0.
Right.
I have no rent payment. All this, so it's kind of like I just save money.
Help me, Madeline.
Well, I hear you, but if I had no housing expense, I wouldn't be in a hurry either.
Thank you. See, I told you he has old man.
We have to have a meeting after the show. We're having a meeting.
Now, and are you seeing a lot of movement in the market itself, but like new purchases? And Eddie, you can throw in on this too from your angle out there.
I think there's plenty of people lying in wait, waiting for the right home.
Yep.
We have got enough pre-approvals outstanding to probably wallpaper this studio. Okay. Plenty of people want to buy. The demand is there. The supply is not.
Yep.
That's where the rub is.
Yeah.
So if we can get people to start listing their homes, existing homes, there's plenty of new construction on the market. But let's just say, the new construction, you've seen one, you've seen them all, right? Like if you don't want a brand new construction or don't want to be in a subdivision, for example, you want to be out on some acreage, that seems to be what everybody's looking for. Then, everybody's just sitting waiting for the same thing. And so we'll have 3 and 4 people that are calling me needing a pre-approval, and we're all going to look at the same house.
Yep.
Okay.
It's big thing. Why lack of inventory?
Why then the lack of inventory? Why is it folks just don't want to move on it?
A lot of people don't want to move. They're sitting at low interest rates and they're too scared to move. They're too scared the economy is not going to change, which if you watch the economy, it goes up and down on a regular.
I think the biggest thing is the boomer generation.
Yeah.
Is you've got this, 60 plus that are in homes that
they're too big for them.
That's right. But they could sell their house today and downsize on home, but don't downsize on payment.
Yeah.
Right.
And so until we get that down, you'd have an inventory shortage.
Plus, a lot of people that are downsized, they're looking for 2-bedroom homes. We don't build them anymore. We just don't build them. Everything is a 3-2. Unless you get a townhome or a condo. And so, like my mother, she's in a 4-bedroom home. It's her and Jack.
I just want to get a little plot with a little A-frame, and
I got a place for you in Holiday Shores.
I love driving this guy crazy with this. No, it does seem like the Trump administration in particular, starting there, is trying to do a major overhaul of how the government raises revenue, the trade imbalances as they see them. And that has, to your point, a lot of volatility, a lot of very smart people guessing what's next if we're going to be changing so much of this. And I could see how that would hold people back. But that is good news that you've got all these folks pre-approved who are ready to own something. And I'd imagine if we kind of sort out what's been, constipating the economy for years now, you'll start to see more inventory show up. And a lot of those folks that want a new home, there you go.
That's right. And I think, just cyclically, this is normally the time we do see the most new listings.
Yep.
So March to May. And we've talked about this before on the show, why that is. You got military getting their orders. You've got school wrapping up. Yeah. So I think that we will start to see some more inventory hit the market in the next 60 to 90 days.
So the number's still 567-4223 to call y'all up?
That's right, 567-4223, or they can visit us online at myalabamahomemortgage.com.
Folks, it's just a simple conversation or a few basic questions when you fill out the application online. And, well, there is a difference in mortgage companies. Like Kim and Madeline here proved that to you today. NMLS number 1586368, an equal housing lender. So what else is new in life? Everything good?
Yeah. Y'all done anything exciting?
Eddie? Anything exciting?
Not really.
You watched the Oscars?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
No, I didn't either.
I've been on this YouTube deal where I'm watching people that buy an RV and go explore. I'm thinking about, like you said before, go buy a horse, move to the mountains. Tired of waiting on that horse.
You don't even need a horse. I'll just go to the mountains.
Just go to the
regular
mountains.
Jeremiah Johnson over here.
I'm ready to go. I'll go wrestle a bear. I ain't scared.
Well, speaking of wrestling, I've watched Raw, WWE Raw. It's now on Netflix, so it's a little naughty. And number one, I don't think I was ready. I knew who of this person.
Yeah.
The women's champion. The big main event was the women's like championship match, and the champion who gave up the strap, brother, she lost. Is Rhea Ripley, and like the whole crowd was chanting "mommy," and she's like very gothed out with tattoos, and she's pretty muscular broad, must work out. And I'm watching this, I'm like, well, number one, this is better than how women's wrestling used to be, where it was pretty not good.
It was good back when Andy Kaufman did it. That's about it.
Yeah, no, but it is truly athletic and impressive in that way. But it's kind of. It was fun. I don't want to watch it every week.
Question for you, Madeline.
Yes.
Any of you and your single women ever get together and talk about wrestling?
No, it's a dude thing.
I have never watched a WWE match. No.
With boys?
No. I mean, my boys are 3 and 1, so
it's
they're
coming.
not, yeah.
It's coming. You're going to hear some off the top of the ring rope of the couch. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's coming.
We're in our dinosaur, era. So, yeah.
There are some women who like wrestling. I mean, there's plenty.
Oh, yeah.
And especially now
the grandma that was in there.
The women's division actually is competitive, and it's not like this novelty, like weird thing. They actually compete.
It's still weird.
It is. Well,
still weird, man.
Well, the last time I actually went to an event.
Yeah.
Oh, he's all in. He's a ticket holder.
No, I've only been to one live WWE event. Well, two. One house show here and one SmackDown taping. This was years ago. And at the SmackDown taping,
this is not helping his cause.
It is not.
No, we're sitting there and we found our seats, not bad. And there's this young lady next to me who's I think from Muscle Shoals. And I'm like, we got talking for a second.
Yeah,
You're sitting right next to me. You're waiting for the event to start.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
and
that conversation.
It's very clear within just a few minutes of conversation. She's like, I'm going to marry AJ Styles.
Oh, Lord. I didn't consider those fans. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are ladies there.
I didn't even consider those fans.
Yeah, and when he showed up, he wrestled that night. She was going nuts, man. I'm like, I kind of get what the Beatles are about now. So anyway, I dipped my toe back into the wrestling world. It's actually not bad. I think Triple H is doing a good job.
How much do you think it's going to like really propel the business being on Netflix?
A lot.
A lot, yeah.
I think it frees them up to be more with the internet culture, break down a lot of fourth walls. The language is a little spicier at times. Like, yeah, I think it's going to enable them to do pretty cool stuff where they were restricted before.
Yeah.
And they can have sort of that. I think they still have a show on USA Network where they do the more kid-friendly stuff and kind of push the product there. But then they can have the edgier thing on Netflix.
That's actually pretty smart.
And hit people my age, that sort of 24 to 35, 24 to 40.
Kind of genius.
Because you got to think, like, when I'm a kid and wrestling comes on, that's the whole attitude era in the WWE, and that's also the NWO and like WCW rising up, and it was all very edgy, brother. The age of the anti-hero, like Stone Cold beating up the boss. He's tired of it. I'll stump a mud hole in you.
Did you ever watch the show on VH1 that followed Hulk Hogan and his family?
Yes.
What was it called?
Oh, that was a great show.
See, I
But
never
that's what
watched
did
it.
him in.
Hogan Knows Best?
Hogan Knows Best.
Yeah.
Something
That's
like
what
that.
it was, yeah.
That's what did him in.
What is that? What did it mean?
Reality shows. Every couple.
No, I did watch that. I didn't watch him on wrestling, but I watched the VH1
Find
show.
me one reality show, and there's probably a couple, but the couple actually did it, and they're still together. Besides the Osbournes, that's about it. And really, are they together? I mean, yeah.
Well, Ozzy's not really there.
Right. That's what I mean. So.
He wasn't there on the show.
Not really either, no.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the other big family reality shows.
There were a bunch of them there for a while, but they always busted up the family. The I don't want to be ugly, but those short people that they had a show.
Little People, Big World?
Yeah. Divorced.
Mm-hmm.
Ugly, too. Divorced. Really ugly divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then, of course, there's the whole age of the dating reality show with, like, Bret Michaels.
Oh, my word. Yes. What was that called? I loved that.
Hold on. I'll look it up.
So is that more of a chick flick thing, the reality, the dating shows?
I don't know. I mean, I would just watch them growing up.
I remember the Flavor Flav one. I only watched it because, it was a train wreck. It was a train wreck.
It was called Rock of Love with Bret Michaels.
And, and then he went on The Apprentice with Trump and won.
He did win.
He did win.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
And I just saw a clip. It was Tom Green sitting down with Bill Maher, and he's like, well, I was fired by the president because, we were in a competition where I had Dennis Rodman and another guy, and we had to put up a wedding dress store up against Joan Rivers and her team. And my guys clearly didn't want to win, and I went out drinking with Rodman. So when we did the boardroom scene, I'm hungover the next morning, and Trump is not happy with me, and he fires me, and then he became president.
I'm going to tell you, I loved Donald Trump well before his politics days because I was a huge fan of The Apprentice. I've always been very interested in real estate, and I used to tell my mom growing up, I'm going to work for him one day.
Really?
So my senior year of high school, she found his secretary, and I have a picture of him, of course, a headshot of him, signed with a gold pen to Madeline, work hard, dream big, Donald Trump, and it's framed in my office.
How cool is that?
Never did I think that one day he would be president.
Yeah, but he laid a new mold down. If you want to be president, somebody at Joey's age, you get him on national TV, and you just keep him on there for, like you said, people got to know him through The Apprentice. Then you run him in politics. People love him.
What's crazy too is, your senior year, they put your portrait in the yearbook and, you might have a quote or something. Yeah. The quote I picked was a Donald Trump quote. Nobody was surprised by that. And it was, anyone who thinks my story is anywhere near over is sadly mistaken.
Wow.
Ooh, that's strong.
And now he's president of the United States.
Not once, but twice.
Yeah. I know. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. No, the guy,
much better than one eye.
Say what you will about him. He's got this X factor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't put him in a box. Don't put him in a cage.
No,
we'll see.
You can't.
Well, right now, talk about a high-stakes game. He really is, back to our earlier conversation, like remaking a lot of the fundamentals of the United States economy right now, and as well as U.S. foreign policy and many other things. And this will, as much as I'm rooting for him, we'll see.
Yeah.
Like, especially...
It's going to be painful. I think there's going to be some pain involved. And I knew that going in, but to me, it's worth it. It's if that's what it takes to kind of clear the field, so be it.
And you got folks, it's amazing how people just see snapshots of you. Mm-hmm. And you just have to remember that if you do any public facing job enough. Like, people only remember you, or there are some folks out there, by the way, who have listened to this radio station since I first came in 12, 13 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And they often say, I've listened to you grow up, and I love all of you. It's great. I mean, we don't know each other, but y'all know me pretty well. But there are a lot of folks that just get that snapshot. They just see Joey loves Doge and Trump. Oh no, what happened to him? You don't get to see the development of a person. So I was in the camp for the longest time, even though I'm not voting for Hillary or Democrats. I'm like, yeah, but Trump's not that great. I would constantly second guess the guy and what he's up to. Mm-hmm. And I learned that you don't have to be that Debbie Downer all the time. And constantly be like, people don't live up to my ideals, and people don't live up to what I think is right. It's like, more just enjoy the show. And I hope it works out. It is much more a drama. It is much more a reality show than it is like, we're having intellectual arguments here. Point to Madeline for that great syllogism she just laid out there. Like, no, that's not how it works at all. Right. It's emotional, it's silly, it's angry, it's funny, it's all these things.
But that's what people want.
Right.
They want that.
Well, and this is what I think the Democrats forgot. It's like, as much as Obama promised all these things to people, the reason that guy had what he had is because he made an emotional connection with a bunch of people.
Yeah, it's some charisma. There ain't no doubt.
And Trump has done the same thing. That was Reagan. As much as the arguments and the policy and the issues were talked, no, that guy, you just looked at him, he was the great communicator for a reason.
The populist candidate.
Yeah. Clinton was like, and to this day, Clinton is that guy where you're like, I know he's lying, but he's so freaking charming that you're kind of like, he's Slick Willie.
Now I feel bad. He's married to Hillary Clinton, and I'm thinking, poor guy.
Well, and so you think of that reality TV era in particular, where it really went off the rails. You don't remember that Tila Tequila show? Where it's like men and women competing for her love?
That was crazy.
By the way, has anybody ever gone on from one of those shows and been like, you mentioned divorce, a successful couple?
I don't think a successful couple. Theo Vaughn's the only guy that I really know that's, and I'm sure there are others.
Oh,
that
yeah,
really
yeah.
have came out of that.
Or
and actually
there's a
made
wrestler named The Miz, and he's...
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was on Real World and Road Rules, and he's been a great success. Worked his tail off as an
I'm sure there's more, but that's the only one I could really think of.
You mentioned Netflix. Have you ever seen their dating reality show called Love is Blind?
Yes, I have.
I have not.
Okay. I've not watched the most
I'm
recent
not into those
season, but the first couple seasons, there are still
Pretty good.
couples that are married and have kids.
Did you ever watch Love on the Spectrum?
No, but I've heard about it.
Really good.
I'm my reality
Don't
show.
cry.
If I'm going to watch a reality show, a bro soap opera, it's going to be wrestling, because The Rock is now going around as the final boss on the board of the company. Like, I want your soul. And Cody Rhodes told him to go, screw himself. And then John Cena won the Elimination Chamber, and it looked like Cena was like going to be the perfect gentleman. It's like, me and you, Cody, me and you, bumping fists. Like, we're my last time running. I'm retiring after this. It's going to be a gentleman's just match. And then all of a sudden, The Rock kind of does the cut his throat motion across, and all of a sudden, Cena becomes a bad guy.
Just like that.
Kicks Cody in the pills. They start whooping him with a belt. They get some color going. They cut his head like he's bleeding all over the man. That's not John Cena. John Cena's the guy who does the Make-A-Wish things. Now John Cena's working for the final boss. This isn't cool. See, that's my reality.
When he was hugging him, they were hugging. John Cena was happy, and then Rock did that whole thing.
And the look Cena gave?
Yep.
Actually, it is
saw
pretty.
him turn just like
it's.
that.
I may have to check it out now. I mean, y'all have really talked it up.
It's good stuff.
I just saw that 10-second clip and died laughing. Like, nerds. Kept going.
272-9228. Let's go to line one. You're on there. Who's this?
What's up, guys?
What's up? Who's this?
David.
Hey, Dave. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man. Love Jamaica.
Oh, yeah. Did you go to Montego Bay?
Yeah, I did. Man, stayed at a great boutique hotel just like 5 minutes from the airport.
Nice.
Awesome place.
Nice.
So had a really good time. Hey, to me, my favorite family reality show was Family Jewels with Gene Simmons.
Yeah.
Okay, there's another one. They're still together. But that was a good one.
They're still together, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one.
They actually got married,
That's right.
during the show.
For the longest time, they weren't married.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. And, it was so
movies.
funny because I remember the one episode where Gene was wearing the little red fuzzy onesie going to bed, and I told my wife, I looked at my wife and I said, that's it, man. I have no respect for him. I said, here he is, man, the living, breathing demon. And I said, he's nothing but a furry.
Yep.
It was all a show. It was just so funny. But, yeah, I watched that for probably 3 or 4 seasons, man. Every time I watched it, I just died laughing at some of the stuff he did. So, and he was really a good family guy.
Really
he loved
was.
his kids, loved his
Not the
wife,
guy
you know,
that we all thought of.
that we all thought.
Not
Yeah,
at all.
It was all just a show.
Yeah.
So, anyway, have a good one, guys.
Appreciate it. And it's always been a show. And keep in mind, as I do the whole wrestling rant, Trump is in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah. I forgot all about that.
He did the Battle of the Billionaires against Vince McMahon, and they had their proxies, and that's where the great clip of Trump tackling McMahon and punching him in the face.
And then his best friend's Dana White, right? Which I know those are two entirely different things.
But no, they've now
Very
merged.
manly.
They're same corporate company.
Oh, I
Yeah.
did not. Okay.
Yeah, so if you have athletic young people, you can kind of swap back and forth, and you can do cross-promotional things.
That'd be the big thing, cross-promotion.
And really, if somebody's that good who could actually win an MMA fight, but also wrestle and be a great entertainer, it works. But keep in mind also Linda McMahon,
That's right.
who was the one who really ran the true business of WWE. And the first administration, she was the small business administrator, like cabinet secretary for that. And now she was just approved for education secretary.
DOE.
And somebody put up a photo, and you can see there's Vince, and there's Shane McMahon, and there's Paul Levesque or Triple H. There's Stephanie McMahon his wife, and there's Trump, Linda, and somebody captured it. Go, just keep in mind that Stone Cold Steve Austin has given a Stone Cold stunner to everybody in this photo, and it's true. Like Stone Cold talked down Donald Trump. You ain't gonna talk to me, Donald. Like, and he stunned Trump too. Like it's so ridiculous. And it's like, how is this America? I'm like, it is America. It's the most American thing ever. And folks are like, it used to be statesmen and stuff. No, it was a show back then too. It was just the most stick up your butts boring show ever. Finally, we
Lawrence Welk.
Right. It sort of broke through yes, a lot of this is show. Y'all just pretended like you weren't doing a show, which was the problem in the first place.
By the way, I predict in 2 years, you're going to be telling us things that are happening about wrestling with your boys.
With your kids.
No doubt. There's no doubt.
And especially, like, that's where my love for him comes, when I'm like 6, 7, 8 years old.
Because that's when you can jump off the couch and hit the floor and you don't really break it.
The people's champion, Diamond Dallas Page.
Right.
Like doing the diamond cutter out of nowhere. Like, yeah.
See,
it's great
my
stuff.
old school was figure four lead lock. Figure four.
Yeah, Ric Flair.
Yeah. That's what we do. Figure four.
Yeah, and it's going to be fun in a few years if they catch wind of it. A lot of fun.
We heard it here first.
Because that's when you're still young enough where you're like, you're not sure what's true, what's real, what's not. So it's like, it's just these larger than life figures. It's over the top, and you're like, okay.
And you also learn how hard you can hit brother before he goes and tells on you.
Let's go to line 3. You're on there. Who's this?
This Poison Ivy over here.
Poison Ivy.
I was going to tell y'all about wrestling that y'all don't know about. We've got the secret kind of, nobody hardly come, Montgomery Capital Wrestling. And this week, let me tell you what happened just this week. Her Supreme Executive Talent, she's kind of older, forsake her tag team partner, Steve the Annihilator Marshall, by going to the other side where she un-nitrohydroperoxide DMAF, be imminent to be executed. Y'all have a great day.
See, if you see things through the lens of wrestling, it makes it much more fun.
Evidently, that's what I'm learning.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you're going to be an expert soon.
Well, we got to hit this break.
It would be great if you come in here and bust a sleeper hold on Joey. Just put him in sleeper holds.
I'll roll you up in a small package, brother. 1, 2, 3 on the mat. You'll be done before you know it.
I'm not doing it. It's her. It's her. Be great if you did.
No, it's him. He's the one that sneaks the brass knuckles in and throws them into the ring.
Right.
Like, distracts. And then as soon as somebody confronts him, no. Classic heel behavior.
Not me,
like
no.
always scheming,
Get the
always
wrong
being
guy.
cowardly at the same. Anyway, we got to hit this break. Great seeing you, man.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Love seeing you, hon.
We'll be right back.
Want to carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
Hi, this is Bo Goodson with the Goodson Group with your Real Estate Minute. My last message was the report for 2024 real estate market in the River region. According to industry experts, they predict for 2025 we will have more inventory to choose from for our buyers, more buyers for sellers to show their houses to. Here are 5 tips for buyers or sellers in 2025. Number 1, sellers need to price their home at fair market value with the help of your realtor. Number 2, buyers need to be pre-qualified by a local lender prior to shopping for a house to save them time. Number 3, use a certified residential specialist or CRS to purchase or sell your home. Less than 2% of realtors nationwide have this designation. You need an expert now. 4, use someone with 48 years of real estate experience to help you with your largest investment. Number 5, quit waiting. Now's the time to buy or sell. Call Bo Goodson at 221-2883, the Goodson Group, or 551-0225.
Are you tired of the mainstream media's biased reporting? Do you want to stay informed on the news that really matters to you? Look no further than 1819 News. At 1819 News, we bring you the latest in Alabama news, politics, sports, culture, and more. We've assembled a team of journalists with Alabama values dedicated to the truth and the truth alone. Visit us at 1819news.com today. That's 1819news.com. Subscribe to our newsletter. Honest News, Alabama Values.
Hi, this is Carl Schmidt, naturopath and owner of the Herb Shop. Listen every Saturday to Winning Wellness and learn from experts in different fields of science and technology how nutritional supplements can help you.
Listen to Winning Wellness every Saturday at 10 a.m.
This hour of news and views is brought to you by our good friends at Alabama Home Mortgage. Alabama Home Mortgage, 567-4223. Visit them on the web at myalabamahomemortgage.com. NMLS number 1586368. An equal housing lender.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of Wiley Sanders Truck Lines, where over-the-road dump truck drivers are needed right now. Home twice a week and every weekend, must leave early on Sunday with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Call them now at 855-777-9785.
Well, hi, everybody. We're going to be dealing with a massive storm system, especially this evening and tonight. Winds pick up this afternoon. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour this afternoon, 40 miles per hour tonight. Then we'll be dealing with a line of strong to severe storms with damaging wind gusts and the chances of some embedded tornadoes within the line. For most of us, this will be late tonight. And, of course, our weather app will keep you on top of the action with instant push notifications for severe weather alerts. If you don't have it, go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
The River Region's News Talk Station. News Talk 93.1, WACV. News Talk 93.1.
Democracy.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. Great seeing Madeline Cannon.
I love seeing her. I love it when our sponsors come in the studio.
Yeah, likewise. You missed out on the wrestling talk, Byron.
She's school y'all?
No, she's just learning. She's got young boys that aren't quite about to get into it, but they will in a few years.
Yeah, they will in a few years, yeah.
Was yours consistent? Like, I was
no, I fell off around 12.
I was a fanatic from like 6 until 10, 11, and then didn't watch anything again until, like, I guess it was senior year of high school, got back into it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then college, after that.
Yeah, no, I kind of fell out of it around the end of middle school. Yeah, and then what happened, I don't know. I think I watched a lot of WCW, and it was awful. The last few years, awful.
That's hard to watch.
Oh, bad. It's fun to go back and rewatch old pay-per-views, how bad it is. There was one, you know how sometimes it's like the belt on a pole, you got to climb the pole, brother, and get the... There was one called Viagra on a pole. And it's so bad. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad, it's funny. That had to be like 2000 or something.
Every Saturday night at the senior center.
Right. Though there's so, like, Buff Bagwell's mom gets involved with the whole situation. And it's like, oh, it's so.
Leave Mrs. Bagwell out of this.
Big booty Judy Bagwell. It's
trying to keep the brand alive, I guess.
So trashy and so awful. So it was like, okay, and you can see why WWE won.
Oh, yeah.
So I kind of fell out of it. And then there was a renaissance around 2016, 2017, where the current stuff was good. And then you had the WWE Network, so you could go back and watch all the old stuff and and reminisce. And there are a lot of great nostalgic shows. And yeah, it was pretty fun to jump back in.
Do you think there was a correlation to the popularity coming back with Ultimate Fighting? And
a little bit, and there was some crossover too. And now they are the same, like under the same umbrella corporate company.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Endeavor, I think, something like that.
Some Vegas,
because you do have some crossover that did happen. Most prominent was Brock Lesnar, that beast of a man,
dude.
Like, you don't want to met. Some guys are just bigger than you, faster than you, stronger,
angrier than you.
Yeah, I don't know about that guy. But hey, let's get back to a little bit of political news. You know, all the Doge is up to this, Doge is up to that. Doge terminated 13 leases here in Alabama and all these different offices around the state.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Doge did find something in Texas. And I just wonder, this is one example of things you might suspect are happening all over. But here, it's a local news report. Let's listen in.
Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has targeted a nonprofit based here in San Antonio, saying its contract for $215 million a year is canceled. News 4 San Antonio I-Team Waste Watch reporter Jay Avila has this story live from the Content Center.
Mandy, in a post on X, DOGE said the Department of Health and Human Services had terminated a contract paying Family Endeavors $18 million a month to operate an empty facility in West Texas.
Wow. The organization is also known as Endeavors, and you may have seen its administrative headquarters and wellness center on De Zavala Road, where it has a cluster of buildings and storefronts. DOGE focused on an overflow housing facility for migrant families Endeavors operates in Pecos, Texas, which DOGE says has been sitting empty, while Endeavors has been receiving the $18 million per month. Homeland Security reposted DOGE's X post, tagging U.S. Attorney Ed Martin with the words, "Please investigate," to which Martin responded, "Duly noted, we are on it." I went to Endeavor's San Antonio headquarters today to get a comment from the organization. They responded late this afternoon by email. Endeavors was responsible for maintaining operational readiness at the Pecos shelter, ensuring the ability to scale from cold status, operationally ready but not actively serving children, to full use of 3,000 beds as needed. Decisions regarding facility use and migrant sheltering locations were made by the federal government, not Endeavors. Any claims of corruption or mismanagement are baseless. DOGE also claims Endeavors received its HHS contract in 2021 after a former ICE employee and Biden transition team member joined the nonprofit.
Oh, that's interesting.
Endeavor's government disclosure forms show its revenues shot up in 2021 from $50 million to $658 million, reaching a peak of $1.1 billion in 2022. For the News 4 I-Team Waste Watch, I'm Jay Avila.
Man, that's what you call legal graft right there. Dude. Especially when you add that little touch of the transition member.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I knew. I was just going to say, all you got to do is find out who the officers of the company are. Start following that money. Didn't even have to go that far.
That's so much money.
Ironically, I was trying to check out the board of directors real quickly on the website, and for some reason that page was just kind of frozen, and I couldn't get to it.
404 can't be found.
Wow. And it's this sort of stuff, you got to wonder how much across the entire government.
Oh, yeah, man.
Are you going to see these sort of problems? And especially not just the literal government departments, but like all this money that's flowing to all these nonprofits and non-government organizations. And that's, you need to just start looking at that sort of, anything Orwellian, it's like, it's a non-government organization. Where do you get your money? The government. So in many ways, this is just a backdoor to either do things governments aren't legally allowed to do, which is the whole censorship complex, all these fact checkers Facebook used to rely on. Yeah, it was all just government money, all that USAID money. It always kills
me when they say it's not like you're paying for it. Yes, I am paying for it.
Yeah.
Yes, I am paying. We're all paying for it.
Exactly right. Absolutely crazy.
How much, spitball, give me a number or a percentage. How much waste do you think's actually in the federal government's budget?
I'd say a low number is 20%.
Low?
Yes. Yep. And like the bigger the pot of money and the more sensitive it is, like in terms of like, don't you touch my Social Security, which I get if you're a beneficiary, why you be that way. That said, like when it's big pots of money that can't be touched, that you even have government reports that have done oversight saying, yeah, there's probably a bunch of waste in there to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. But it's a huge pot of money you can't touch for whatever political reason. You have to assume big old rakes going on with that big old pot of money. And a lot of kickbacks as well going on.
Well, all you got to do really is just go to a government auction and look at all the stuff that's brand new. Brand new. Where it's vehicles, computers, desk, everything. Brand new.
Well, and Musk and others have talked about how Soros was genius at using this, where he would stand up think tanks that had no history. They were just a paper company
in there, baby.
And just millions just poured into it from the government. To do what?
Let's go back to, if you'll allow me.
Yeah.
What was it?
Endeavor
or
Endeavors. Yeah.
The Chris Crawford guy. He was also a member of Project Democracy. Around it, right?
Yeah, I know. Wow. And it's that sort of stuff you got to start wondering, like, how much is there? It's I think the big meal, and they're starting this week, is the DOD. There's a big meal there.
That one's going to be. I know the waste is going to be huge. The danger factor is what I worry about.
What do you mean?
The folks looking into it. You don't go against the Department of Defense.
See, I mean, those are some.
That's just.
There's a lot of less complicated places I think that they could look.
Right, I agree.
Like, you know, kind of along the same model of, you know, some funding down there in Texas. All the federal dollars that are flowing to the states, whenever they start to go through a comb to see how that money's being used and where that's going, oh man.
Like if they actually audited where all the ARPA money went, for instance?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Do that across the nation? Come on now.
Sugar, we put that in a prison. It's going to have my name on it.
Operative word, prison.
Right.
We know where a lot of it went. It was pretty big headlines here in Alabama.
Still don't understand the obsession with putting your good people's names on a prison.
I know, man. Like it's a weird thing to me. I don't get that. I really don't get that. Like I can get like what Shelby has done or did for a while, where it's like beautiful buildings at the University of Alabama.
Get
Surely, like as much as I can give Shelby a hard time, like the University of Alabama's campus is gorgeous. Some of the architecture is amazing. If your name's on one of those, all right, man. Like the new Louder buildings that were built not long ago in Auburn. Like I get it.
Yeah, those
those
are
are nice facilities. Like you want your name on it. A prison though?
Joey Clark School of Rehabilitation.
It's kind of like a cemetery, you know?
Yeah.
That's another one, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it's a family, family plot, family cemetery, yeah. But I'm a box guy. You're going to put me in a box and throw some ashes somewhere. I'll end up in a pawn shop.
And by the way, DOD is going to be the most sensitive, but just a clarification on Doge. Doge doesn't directly have the power to fire anybody.
No. It's just
but Doge is working hand in hand with departments, and they'd be working at every level of actual department heads, and those people do have the power to fire. And with the Pentagon, I don't think it's so much firing people. I think from the defense secretary level, you're going to get a lot of restructuring, especially I think it's top heavy. And there's going to be a lot of restructuring of, say, top brass and like, thank you, General, please retire. We don't need you anymore. But it's more, as you go down the ranks, it's not so much personnel. It's more because they want to recruit more personnel. They want more people. They're trying to up the recruiting numbers.
We want better people.
Yeah, what brain power.
But it's more like, where are all these big contracts going and cost overruns? And like, that's where it would be interesting. We'll see. We'll see. And by the way, Trump keeps saying tonight it's going to be big. Now he says that about a lot of things, but you got to wonder what trick, how they surprise everybody with the Dan Bongino pick for deputy FBI director. What's a big surprise is coming tonight? You got to wonder.
I don't know. It's not going to be a surprise, but one of the stupid little things that I love just to watch for the antics. What do you think the Democrat female caucus is going to do?
They're going to hiss.
I guess it was
sex strike
2 or 3 years ago. It was like they all showed up at White unannounced, and it was like a bid to do.
I remember that.
Last year they had something else.
Oh no, I know what they're going to do. Just be quiet here for a second. You're just going to be like, and can you imagine like 20-something? Do we have a snake in the? Okay, you're the snake, Tom. Yeah, they're gonna do something.
What the Jets do? Like,
just breaking the song.
Yeah, is that what we're gonna get to? Like, one side of the aisle is gonna be doing one side.
Yeah.
Well, I could see them doing something like some of the women wear yellow, some blue, some white, and they all stand up for the Ukraine.
Yeah.
And, something cheesy.
Let's go to line one. You're on there. Who's this?
Hey guys, I love y'all talking about Doge. I just want to make an analogy to Doge, just from my own experience. Me and my wife, hey, we got to get our budget under control. And I tell her, we got to do something about these phones. It's costing too much monthly. And she says, well, I can get a new one if I just turn this one in. You know, which means your bill goes up.
Right, because you can start paying off that big old contract.
Yep.
That's right. So to me, that's kind of like the Democrats saying, "Oh, well, that $24 million for a drag show in Iguanda, that was just $24 million. You ain't done nothing yet." Well, I'm just getting started.
There you go.
And that's what I'd say for Donald Trump and those, because and Eddie knows this because I assume he does. In other words, if you've been married, there's always the opposite side. Somebody says, well, that's just a little bit of money. But the main thing is the ship is going down, brother. You see what I'm saying? And then you can have a buddy like Canada, somebody you slide a few dollars to all the time. Hey, we are chummy. I love you to death. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not going to be able to give you no more money. And it's a hard reality because my wife keeps saying $24 million is just a drop in the bucket. Well, if Canada wants to go on a trade war, the worst case scenario is America will save $250 billion. That's what our trade deficit with just one country.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the numbers keep getting bigger and bigger.
Hey, and that's why you got to bring in the brainiacs, because it's way bigger than my household.
Mm-hmm.
But I was giving you an analogy on
No,
my
it was
household.
a good one. I appreciate it, Robert. Appreciate the call.
Thanks, Robert.
I was just stuck on drag shows in Iguanda. You ever been
I have
vacation
not.
there? It's where a lot of iguanas are.
Oh, is that right?
When people can't go to Wakanda, they go to Iguanda.
Oh, all right. Well, it's hard to get into Wakanda. They hide that place pretty well.
Nice. I like how you put that together.
Is it inappropriate for me to do the Wakanda Forever salute?
I think so.
That's why I asked.
I don't know.
That's why I asked.
I wouldn't cancel you, but whatever.
It depends on, if anybody takes a photo and posts it.
We're on camera right now.
So. Right.
Well, you assume someone's watching.
Yeah.
Well,
tens of people. Oh, no.
I don't know. We got a restaurant right now. We're on camera with everybody in that restaurant. So
Yeah.
God love them.
How about this? Let's just hit a break.
That's a good idea.
But first, this part of the program brought to you by Pest Pro Services.
Ooh, you know what this week is, Joey?
Mm.
This is Termite Awareness Week at Pest Pro
Termite
Services.
Awareness Week.
We're always talking about this is the season, right?
Yeah.
So this week, they're taking time. Every day they got a new fact about termites on their Facebook page, so make sure you check that out. But one of the ones I saw today, again, it said 5 billion with a B worth of damage every year to households because of termites.
Go.
And I always say, they're really slow. They don't do much damage because they're so slow. But over a long term, they'll eat your house. Nobody wants that.
No, and if you're, touching the crown molding and it's dissolving like dust, you're way too late.
Right.
So you need to be so aware that you get ahead of the problem. And it sounds like Pest Pro Services is ready to help you folks out because termite season is upon us.
Yep.
And of course, you can always learn more going to ppsriverregion.com or searching for Pest Pro Services on the Book of Faces and go check out what they got going on Termite Awareness Week. But you can just always call them direct 265-9990. That's 265-9990 for any and all of your pest control needs. When you want to know, call a pro, Pest Pro Services, and be sure to tell Ashley and that great team there that Joey and Eddie, those fellas on the radio, sent you.
He may not know whether he's coming or going, but whether you're going to work or coming home, Greg Budell is there. Mornings, 6 till 9, and afternoons, 3 till 6. Only on News Talk 93.1 FM, WACV.
This is your roving reporter, and today I am talking with an elk. Hey man, Mr. Elk, I was just wondering, what do elk do to take care of their money? Well, like most smart folks, we call David Ernest. You mean Alabama's most favorite asset preservationist? That's him, man. We call him up at 334-279-7431 or 205-479-0839. I see. Yes, he is our preferred money man. The money man with the money plan. You've been paying attention. Well, could you give us those numbers one more time? 334-279-7431 or 205-479-0839. And I just want to try to give you a heads up, man. Oh, what's that? I'm not an elk. Not an elk, huh? Well, then, pray tell, what are you? Knights of Columbus. I am not even going to make a comment. Well, the baby liked it.
Is your business feeling the heat of cyber attacks? Tired of worrying about ransomware, data breaches, downtime, and employee mistakes? GTI Managed IT Solutions has been your trusted partner since 1999, safeguarding and supporting businesses like yours from the ever-evolving threats in the digital world. GTI, your peace of mind is guaranteed. Call us today at 819-4650 or visit gtinow.com.
This hour of news and views is brought to you by our good friends at Alabama Home Mortgage. Alabama Home Mortgage, 567-4223. Visit them on the web at myalabamahomemortgage.com. NMLS number 1586368. An equal housing lender.
Live local talk. The River Region's only 24-hour News Talk FM station. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. Coming up, House Minority Leader for the Democrats here in the State House, Anthony Daniels, joining us in the 2 o'clock hour. As we proceed through this 6-hour program, so far the first 2 hours have gone well, I think, I suppose.
Yeah, it's been great. Had
Yeah.
Madeline come by.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Love her.
You didn't get any snacks?
No, not really.
Okay, that's fair.
I didn't plan on the marathon.
This guy didn't get any snacks.
I brought water for me.
Well, I bought water for myself as well.
There you go.
All right. So
we're grown folks taking care of ourselves.
You a little less cranky than you were earlier?
Not really.
Hmm.
If you had a snack, you'd be less.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Gassy.
Let's go to line one. You're on there. Who's this?
Hey, is Eddie, I was going to talk to Eddie for just a second if I could. Is he even there?
Yeah, he's here. I'll put you on hold. No, I see how it is. Not bringing snacks. Using our phone lines as like a personal.
You just made me lose the call. Call me back. I didn't bring snacks today, but that coconut or banana cream pie we brought the other day, that was delicious. Banana cream pie.
Banana cream pie.
I don't know if you it's before your time, Gilligan's Island,
Mhm.
they used to make banana cream pies on the regular, and I always fell in love with it. And I've had a few, but the one that I had the other day was amazing. Yes.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Even Greg
Sounds
gave it
real
2 thumbs
good.
up.
Well, now I'm hungry.
Me too.
Anyway, coming up with Anthony Daniels, we'll definitely be talking about the potential of making the overtime tax relief here in the great state of Alabama permanent. I
Yes.
don't know what Republican leadership wants to do with that. Last I saw was Speaker Ledbetter being worried about the cost to the
Right.
government of actually.
Right, the government, Joey.
Right. So we'll talk to Leader Daniels about that. And of course, I might bring up this whole Veterans Board overhaul fight.
All right.
See his take on it, because we've heard from a lot of folks
right.
very much against it, and a lot of Republicans as well, for and against. But it'd be good to hear
It would be.
what a House Democrat, because it's still sitting there.
I noticed it's
I've not seen
not
any
going
movement.
nowhere, is it?
I could check 1819 again, but I have not seen much
I
movement
think it's going into where.
about this. So I am very much looking forward to talking to Anthony Daniels. By the way, my op-ed, they're about to move it off the front of the page there at 1819news.com. White women and flip-floppers, or how Lindsey Graham is perfectly wretched.
I like both those things.
Cracked up Byron with that one.
You like those things.
White women and flip flops, yes.
No, white women and flip-floppers.
Oh, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Only one of those things.
I read it yesterday on air, so I probably shouldn't do that again. But
No, it was pretty good.
yeah, it's fun.
Do you think Lindsay likes both those things?
Nope.
No, Lindsay is just the perfect flip-flopper.
Yep.
Some flip-floppers flip-flop out of embarrassment, like think Toe Tap
They
and
get
Larry
caught,
Craig.
kinda, yeah.
But Lindsay, when Lindsay flip-flops, the whole world watches. He's like a weather vane that always points the way the wind's blowing. And you know what? There's some use to that. It might be a little wretched, but I think he's perfectly wretched.
And you can see that movement in real time sometimes.
Right, it's great.
He'll start a press conference, and by the end of it, he'll do a 180.
Yeah, because folks are always like, Russia's losing the war. No, Ukraine's losing the war, all this stuff. No, I'm like, I don't know who's telling the truth. They're all lying as part of war measures.
Yes.
But Lindsey Graham
throwing Zelensky under the bus is like one of the biggest signs that this thing's over for Ukraine.
Posing pictures, 45 minutes later, travesty.
Yeah.
How about this? We'll be right back.
All right.
Broadcasting from the Riverside Chevrolet Master Control Center, this is WACV Cusana, News Talk 93.1 FM. When it's Chevy, it's Riverside.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. Ukrainian President Zelensky says last week's Oval Office blow-up with President Trump was regrettable and it's time to make things right. His remarks came hours after the White House announced a pause on military aid to Ukraine. President Trump's long-threatened tariffs against Canada and Mexico have gone into effect. Both countries say they will respond with retaliatory tariffs. China retaliated with additional tariffs of up to 15% on a wide array of U.S. farm exports, among other measures. From the Vatican, the Pope is in stable condition with no new respiratory crises, but will sleep with a ventilation mask at night. On Wall Street, the Dow dropping 352 points, the Nasdaq Composite ahead 92. This is SRN News.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-504-8790. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-504-8790. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-504-8790.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
The Rich Thomas Weather Network, brought to you by Montgomery Paint and Body. From little fender benders to total body repair, MPB will fix it good as new, maybe better. For 4 decades, the Turner family has been getting you back on the road. Call 279-7325.
Well, hi, everybody. We're going to be dealing with a massive storm system, especially this evening and tonight. Winds pick up this afternoon. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour this afternoon, 40 miles per hour tonight. Then we'll be dealing with a line of strong to severe storms with damaging wind gusts and the chances of some embedded tornadoes within the line. For most of us, this will be late tonight. And, of course, our weather app will keep you on top of the action with instant push notifications for severe weather alerts. If you don't have it, go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
CB&S Bank has a long history of stability and a legacy of serving our community's needs for generations since we began in 1906. At CB&S Bank, we're here for you. All loans subject to credit approval, member FDIC and equal housing lender.
1819 News.
Severe storms are headed to the state of Alabama today. Those storms will be coming in from the states of Mississippi and Tennessee and will hit western Alabama by 5 p.m. and then move eastward throughout the state. Wind gusts are predicted to be as strong as 70 to 80 miles per hour with the chance of tornadoes forming. Southwest Alabama is being alerted for having the highest risk level for the severe weather in that area. I'll be back with more Alabama stories after this.
Are you enjoying 1819 News? If so, consider joining 1819 News as a member. As a nonprofit news organization, we depend on the support of Alabamians like you. Memberships start out as little as $5 a month, and you'll get access to exclusive content only offered to our members. You'll be supporting independent journalism done by people who cherish Alabama values. Become a member today by visiting 1819news.com and clicking Become a Member. That's 1819news.com and click Become a Member today.
The chairman of the Alabama Republican Party, John Wall, has publicly endorsed a post-election audit bill that is being sponsored by State Representative Debbie Wood. HB 30 would require a manual audit of randomly chosen precincts within each county in the state after an election. Wall says this post-election audit provides an additional layer of accountability in ensuring that every ballot is counted accurately. HB 30 did pass the Alabama House last year, but it stalled out in the state Senate due to the focus on the gambling bills. A shooting in Dallas County has injured 6 people. That shooting occurred at a trail ride in Sardis after a verbal argument broke out, and a man then pulled out a rifle and started firing into the crowd. The Dallas County Sheriff's Office say that an arrest will be made very soon. And tickets for the Hydro Fest in Guntersville are going on sale this week. The extreme water racing event will be held this coming June 7th and 8th on Lake Guntersville. I'm Andrea Tice.
For more news affecting Alabamians, go to 1819news.com. And while you're there, subscribe to the daily newsletter.
This hour of News and Views is brought to you by our good friends at Cole Plumbing, 279-8919. Cole Plumbing is number 1 in the number 2 business. You don't have to dig a hole. They have proprietary pipelining technology. Ask them about their tankless water heaters. Remember, when you have trouble with your bowl, call on Cole.
When it comes to selling your home, would you trust your biggest investment to a part-time agent? Someone who might treat your sale as a second priority? Not us. I'm Hannah Grantham.
And I'm Eddie Bader. Real estate is all we do and all we've been doing for over a decade.
That's right. We work around the clock to make sure you and your investment are top priority. We're top producing agents with a highly respected reputation for results, and we'll treat you and your sale with the respect and time you deserve.
So if you're thinking of selling, call or text us at 334-368-6358.
And let us show you how real estate is done.
The views and opinions of the following program are solely those of the host and other contributors. These do not necessarily represent those of Liberty Acquisitions 825, Blue Water Broadcasting, its management, staff, or any advertisers. It's time for Montgomery's conversational radio show. It's News and Views on News Talk 93.1 FM. To join the conversation, call 272-9228.
This is how you conduct yourself in a democracy.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. It's News and Views in the afternoon, as we call the show online, Joey Clark Live. And as promised, of course, Eddie's still here and Byron's still here. Mm-hmm. But as promised, we have now House Minority Leader Anthony Daniels in the studio. How are you doing today, sir?
Joe, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Life's all right. First question is, like, in general, before we get into specifics, in general, what's the vibe over there in the State House? How's the session going so far?
Well, I think the session is going okay. Things are moving pretty slow, which is a good thing in politics. And we're doing a dance right now. Everybody's trying to figure each other out. After the 2024 elections, so everyone is trying to see what's coming down the pipe from the federal level. And for me, I'm just trying to manage whatever is coming out from the federal level, making certain that we're tightening the belt at the state level and that we're doing things to ensure that we have some stability within the state.
And you just told me before we went on that y'all have introduced a bill for Doge?
Yeah, we have last week 3 members of my caucus did a press conference. Phil Ensler, Representative Kelvin Lawrence, Representative Kelvin Lawrence, and Representative Prince Chestnut. So we had 3. They introduced 3 bills. One of which was a government efficiency bill that dynamic scores anything that's over $50 million. That it must have a dynamic scoring so that we're not waiting to see whether it works. We're measuring along the way, and so that the appropriate adjustments can be made. We also introduced a bill to prevent the government from selling or giving away our private identity and not selling data or giving data to vendors or distributing it to anyone else to protect our privacy. And so we're just trying to focus on things to protect ourselves in the long run, to ensure that citizens, just like politicians, but also citizens in general, have some safeguards in place to keep them and their families' identity protected.
And I like both ideas very much. And the dynamic scoring plays right into what we've discussed on the show before, is making the tax relief, the tax exemption on overtime work. I'm all for making it permanent. The last I saw of it, I saw Speaker Ledbetter was coming back with that fiscal note going, it could be over $500 million. I don't know what we're going to do with this thing. I think they should make it permanent, but where is this going to go, you think?
Well, I'm going to introduce it. I'm probably going to drop it after the spring break for the permanent to make it permanent. One of the things that I'm beginning to see is that everyone is out there testing their version of a tax break or a tax relief, and none of it does what the overtime bill does. None of it increases productivity. None of the bills that have been introduced. And I know that there's a conversation about reducing the grocery tax by 1 cent. Let me say this, Joey. A year ago, eggs were a certain price.
Right.
Yeah.
It's been increased by at least $1.
At least, yeah.
So you're telling me 1 cent off the grocery tax is going to be felt by the average Alabamian?
Nope.
No. But more money in their pockets will, which is why we want to make the overtime bill permanent. We also want to look at cutting the 5% tax on the first 40 hours down to 4% to give hourly workers an opportunity to get more of their money back.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of uncertainty in the economy. Now, we talk about the tariffs. There are consequences until things get better.
Sure.
As a result of the tariffs. So we have to make the appropriate adjustments to make sure that the Alabamians have money in their pockets to pay. If there's an increase in pricing, we want to make certain that we're giving them enough money, enough of their money back, so that they can spend and that their families are not struggling. And so we're talking about rewarding hard-working people. We're not talking about giving away anything.
Right.
We're talking about rewarding hardworking people.
Now, with the overtime tax as is, what's kind of the estimated? How much is somebody keeping in their pocket?
Right now, so there are different things you'll see out there. Because there's no dynamic scoring done, except for things that I've put together. They're estimating, I saw one thing say, 3 million people worked overtime. There's no way that's possible, right? There's no way that 3 million people are hourly workers, in number one.
Right.
And there's no way that they worked overtime. So they try to take the overall number, divide it by 3 million to come up with the average amount. Well, that's not accurate.
No.
I can assure you that there are people that have shown me check stubs, $4,000 to $7,000.
Wow.
On people, especially in utility industry, it's even more.
Oh yeah.
Law enforcement,
and
our police officers are taking home more money because of our firemen are taking home more money. The people that we need on the front lines that are working hard each and every day, and all the Alabamians that are in manufacturing, they're bringing home more money.
And that 4 to 7's like a year over the year.
Yes.
Wow. No, and that goes a long way. That goes a huge.
And it goes right
way.
back into the economy. That's the part that kills me. It goes right back into the economy.
But not only does it go back into the economy, where you see the job seekers are looking for jobs in areas that offer overtime.
That's right.
So you've seen an increase in folks in the workforce participation rate as a result of it. You're also seeing the spending of hourly workers are going to spend money, right?
Yes.
They're spending money, so you're getting it back in the economy, local economy, your county tax receipts, as well as the state. And then you're when they get to the grocery store, they're spending the money back in the places that we wanted to spend. Now, I'm all for cutting the grocery tax, but I'm more interested in cutting taxes for people that are working hard each and every day. And then I think that we put money into the economy to help that local farmer, that farmer that's producing eggs, that chicken farmer that's exporting eggs. Let's incentivize them to do more business within the state of Alabama so that then they could drive more competition and drive down the cost overall. We need to do that with necessity items in general on food. So let's invest within.
Now, on the first 40 hours, what's the current rate?
5.
5. Okay.
So I think the first $500 it may be like 2%, and then I think $2,500 to $3,000 it goes up to 4%, and beyond that it's 5%.
Now, what is the response been from, say, your Republican colleagues, or what's the chance of passage of these ideas? I like them a lot.
Well, I think that it's going to be a game of chicken. I think that some Republicans will introduce some bills that they think are more popular. There's no bill out there that's more popular than overtime.
Oh, I bet.
No bill. And so I think that you're testing the waters to see which bill gets the most traction. But I will tell you that overtime is going to cause a lot of people a lot of problems if it's not extended. Because you'll see things play out in primaries, you'll see things play out in general elections, and in the state of affairs right now in the country, because when the tariffs are going to increase prices, on a lot of different items. Right now, we're beginning to see some manufacturing that's stockpiling right now and reducing production because of the uncertainty on steel. And so we're seeing that play out in manufacturing where some employees haven't even worked full time since September or October. And so I think for me, we don't understand that we have to actually make the adjustments. Whatever's going on at the federal level, we got to make adjustments so that we can stand strong within the state. And we're not making those adjustments.
You're here. And I love the idea of getting taxes off the backs of especially folks that are working an hourly wage and folks who are choosing to work extra hours. And if you're talking, even if you lowball it to $4,000 or a little less, that covers your utility payments for a year easily.
Absolutely. And think about the men and women that are on the front lines when there's tornadoes. Yeah. So utility workers across the state of Alabama are bringing home probably on average, that the ones that work overtime are bringing home average that amount of money. And so when they're beginning to see their check stubs and see that where they had the exemption and their accounts are like, oh my God. And so now they're beginning to see the impact. But anything, if we let this bill sunset and not extend it, that could be just like they're saying that the estimates are $500 million. That's a $500 million tax increase.
Yep.
But I know the numbers are not $500 million. Right. I mean, that's a bunch of baloney because there are certain months that overtime is calculated better. Now, I'll be willing to put more enforcement on the oversight to make certain that there's no fraud. I don't think is that much fraud. But if there's fraud, we can put something in the bill to put money toward enforcement and investigation. But we also need to make certain that the rules that's written are written so clear that anybody could a fifth grader can understand.
Yeah, right.
And so I think that those are some of the things that we need to tighten up. But just to say, because the productivity alone is driving our economy, is working wonders for businesses. They're more profitable. We've already seen the amount of money on the tax receipts, over $100 million in excess tax revenue just for this year alone, FY24. I mean, this past year, FY24.
Plus, they're more productive. You're getting more people working. You're getting more products out the back door.
And you're also seeing about $111 million in income tax receipts from individuals as a result of making more money.
So as far as the political horse trading, how does someone in the minority work with the majority and get something like this that seems practical for the working men and women of Alabama? How do we get that included into some kind of tax package?
Let me be clear. There are a lot of Republicans that actually support this bill.
I bet.
But you have those that are concerned about the cost, and rightfully so. I understand that. But when you dynamic score it, it says we're bringing in more money because of it. Take away the overtime and people working overtime. How do those companies export or produce at the rate that they're producing right now? There was a 13.65% increase in production. I mean, in corporate tax receipts in FY 2024 alone.
Is it fair to say that we could afford this?
Yes, we can afford it, without a doubt. It's just that we got to start tightening the belt, which is why the efficiency piece is important. Let's start cutting waste in other areas. If we want to really pay for it, if you're saying we can't pay for it, we can use the interest from some of the money that we've already brought in, that we have in these savings accounts. You can use the interest from that to pay for it. There are a lot of ways to pay for it.
So just to underline the point and see if my understanding's right. Say everything you're pushing out there, it gets through. People agree this passes. It wouldn't require raising taxes elsewhere necessarily, and it wouldn't require massive cuts either to the ETF or the general fund.
Absolutely not. We're bringing in enough money to where it is. When they talked about 230 million, when I did the calculations, we've brought in it's $400 and some million as a result of the overtime work. Companies are more profitable. Individuals are making more. What they're spending.
They're spending. Put it right back in.
So help me understand. And then one more thing I'll tell you. Personal property tax for businesses. Why are we, if I bought a chair or I bought something in my business, why in the world am I paying the government more money after I've already paid taxes on it every year? That's ridiculous.
It is. Wow. No, and all this makes so much sense. I've seen op-ed, like I think Representative Danny Garrett put out that we have Doge. It's called Republican leadership, and if you compare the whole what was before, there has been improvement in, say, the fiscal situation here in the state. That's for certain. But it seems to me the surpluses are almost too much, and it would be great to give relief to business owners and workers at the same time, and we can afford it.
The people that make our community great and makes our state move in the direction that it is moving in.
Who's pushing back against dynamic scoring and why?
That's what I want to know. It really caused a fuss here last week. I understand. I was out of town. I was at the hospital when I got the call on Thursday about kind of some of the what was going on. And so, but I will say this to be fair. I think that even Representative Garrett believes that overtime bill is a great thing. I think the speaker believes it as well. And so rightfully so, they are concerned about the cost of it. However, when you dynamic score it, it doesn't cost any more than anything else we've passed, but it's the only thing that actually brings the returns that we need.
Yep.
Name one other thing that bring in the returns that this bill has brought in.
I don't even think you have to me personally, you don't even have to pitch it to me that way. Because when you say the cost of it, the cost to the taxpayer or the cost to the government. And if the government has to take a little bit of a diet and tighten its belt, and the taxpayer, they get to keep more of their money, then I'm all for that situation.
Because
so you don't have to sell me anymore.
Right.
I mean,
this is great. No, I think it's great. And I mean, folks don't know what is dynamic score.
Well, dynamic scoring is really figuring out, looking to see what's actually happening. Is it yielding the returns that it is intended? Its intended purpose. Right. The intended purpose was to increase workforce participation. It did that, but also making companies more profitable. It did that. Right. Putting more money in the pockets of individuals that are working. It did that. Putting more money in the economy. It did that. Yeah. And when you look at the amount of money that's being brought in as a result of the overtime, more people looking for work in those sectors. And so the now hiring signs are coming down. Right. So you don't have to do all that. And so when you look at the return that is yielding, there's nothing else that compares to it. Not even incentives to bring in companies doesn't even compare to this.
Well, and yeah, it makes sense to me, obviously, because people aren't just these static automatons just moving money around. This more money in your pocket gives an incentive to do all sorts of other things. Yep. So you have to account for these incentives.
Absolutely.
These effects.
Absolutely. And there are times to be conservative, but there are times to give the people that are hardworking people the money that they've earned back, more of their money back.
Well, I like what I'm hearing.
People who operate on tighter margins, they need the most input.
Yeah.
They need the most help. In uncertain times economically with costs rising, I mean, those are the people who need the most help.
And Eddie, guesstimate, how much do you think rents have gone up?
Oh, well, in this area, 30% easy.
Oh, I can account. Mine went from $695 to what I was told was going to be $1,100.
Yeah.
$1,100.
Yeah.
$695.
30%, and I'm not doing nothing but painting it.
Try living in Huntsville.
Yeah. How's it going up there?
Well, we're still growing.
Right.
We're building. We're growing.
Humble brag.
Hopefully, Space Command will be brought into Huntsville, which will give us more opportunities. We're averaging about 100. Last time I checked, 100 people a week moving into the area. Now that people are going back to work in person, businesses are going to be probably more businesses are going to start showing popping up. More houses are going to pop up because people want to be more conveniently located to where they're working. They're working on Redstone Arsenal. They're working for the FBI and all of that. When folks are thinking that, hey, I'll be able to work remote, and they thought that this was going to be the way of life, then I would say that maybe we need to measure and really measure how we grow and how fast we grow. But right now, we have DC traffic and Atlanta traffic.
Oh, yeah.
Is
on
there
565.
Is there any sort of major project for any sort of a interstate or major connector from Huntsville directly to Atlanta?
Well, not necessarily, not right now. I think that I wish, for me, I'm all about rail. Taking the existing infrastructures that are put in place. We got a lot of rail tracks
loaded.
all
Yeah, we
over the
do.
state of Alabama. I think that we can certainly look at utilizing those. I think that when you talk about rural communities, if we want people to kind of live and build in their communities, let's figure out ways to get them to and closer to their jobs in our major cities, because a lot of the employment and manufacturing is in major cities. So if I'm living in Jasper, I take a train to Jasper, run once or twice a day, maybe 2 or 3 times a day for first and second shift, and you get a corridor to where they're going to get dropped off at work. So it is safer. It's more. It gives the person an opportunity to relax on the. I mean, I just think that we got to start thinking a little bit more strategically, so that we don't have one car can hold up the entire day on 65.
I bet you if you took a subway idea to 280 at about 4:30 in the afternoon, I bet you it'd pass up there.
Yeah. And by the way, Eddie, you know the rule.
If you get a cough, please leave the room.
All right.
Caught me by surprise.
No, it's fine. And we got to hit a break here in a second. But I got to put this out here. It's now at the top of the page at 1819news.com. And they're reporting on Punch Bowl News is reporting. And Punch Bowl's sort of that, you can wake up early in the morning. They've got all the inside DC gossip and all this stuff. They're now reporting that Senator Tuberville is telling everybody he's running for governor. Now, this has been rumored and speculated about for months now, but to see Punch Bowl sort of putting it out there that he's telling a lot of folks he's doing it, I mean, it makes me reaction.
Well, I said this 2 years ago, and every Republican that I said it to said I was out of my mind. That there's no way that he would even be interested in that he's enjoying D.C. I said, I'm telling you. I said, D.C. is a very interesting place. I've been there in a different capacity, but in an elected position from an organization. D.C. is very different. And, someone that's had the freedom to move around and be free, like Senator Tuberville, I didn't feel that he saw an opportunity to really, it didn't seem like but I mean, think about it. His first choice was running for governor in Alabama. It wasn't the U.S. Senate.
Right.
That was an afterthought.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so a lot of people go back to their original thoughts if they feel that there's a path there.
Well, and folks might be like, well, is he on the bubble with this or whatnot? I mean, I've interviewed him since, but there was one interview I did with him where I just asked, hey, Coach, how's it going in D.C.? Joey, it's a bunch of Satanists. I don't think he likes it. Nope. Well, that just came out. Good to see.
And sometime when you have a grandbaby arrive,
Right, so you want to get home a little bit, yeah.
There you go, man. That shakes things up for 2026. But, folks, we've been talking with House Minority Leader Anthony Daniels, and we'll hit this break. Be right back.
Want to carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
Since 1966, Alabama Sheriff's Youth Ranches has been more than just a place to stay. It's been a place to belong. For children facing hardships through no fault of their own, our ranches provide more than shelter. We offer a warm home, a loving family, and a future filled with hope. With open arms, we welcome these young hearts, giving them the love, structure, and guidance they need to heal, grow, and thrive in a warm Christian environment. Together, we can give Alabama's children the chance they deserve, a chance to dream, to succeed, and to feel truly cherished. Every donation stays within Alabama, directly impacting the lives of the children who need it most. Join us in making a difference. Visit AlabamaSheriff'sYouthRanches.org. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and download our app from your app store. We'd be honored to have you as a part of our mission to lift up Alabama's youth. And remember this. It's easier to build boys and girls than to repair men and women.
For too long, Alabama's statewide news companies have shamed us for our conservative Christian values. Alabama deserves a news company that cherishes our culture, a company that isn't bought and paid for by the powers that be. 1819 News is that company. Run by Alabamians for Alabamians, 1819 News celebrates what is good and beautiful about our state, while exposing those who work against our values in secret. Just go to 1819news.com to learn more. Subscribe to our newsletter. That's 1819news.com. This hour of News and Views is brought to you by our good friends at Cole Plumbing, 279-8919. Cole Plumbing is number one in the number two business. You don't have to dig a hole. They have proprietary pipelining technology. Ask them about their tankless water heaters. Remember, when you have trouble with your bowl, call on Cole.
Adams Drugs has been committed to the healthcare of the people of the River Region for over 62 years. We value the trust each customer has in our pharmacists, techs, and entire staff. If you have not experienced the difference of Adams Drugs and are not satisfied with the customer service that you get in the big box stores, we invite you to visit any of our locations and see how committed we are to your satisfaction. Adams Drugs offers a variety of services that you will not find in all pharmacies in the River Region. Personalized compounding, area-wide delivery, wellness screenings, immunizations, medication consultations, and specialized packaging, just to name a few. Visit us at our website, adamsdrugs.net, and find the location nearest you. Adams Drugs has 12 convenient locations to serve you. Your satisfaction is our #1 goal. Adams Drugs is your local Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
The Rich Thomas Weather Network is brought to you by Ernest Financial.
If you're tired of losing your money in the stock market, call David Ernest, 334-279-7431. Ernest Financial, LLC.
Rich Thomas Weather.
Well, hi, everybody. We're going to be dealing with a massive storm system, especially this evening and tonight. Winds pick up this afternoon. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour this afternoon, 40 miles per hour tonight. Then we'll be dealing with a line of strong to severe storms with damaging wind gusts and the chances of some embedded tornadoes within the line. For most of us, this will be late tonight. And, of course, our weather app will keep you on top of the action with instant push notifications for severe weather alerts. If you don't have it, go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
Budget Floors and More is your low price leader for everything you need for flooring and DIY flooring installation supplies. For the best prices on luxury vinyl plank, carpet, ceramic tile, flooring installation supplies, and more, shop Budget Floors and More, Hunter Lane across from Del Rey to Publix.
On FM, on your smartphone, and online, the River Region's most trusted voice. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. Again, we have House Minority Leader Anthony Daniels here in the studio with us. And we're talking the state legislative session. One topic that has not gone away, we've covered it. I've interviewed, I've lost count of how many times I've interviewed Admiral Kent Davis, and many others on this issue. So I just wanted to get your sense of where is this going? Because I know it's passed through the Senate. This overhaul of the Veterans Board is sort of stuck in the House. It wasn't on the calendar yesterday. It's like, so what's your sense of this?
Well, right now, I'll tell you that we've been getting a lot of calls from veterans in our districts. In fact, I've been getting overwhelming calls and emails from veterans in my district opposing this. Their comments have been, oh, well, you know, we've been in existence for 80 years, and we've done it this way for 80 years, and we've done it well. And they point to examples of the, the memorial in Spanish Fort. They talk about a number of other projects that they've taken on. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, they're saying that why now? And they don't want politics involved in they want to be independent just like they are. And politics being brought into it is something that so, you know, you can't help but to listen when folks are coming at you continuously about this. And then those that thinks it is a good thing just haven't made the argument to convince me otherwise. And so I just, you know, and I'm speaking for me as an individual on the people that have reached out to me. Right. And I'll find out today and tomorrow from other members when we have a discussion about it. To see kind of where they are on it, you know, kind of what they're hearing. Are they hearing from people in their community? Maybe I'm just hearing from people, and maybe they're not. But
have you heard a good reason why? Like that's where I've been like, why now?
And I haven't heard that. And I think that in all due respect for the governor, I want to make certain her office give them a chance to talk me through this and why it's a good thing. And because in reading the bill, it didn't come out to me in the bill. And so I just want to, because I have a tremendous amount of respect for the governor, and been supportive of a lot of the initiatives that she's pushed. But it's just, when you hear from your constituents, you have to listen to your constituents, because they're the ones that put you there. And I want to make certain that I'm giving them the respect that they need, and I'm putting myself in their shoes. If I was a veteran and I'm coming to you as someone that's in the community that's being impacted, then my job is to listen.
Not to just try to get a sound bite. This headline, though, at 1819 News, Jeff Poor put up, is just too good. I know you're in the House side. The Senate side does their own thing, and maybe you'll just be diplomatic about this. But here's the headline, quote, "If they don't like it, they can take their ass home. Senate Minority Leader Singleton doubles down on filibuster." And to me, I'm like, this is just how business gets done over there. Folks talk a long time. But sometimes I also sense that when I see somebody at the podium, I'm not trying to pick on Singleton necessarily, but when I see somebody at the podium and they're filibustering and they know the camera's on, the mic's on, like, it seems like to me behind the scenes, the relationships are a lot better than maybe folks might get the impression when you're at the podium.
They are. I think that sometimes when you're at the podium, you're sending a message. My caucus does it as well. We filibuster calendar when there are things that are disagreements and things that have not been worked out, or if we feel that our voices have not been heard. That's our only opportunity to actually get our message across. And so we take that time to talk about what it is that's on our mind, or it gives someone like myself an opportunity to negotiate behind the scenes, to have conversations, to work things out. And so it's really a strategy, a tool that you have in the toolbox. You don't have any other tool in the rules, within the rules, because you don't have the numbers. Right. And so when you don't have the numbers, it's expected that you want to be able to get your point across in a way that either agitates or irritates a person to where they start compromising, want to compromise, because really they don't have to, and they can run you over. But who wants to be in a very contentious relationship for 4 years? Right. Because we all go to dinner together, we hang out together, and to be honest with you, Joey, hell, we vote about 90% together. Right. And so I think that being out of respect for the members, I think that those individuals that are pushing back on filibustering probably have never been in the minority.
Fair enough.
Have a conversation with a Republican that's been in the minority, and then come back to me.
Well, and you also get these weird confluences of interest and incentives to where the things, again, not picking on them, say Smitherman or Singleton, really play well with their folks in their base. Sure. And that also, strangely, the things they say play well with the Republican base for other reasons. So it's sort of kind of a win-win for everybody. You pissed off a certain group of folks, it makes another group of folks happy, and then everybody's kind of hunky-dory about it.
Well, they operate a little bit different than we do. I think that for us, there's been changes to our rules to reduce the amount of time that we can filibuster and among other things. And so what we've had to do is make some additional adjustments. And I've made those adjustments, and those adjustments are working. And so for me, if I have to come down to Montgomery every day and I'm not afforded the opportunity to voice my concerns that my constituents have sent me to do, I represent 45,000 people just like anyone else. Mm-hmm. And my constituents deserve to have their voices heard. And if I'm unable to get their voices heard on the House floor, I'm going to do it in other ways. And so whatever it takes for me to have my voice heard and my constituents' voices heard, that's what I'm going to do. That's what any representative.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
Let your people know you've got a voice.
Absolutely.
They've got a voice, yeah.
Now, one issue I care about a lot, and Of have to reach out to Representative Mike Shaw and Representative Phil Ensler about this, but have you seen much about when it comes to cryptocurrency and any of those bills dropped yet?
I haven't seen anything. In fact, I got a meeting with Mike Shaw here today at 6:00. We'll be meeting with a group that's coming in, and so a delegation from Japan we'll be visiting with, and so we haven't seen any movement thus far. I'm on the oversight. I'm on a committee, the task force, around that, but we've not really heard anything. I've had conversations with some of the folks that represent crypto, and they've not come to me with an actual solution. I think that all of us are probably in wait and see mode from the federal level,
right?
And then using what happens at the federal level to determine how we move forward and at the state level, so that it either complements the federal level or it positions us to be able to take advantage of what happens at the federal level.
Yeah, and I guess the holdup is David Sachs, the AI and crypto czar. They have that task force, and I guess they're going to be meeting for a few months to figure out exactly what they want to do. Though Bitcoin just had a price spike, came back down a little bit, though, after President Trump said, oh, no, we're definitely doing the crypto strategic reserve, which would be quite something. I would love to see the state be on the cutting edge as this is. If the feds are going to adopt it, I think we need to be right on top of it ourselves.
Well, I think that there are some folks that are keeping a close eye on it. There's not been necessarily a coalition of people that have actually, sound the alarm. I think there are a lot of other pressing issues in the state that people are really zeroed in on. And so, I've not had anyone come to me really recently about this particular issue. It's been regarding healthcare and other issues, taxes and other things that we've been in really heated conversations about, and folks posturing to get their piece of legislation in front of the other. And so it's been a little bit different and a little chaotic.
Well, and before I let you go, is there anything I'm leaving on the table, like something you're really working on, you really want to tell the folks out there?
Well, I think that for me, with the overtime bill, I think that those individuals that are out there that have family members that work in manufacturing or work in general across the state of Alabama, that have been afforded the opportunity to work overtime and to be able to look at their check stubs and see how this has helped them and their families, is the difference between buying medicine and buying some additional groceries for the family for that month, or taking your family out for a meal and patronizing a local restaurant or any other business. And so I think that for me, the legislators, House members and senators and the governor's office need to hear from you. We don't want this we don't want the overtime to go away, cutting the taxes on overtime to go away. We want to keep it in place, but it's not going to stay in place unless the people of Alabama speak to their representatives and their senators to let them know that this is something that's impacted me, impacted my family. This is something that I care about. This is my hard-earned working money. I've already given you 5% of my first 40 hours, and by God, finally I'm able to get back 5% of the from the overtime. And then besides, the federal government is looking at it. It's not a guarantee it's going to go through yet in the federal government. It's just out there as an idea.
At least they're talking about it.
And so, from a Republican standpoint, how can a Republican be against something that the President of the United States is for?
Well, and I completely agree. I don't know if you saw my op-ed weekly column there at 1819 News last week. I think the headline was GOP supermajority may raise taxes over $500 million on the backs of the hardest working Alabamians. And I'll just be straight up. When I heard the speaker say it could be over $500 million, I'm like, this cuts the other way.
Yeah.
Like if it could be over $500 million, you're about to raise taxes over $500 million. So I'm in agreement. I don't know why we haven't done this already. I think you're right with the sort of overhaul with the tariffs and this sort of remaking of so much of how our economy runs nationwide. It'd be great to give workers some relief here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I agree. And I would tell you that, I saw the comments from the speaker, and with all respect for him, I really think he's been hearing from his constituents as well about it and how popular it is. And I think that if he didn't feel that, he's probably getting advice from people that are in more the budget area, which I don't know how they can come up with it. They just look at the numbers. They don't look at the overall impact, and that's their job. And I understand that. But I think that at the end of the day, he got to think about the hardworking men and women and what they're faced with today, and look at the number of people that are actually going to lose their job. Who's going to make up for the amount of money that we're losing in the economy just from the job losses?
Yep.
In Alabama, and North Alabama in particular, hell, we depend on federal government for employment. And so there's a lot of uncertainty. People are closing their wallets a little bit. They're being more conservative. But who's going to spend dollars? Hourly workers. They're the ones spending the dollars. And so you either tank the economy or you keep the economy going. Even if you say, I want to do an extension for a year and a half, with some measures in place to identify fraud and do investigation and all of that. But I don't see any other way. This is a political suicide move.
Here. Well, it was great seeing you, sir.
You too, man.
Well, I got to hit this break. First, though, folks, this part of the program brought to you by Montgomery Men's Health. And they're at Montgomery Men's Health. They're ready to help you fellas out, especially if you're feeling run down and tired all the live long day. No energy to speak up, always tired and physically and mentally. You're also seeing loss of muscle mass, unwanted weight gain. It's not like you're eating more or working out less, but that's still happening. No sex drive to speak of. That's no fun. Well, it could be, if you're feeling all these things, that you're experiencing low testosterone. And the providers there at Montgomery Men's Health will conduct a testosterone-focused lab workup plus a consultation for only $99. And they have low T treatments there that can truly change men's lives. Men after treatment can experience higher energy, better gains in the gym.
Brother.
I'm sorry, brother. Better mental clarity, improved sleep patterns, a faster metabolism, and you usually even notice an increased libido, and you can actually book the same day that you call. That number, 440-3663. That's 440-3663, or go to MontgomeryMen'sHealth.com to book your appointment today.
He may not know whether he's coming or going, but whether you're going to work or coming home, Greg Budell is there. Mornings, 6 till 9, and afternoons, 3 till 6. Only on News Talk 93.1 FM, WACV.
This is James Cole with Cole Plumbing, and I want to thank Blue Water Broadcasting. I have been advertising with them for several years, and they have brought me quality business. I really appreciate them.
Did you know that radio is the #1 reach platform in all of media? It's true. Call us to find out how to put radio's #1 reach to work for your business. Blue Water Broadcasting. Local folks helping local business.
When you need a new door or window replaced, you want someone experienced who delivers expert craftsmanship every time. Davis Door and Sash. Right now, you can get a tax incentive for installing energy-efficient doors and windows. Mention this ad and get 10% off materials. Davis Door and Sash was voted best of the River Region in windows and installation in 2024. We'd love to work for you. Call 334-288-6010 or visit DavisDoorandSashAlabama.com. Davis Door and Sash is the perfect fit for your home.
This hour of News and Views is brought to you by our good friends at Cole Plumbing, 279-8919. Cole Plumbing is #1 in the #2 business. You don't have to dig a hole. They have proprietary pipelining technology. Ask them about their tankless water heaters. Remember, when you have trouble with your bowl, call on Cole.
When news happens, you'll hear about it first. The River Region's most trusted voice. News Talk 93.1 FM, WACV.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. Well, Byron had to scoot, and always great seeing Anthony Daniels.
Oh, man, it's great. Love the work he's doing.
Yeah, like, I was sitting there waiting for, like, what's the catch here? And
right.
Like, no, that's fantastic.
It was wonderful.
Like, let's get on it.
In fact, that was the caller I had off air that really appreciated the interview. So it was a great interview. This is a great guy. In fact, he said he's got 40,000 constituents. If he lived in that district, he'd have his vote too.
Well, in particular, like, you see the fiscal note on this, and I think he's right on the dynamic thing. I mean, conservatives have been making that argument for how long on the federal level when we argue about this? So I think the dynamic scoring is just the right way to go about looking into stuff.
Well, not only that,
but also on top of that, my one concern was, okay, if you're going to cut taxes that much are you going to have to raise them in another spot, or are you going to have to actually do massive cuts within the budget, whether ETF or general fund? And the answer being no.
No.
And maybe there are some folks out there that would argue with that, saying there's a reason we want this surplus or whatever, and yada, yada, yada. There, of course, are always arguments. But understanding his perspective on this, I'm like, it seems like common sense to me.
Yeah. As a blue-collar guy that gets frustrated with government, and again, frustrated again because of this state is great with funds, so much so we bought a bridge last year. So give us a break. I mean, literally, just give us a break. You know, they're worried about, what if we come up short on a budget? When has the government ever come up short on a budget and didn't have a fix?
Right. Well, and then he added that I didn't know. So there's a constant assessment of all property you bought into your business. Really?
Yeah, there's a depreciation, but there's also a cost. Yeah.
Well, these chairs have clearly depreciated, so
Way
we can write
beyond.
it off. All right.
Right, but it's one of those it's one of those trade out deals. It just makes it makes the tax system ridiculous. It really does.
Very subjective.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a 1099 guy,
yeah.
Not to give away all my business, in part, I've learned that.
Yeah.
That you better account for everything you do because you might be able to write it.
Well, as a single guy, the tax man loves you, man. They really do.
Mm-hmm. No, I've gotten a little wiser than I was a few years ago with all that. But hey, this part of the program brought to you by Dylan Rings, and they're at Dylan Rings. Josh and Leslie Ryder are ready to help you out. Again, they are a full service jewelry shop.
That's right.
So that means they can do that spa treatment. Say you got a piece of jewelry you wear every day because you love it. It's part of who you are at this point.
Yeah.
Like you're not you without that special ring or bracelet or necklace. But because you wear it every day, it looks a little worn out.
Maybe.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Well, what if it could shine and shimmer like it's brand new all over again?
That'd probably take weeks, though, Joey. It's got weeks.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Josh Ryder, he had a quick turnaround time. He can make it shine and shimmer like it's brand new all over again. You can also do repair work. So say you broke one of your favorite things or a stone's coming loose. Say,
ooh, that's not good.
Like it's not set as well. They can help with that. Of course, Josh Ryder is a master of custom design work. Maybe you want to combine two pieces of jewelry. Maybe you want to make something that you dreamt up just out of your imagination. He can do that for you. Did you see the AI he put together where it was like an anchor?
Yeah.
That's a little too much.
We talk about
It's
funky fresh medallions, man.
But I know you and I have both gotten fairly strong backs.
Yeah.
We're no Marjorie Taylor
That's
Greene.
true. That's very true,
But
Joey.
that's a little much. The point is they can do it all there. Of course, appraisals and that inventory that Leslie puts together. Well, it's truly special. High-end items to everyday items. So y'all check out Dylan Rings today, and I highly encourage you to go to their Facebook page so you can see, the specials going on for the month of March, because Josh's birthday is March 5th. Tomorrow, happy birthday early, fella. You can get the two aquamarine rings for 50% off that they're showcasing on Facebook today. That's the birthstone for March.
Beautiful.
But they'll also celebrate with 50% off of in-store merchandise. Sale ends March 31st.
Okay, so we got to the end of the month.
So y'all get by there. That's 119 Brown Springs Road. And be sure to tell Josh and Leslie that Joey and Eddie, those fellas on the radio, sent you. So this is about the time where we start winding down normally.
Yeah.
But the show will continue because Greg Budell had to get his tooth fixed.
Right. And I see Pamela Dubuque right out in the green room there.
Pamela, you're going to give up that seat for her?
Of course.
Yeah. You're going to stick around for a little while?
Yeah, I got about another hour or so in me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to go get snacks, you might be able to.
I don't want to ruin my dinner.
What's your dinner?
I don't know. Oh, tacos. I'm having tacos tonight.
Oh, you're having tacos.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin it because it's going to be me making them.
Hard-shelled or
Actually, I bought the kit, so we got them both.
Oh, yeah, both. Nice. You like the meat spicy?
I do, but we just do the typical little taco mix stuff.
Okay.
Not like the restaurant. The restaurant really, you're going to do it, they do it right. But nah, I got some stuff off the shelf.
Right.
And throw a jalapeno in there and cut it up. Don't tell Susanna.
Good. You're going to be eating tacos while you're watching the president?
Yep. Yeah. I'm really curious, man. I know that they're planning on doing some shenanigans tonight, but whatever.
Shenanigan?
Whatever becomes of that. Whatever.
It's what I was just saying with Anthony Daniels. It sometimes pissing off a certain group of folks makes other people happy, so it's a wash.
I get it, except when show some decorum. I mean, you can do that outside.
Really?
No, I knew that's
in this day and age. Really?
You're right.
Decorum?
It's like this a church. If you got an issue with a church, you don't bust up there in the middle of church. Have some decorum. That's all I'm saying.
Can you do me a favor and get in touch with our good friend Bray Walls there? Well, folks, coming up, we're going to keep hitting a lot of stories here. Of course, we've yet to really delve into the details of the pause on all military aid to Ukraine. It's a temporary pause. We'll see how long temporary means. It's a temporary pause until, quote, peace attitude changes. But some folks saying, no, actually the mineral deal might be signed in short order. Maybe, very well, in this joint session speech tonight, they'll announce that they have the deal signed. Who knows? We shall see. Of course, we also didn't get to this. BlackRock agrees to purchase Panama Canal ports from Chinese companies.
I think I saw that go across the ticker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a huge win.
BlackRock.
Well, yeah, but it's at least an American company.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. At least it's back in our hand.
Of course, the tariffs, we'll see who's right about all this. I think I don't like any taxes.
Neither do I, but my money's on Donnie from Queens.
Yeah, and Trudeau saying it's going to hurt too much. Talking to his Canadian fellas, like, it's going to hurt a
Isn't he
little
supposed
bit.
to have quit by now anyway? Didn't he quit?
I wish. Go away, Justin.
I thought he did. I thought he quit.
Let's go to Ray Bowles from Prattville Carpet. Hey, Ray.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Pretty good, Ray. How you doing, bro?
Good, good. Did you like that picture I sent you?
I did.
Yeah, what is that?
The backstory. We had the Mardi Gras parade this fall this weekend, and somehow or another we got put on cleanup duty.
Yeah.
Okay, and so they were going to fix. They were going to pop the big balloon thing that all the women love so much.
Right.
And buy. And she's like, "Hey, wait a minute. Can I have that?" I'm like, "For what, Angie? What are you going to? How are you even going to get it home?" She said, "Well, Winnie's birthday, my granddaughter's birthday, is today. And it falls on what is today? Mardi Gras. Falls on Mardi Gras, right? You should have seen us driving through Prattville Sunday afternoon with that in the back of my truck. Angie's driving, and the whole time I'm getting the balloons and making them go up and down.
Yeah.
Really violently, and Angie's like, "Wait, stop it! I look like an idiot."
I mean, it's a whole train of balloons. It's what is that, about
awesome.
20 feet long?
Oh yeah, so tell what they paid for that thing.
Good
so I'm going
Lord.
to convince Winnie that we loved her so much that we did a balloon bouquet. When the next one comes up, we're like, "No, we're not doing that again."
Yeah, lesson learned. Oh, that's super cute.
It turned out really good. Hey, but listen, in all seriousness, if y'all need a floor, call us 285-8117. Call Chad, because I'm fixing to go home, and we got everybody coming over tonight and start getting things ready for the family and celebrate Winnie's sixth birthday.
Sixth
Still not
birthday.
getting home.
That's
awesome.
So
That's awesome.
You think you're old until you have a granddaughter that's turning 6.
Yeah.
But Dad said you're really old when your youngest turns 50.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, then you're really feeling it.
Yeah.
So, yep. All right. Well, it seems to be party mode at the Bowles house, so I'm going to let y'all go.
All right. See you, Ray.
Appreciate it, Ray. Or how about when your eldest grandson turns 36 and lives with you?
That's just cool.
Actually, it's kind of working out great.
Dude, I'm telling you.
And, there are moments I've
so
talked to
cool.
him about it where it's like, I should be out there on my own and all. And finally, I was like, damn, my pride.
Yeah, dude.
Like, these are some of the best years.
I give you a hard
I'm
time
living
about
right
it,
now.
but I think it's the greatest thing ever. I mean,
Yeah.
Kind of jealous.
Working out really well for the both of us.
Yeah.
Let's go to line 1. You're on there. Who's this?
Joey, this is Sam calling from Pike County. I'm looking for a place to hang out in Montgomery, and with you and the father, I think that'd be a good mix. So I'd like to come over and make my own personal mess. And hello.
Hello, caller. Are you there?
What do you mean by your own person? Actually,
No,
don't
no,
answer
no,
that.
no.
Don't answer that. I don't want to know.
I like to scratch.
Yeah, no, and people are gonna come over to give communion to my grandfather, and they'll be like, "Who's that guy scooting his butt across the carpet?"
It's your grandpa.
wrong with that guy?
That's right. It's your grandpa. Yeah.
Got worms.
Hey, listen, no. In all seriousness, hey guys, if I've heard it, since the election of President Trump, I've heard it once. I've heard it 100 times. The people saying, talking heads, what did they say? We're going to have to beat the Democrats twice. I don't know if that means like midterm or the full-blown election, but these people, they're there. They're hateful, delusional. It's crazy. They're just running. They haven't gone anywhere, and they're anyways. Sure, they got to stick their head up and be ugly, but
sure.
But they're going to have to be beat again for the philosophy, and I've kind of bought into that. So I just wanted to throw that out there, guys.
Well, can the sergeant of arms do something? Like if somebody speaks up, can he?
No, I mean, you got to really violate the rules for the sergeant
Yeah,
at arms
yeah,
to get his
yeah.
big old butt up. I mean, he's sergeant
Yeah,
at
man.
arms, but he's sitting up there
Oh,
fat and happy, just eating his body
Yeah,
weight every
man.
night. Like, 'cause I'm the sergeant
Why
at
don't
arms.
they have
Like,
Marjorie Taylor
I don't know why
Greene
I'm
as the
saying all that.
sergeant?
I know nothing about the sergeant.
I would think if there's a disruption, that's his whole point, is to bring that
Yeah.
disruption to a close.
Let me say this to Joey. Joey, the lifestyle of D.C., we can't underestimate it. Everything we've seen is just glut, 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 and hopefully that's the. Like I said, that's. Damn it. Anyways, hopefully that's being slowed down a little bit. Tacos. Last thing, my favorite. I love the flat bottoms. My homemade tacos have gotten so good, I've just quit going to Taco Bell. It's a shame. But,
Well, I hope so. Taco
yeah,
Bell's
I
not
don't know,
me.
man. But guys, thanks for a great show. Joey, it's always good. The local radio is the best. I just wanted to say that.
Appreciate it, Sam.
See you, Sammy.
Taco Bell. They have these little things that are roll-ups you can dip and stuff now.
Really thought about getting them the other day, but
it's not real food, though.
It's not. It's not.
I don't know what that stuff is.
Well, I know
I feel like I need to be listening to Flock of Seagulls while eating that stuff.
The beans come dry. You got to add water.
I don't even get the beans.
Oh, you're missing out on the best part.
You gotta
beans.
refry yourself. It's a dehydrated refry. Then you use your own water.
It comes in as a powder.
Anyway, we got to hit this break. We should have Rich Thomas calling in.
Oh,
giving us a
cool.
weather update about the storm rolling through tonight. Y'all stay tuned.
Broadcasting from the Riverside Chevrolet Master Control Center, this is WACV Cusana, News Talk 93.1 FM. When it's Chevy, it's Riverside.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi says Arab leaders have endorsed Egypt's post-war plan for the Gaza Strip. It would allow roughly 2 million Palestinians to remain in the territory. It was unclear if Israel or the U.S. would accept that plan. Some Democrats are declining to attend President Donald Trump's address to Congress. The White House says the president's theme is renewal of the American dream. He speaks tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. Mississippi's first black lawmaker of the 20th century has died. Robert G. Clark died at home in Holmes County. Carl Dean, Dolly Parton's husband of nearly 60 years, has died. The country music superstar says Dean died Monday in Nashville, Tennessee. He was 82. This is SRN News.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-504-8790. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-504-8790. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-504-8790.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of Wiley Sanders Truck Lines, where over-the-road dump truck drivers are needed right now. Home twice a week and every weekend. Must leave early on Sunday with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Call them now at 855-777-9785.
We actually have the man himself on the phone line. Hey, Rich. How you doing?
It's live, Rich. Hi, Joey. How are you?
I'm great. Ready for another 3 hours.
I was going to say, what a long day you've had. Well, it may be a long day for Richie, too. Or, later on tonight, be back there covering some storms. We got an interesting storm system. Let me kind of lay the land out for you here.
Okay.
First of all, you notice how windy it's been today?
Yes.
Winds are gusting at 44 miles per hour out at Montgomery Airport right this second. And it could even get stronger than that. Any small trees can come down tonight. Winds will continue to gust like this. In New Orleans, where it's Fat Tuesday, winds are gusting over 60 miles per hour. Not in a storm, just regular, what we call synoptic winds. And that's because of this mega storm affecting many states. It's over Missouri right now, and it has record low pressure. In fact, it's going to break a March record for the continental U.S. as far as barometric pressure. So there's this direct relationship between pressure and wind, and that's why we are so windy. We have a wind advisory in effect, and I think we could see some wind gusts in the 50, 60 mile an hour range outside of thunderstorms.
Wow.
Now, when we get into the line of strong storms later tonight, and we will, it's currently over Louisiana. Well, actually, it's coming into Mississippi. It's let me look here. It's over Jackson, Mississippi right now, with severe thunderstorms and the risk of tornadoes. And it's about to bear down on Baton Rouge and New Orleans on Fat Tuesday. They've already canceled several parades. I've never seen that. You know, I've been in the Deep South for 47 years. They never cancel anything on Mardi Gras Day, but they did today. So here's the deal. Right now we have nothing in Alabama. Not a drop of rain, no watches, no warning. The tornado watch starts at the Mississippi-Alabama line. It goes till 7, but later on tonight there will be a tornado watch in effect for us. So what can we expect? First of all, these strong winds will continue throughout the night tonight. In fact, half the day tomorrow. So the wind advisory goes till 3 o'clock tomorrow. So the line of thunderstorms will be barreling through in through West Alabama, in just past let's say sunset, and then into Central Alabama. The best window of time I could give you right now for the river region might be 8 p.m. to midnight, somewhere in that time range.
Okay.
I think it'll be a fairly quick event, but there could be in the line up to 80 mile an hour winds and maybe some embedded tornadoes as we go through the evening hours tonight. So it's quite a storm system. And in the cold air side of it, it's a blizzard. There is a major blizzard going on. So this is a multifaceted storm system. But welcome to March. This is what we expect here in March. Tomorrow will be still windy, but the storms will be gone. In fact, after midnight, I think we're pretty much done with that storm business, and it becomes a problem for Georgia and southeast Alabama by that time. So there you go, Joey. A rock and roll night for Rich and for all of us. And if you have our weather app on your phone or tablet, you may hear my voice coming out of your phone tonight telling you that you're under a watch or warning. It's an automated feature, of course, but if you don't have our weather app, it's free in the App Store. Just search Rich Thomas Weather, and it is award-winning.
Oh, yes. I was there when you won that award.
That's right. You sure were.
And by the way, as you were telling us all this, I was watching Future Radar on the Rich Thomas Weather app. So it was like I'm seeing the graphic as you're doing the breakdown. It was a great experience.
Yeah, so, you get current radar, you get future radar, instant watches and warnings because it knows where you live. So that's why it will instantly tell you what's happening for your locality. And that's the cool thing about it as well. Plus, you'll see all my posts that will show up that I do on Facebook, on Twitter. I still call it Twitter, Joey. I still call it Twitter. But I watch you on Twitter every day.
Oh, well, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. So have a great show, and if there's anything else that I need to pass along later, before 6, I will.
Yeah, please do. Appreciate it, Rich.
Yep.
Again, folks, that's Rich Thomas, the great Rich Thomas. We'll be right back.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-367-6289. 800-367-6289. 800-367-6289.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is your system ready for the weather that's coming? Of course, right after that, it's going to get mighty hot. If you don't have a regular relationship with a heating and air conditioning company, let me recommend Clark's. 277-2125. A $180 investment guarantees you service if something goes wrong, but they do everything they can to prevent that from happening by coming out and giving your system 2 annual tune-ups for that one low price. If you were to shop a la carte for the same service, you'd pay a lot more. Plus, you get the peace of mind and guarantee that the best heating and air conditioning techs and plumbers are a phone call away. Give yourself that peace of mind and support the infrastructure of your home and your family's comfort with Clark's. 277-2125, or you can learn more at clarkcomfort.com. Alabama certification number 09098.
Vaughn at Taylor.
I think if you hadn't tried us, you should give us a try. We've got a great menu, offered anything from chicken fingers, wings, salads, fajitas. At lunchtime, we do great country lunch with different vegetables and different meats every day.
Sinclair's, where you get great sandwiches and our daily meat at 3 special at lunch, to great pasta, chicken, steaks, and seafood for dinner.
Our most popular items are, we got a soup called she crab soup, which is extremely popular. We've got a bunch of pasta dishes, which people love. Mediterranean chicken is my favorite.
Sinclair's.
We do live music, light stuff on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then on Fridays and Saturdays, maybe 3-piece bands or 4-piece bands.
Come and see why Sinclair's has seen lesser restaurants come and go over the years. Johnny Sullivan's Sinclair's, at the corner of Vaughn and Taylor. Find them on Facebook at Sinclair's East. Google search Sinclair's Restaurant. Sinclair's.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits, you gotta talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line. Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
The views and opinions of the following program are solely those of the host and other contributors. These do not necessarily represent those of Liberty Acquisitions 825, Blue Water Broadcasting, its management, staff, or any advertisers. The premier place the River Region turns to for news, weather, traffic, and opinion. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
Goodness gracious.
I'm so sorry.
I thought the thunder got here earlier than when Rich Thomas said. Oh, my
sorry.
goodness.
Yes, for the sake of y'all at home, that was Pamela Dubuque, none of the 3 men in the room.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, everybody. We begin the second half of the 6-hour marathon program.
Woo!
I'm your host, Joey Clark. Eddie Bader, still here for the time being.
Yes.
Yes. Pamela Dubuque.
Hello.
Looking
Pamela,
lovely.
do you hear the wind whipping through that window?
I do. I want to pull this down so I can see it, but
It's. I mean, all day I've just heard it just picking up.
I drove with my windows down all day too. My hair was
I think
all
so, yeah.
over the place.
Oh, nice. Nice.
But I love the windows down weather. Even with the
Yeah.
wind, I can't pass it up.
And we have Master Thespian.
Greetings and hallucinations.
How are you? How are you?
I'm excited. I got a camera on me and everything.
That's right.
Is this
Yeah.
the first
I
time?
can misbehave. Yeah, I think so. It's the first time I've been on with a camera, and I'm just excited. This is great.
Now, one thing we mentioned it with Anthony Daniels last hour, but report, Tuberville wants to run for governor in 2026.
Yep.
Punchbowl News put this out. Senator Tuberville is telling senators and associates he wants to run for governor in 2026 instead of seek re-election in the Senate. Tuberville tells me he'll decide by May.
Man, I hope he doesn't.
I know.
He's such a good senator. The
Yeah.
problem is, he would easily win as governor. We all vote him in hands down.
Except
Who
for
will we get to
Tuscaloosa
replace
County.
him, though? Well,
Right.
yeah, except for Tuscaloosa.
But you're right. Who do we replace him with?
Yeah, we need him up there.
Nick Saban.
By
the way,
threaten us with a good time here in Alabama.
No, but I think Saban's more of a Democrat. I think he could easily win.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, he could easily
Oh, he
win.
could easily win.
Easily. We wouldn't even have to run an election. Waste
President
all
of
that money.
Alabama.
Yeah, just coordinate them. Like,
But the
Yeah.
question is, what does his wife think about that?
That's true.
yeah,
That's
I
very
don't think
true.
Miss Terry would be very
I don't
happy
think she'd be
about
down
that.
with that.
Because as much as college football is a very tough, especially at the level that he was performing,
Yeah.
national politics is a whole other thing. I don't know if we're all ready for that.
And I think he's having fun being a commentator.
Oh, yeah.
Now he has to
Definitely.
say all the things he couldn't say before.
Oh, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if that would shake up the race in 2026.
Certainly it would.
And it make me kind of feel bad for the heir apparent Will Ainsworth. But, some competitions, not too bad here. I'm wondering, did anything break nationally while we were talking all that
Not
state
really.
politics?
No.
Everybody's in a holding pattern for the speech?
Yeah.
Zelensky issued a statement saying that he would like to do a limited ceasefire with the Russians, if that's okay. And he's doing his best to try to be conciliatory, but
Please,
yes.
Or excuse me, please could you?
I just think that was a great move for Trump to go, nope, sorry, we're just going to cut off all military.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
We'll see how you
seriously.
do with that, okay?
Wonderful move.
I think Zelensky, the way he talks, sounds like that one scene in the new Dune movies where they're preparing like these mercenary armies. It's just.
I can see that.
Yes. Yeah. Which that
Is
was
it a monster?
No, it's like this like preaching thing to all these guys bathed in blood and being christened to go be great warriors. There's a whole lore behind it or something. I don't know.
Is that the Sardaukar Warriors?
Yeah, it's the Sardaukar warrior. Yeah. You never seen Dune?
No.
Oh, girl, we got to educate you.
Wow,
Yeah,
Joey,
dude.
that's two girls in here we've had, and two girls that no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you kidding?
That's
Wait, hold on.
Of the movie.
I'm going to ask her in a second if she
Okay.
knows the next person I was talking about with Madeline.
Okay.
And so
Just saying, Joey. Put
Pamela.
it together. Put it together.
What?
last night, my grandfather and I, we try to find things to watch. And we've been going through all sorts of different stuff. And
Right.
we hadn't watched wrestling since last WrestleMania. But with this big turn of John Cena at the Elimination Chamber, brother,
Right.
we watched Raw on Netflix.
Okay.
And there was the main event was Io Sky and Rhea Ripley.
Rhea Ripley?
Yeah. And Rhea Ripley's, the whole crowd started chanting mommy. And she's like all tatted up, very goth.
Okay, I know who she is.
See?
See? Good.
So
Wow.
I saw a meme earlier actually.
She knows.
Told you, Eddie.
She knows,
That
yeah.
is this girl who, she looks the way she looks. And there's like a 13-year-old boy like standing behind her and he's like this. And she's in the camera with her tongue sticking out and she's like, and the meme says, when you get the girl of your dreams and then see how she really is.
right.
There you go. I don't know if that's a meme or that's reality. There.
Yeah.
But I was like,
Eddie,
I'm
if you
gonna
don't know
save
who that is, here, I'll pull it up on the
I don't.
There
I
she
honestly
is.
do not.
There she is.
She was until last
Yeah.
night. She dropped the strap to Io Sky, Rhea Ripley, baby.
All right.
Did you
I'm kinda
think I
digging
was
that
going to
eye
know who
makeup
she was?
better.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
I didn't.
who she
Because he's
is.
over here like Joey likes know things that women like,
Yeah.
and I'm like, well, honestly, I think my arch nemesis is white women to a certain degree.
Well, she knows who she is, but she didn't say she liked them. She knows who she is.
Look at her. Obviously, I like her.
Yeah,
She's like me as a wrestling character.
I don't know if she's like you. I think you're a much better person.
Oh, well. I mean, she's a character, though.
Right.
Oh,
she's
yeah,
playing a
part of
character.
it. She's playing
And if
it.
I was playing a character on wrestling, I would be the baddest one.
Yeah, and I'm thinking the catchline is something like
There's
"Mommy's
no
always
doubt.
right." There's
Yes.
some weird
Yes.
stuff going on in wrestling.
going on
right
there. Yeah. It's just I can't. It's kind of creepy. Kind of creepy.
Hey, that's
Talk
a mama.
about bad butch
I was
body.
going to say, if that mama
actually-
tells me it's time to go to bed, I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
That's just
actually,
saying.
she's in great shape.
Just saying. Yeah. But yeah, she could take you out.
Yeah,
She can
no,
take most of us out.
it's women's wrestling's changed. I'm like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
she definitely lifts.
it's the idea of the physicality, the fact that you got to have
Mhm.
the muscle.
But she lost to this tiny little Japanese woman.
Because
Because she got too cocky. She's in the top
There
row.
we go.
And she looks at Bianca Blair and she's like, Sead Mania. And as she goes to do the thing off the top rope, Hurricanrana, both legs, Io Sky drops her on the mat. 1, 2, 3, brother.
Oh, my
Drops the
goodness.
strap.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know. The drama.
Pamela,
I want to see that clip. I want to see that clip.
But that's what we watch the wrestling for. We want to watch the women fight the other women. Yes, it is glorious. Yeah.
Well, everybody
Yeah,
loves
but-
that during UFC now.
Yeah.
Well, and my grandfather's like, well, that was fun. I guess we could watch that like maybe once a month, not every week.
And it's the Netflix version, so you get to hear all the language as well. So I'm sure he's like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Oh no, we watch Game of Thrones together. He's been through the ringer of
Oh my.
Seen it all, heard it all.
yeah. And he keeps saying, Joe, I've been trying things and seeing things I never would have if you weren't living with me. I'm like, yeah.
He didn't
Right.
ask the question. Joey, is that a naked lady? Up there? Is that a naked lady? Can you run that back again? Let me see that.
Honestly, I don't think he was all that impressed.
I've seen it before.
I haven't seen Game of Thrones. I haven't seen that either.
It's okay.
I've seen the one scene where where the mountain pokes the guy's eye.
Oh
out.
yeah.
That's it.
It's hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it's fun. It's just like
Seen that scene that's Shame. That's the only scene I've seen.
shame.
Shame.
And then it's very close to your other favorite,
Shame.
Shame.
Yes. Great movie.
Right.
Oh, such a great
Hey, let's go to Mark, who's on line 1. Hey, Mark, how are you?
Hey, doing good. How are you?
Pretty good.
I have a prediction of who's going to run for
Okay.
Senate.
Okay.
Steve Marshall.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
Okay.
Yep.
That'd be good. I hope he could win. I mean, that's the big thing.
I think John Merrill runs again.
I don't know. How old is he now?
Oh, he's young enough.
Okay. He might. Again, it's the whole name recognition thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that's why Tuberville and Nick Saban both would be shoo-ins because everybody knows who they are.
Right.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, no, I think Steve Marshall would be somebody who
That'd be a good
definitely
choice.
jumped in there.
I'd vote for him. I'd vote for him.
And I guess we're awaiting the big old speech for tonight.
Yeah, 8 o'clock tonight. 8 o'clock. It's going to be interesting.
And apparently Trump's going to have a bunch of surprises or something. I don't know. That's what he's claiming, at least. And lately,
Was Beyonce going to show up? What?
Oh gosh. No, we are safe from that.
oh, and it's tonight we have Joe Rogan here. Joe, stand up. Giving you the Presidential Medal of Freedom, like he did with Rush Limbaugh, which made heads explode.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely
sure it did.
explode.
I'm sure it did.
Oh, okay. One thing in like political news, Jon Stewart, he does the Daily Show, on Mondays?
Yeah.
He went on some rant about Doge, and you would never look into this. You would never look into that. And then Elon Musk's like, I'll be a guest on your show, but it has to be streamed live on X and it has to be unedited.
No, that's right. Unedited.
And it looks like Jon Stewart's accepted the offer.
Good.
Oh.
Really?
I was
Yeah.
hoping he
Well,
would.
good for him.
I want to see that
for him.
showdown.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a good showdown.
Of course it would.
Oh, no, I don't even want to say that headlines. That's just sad. I don't even want to click on it.
What's that?
80s rock guitarist arrested for child sexual assault.
No.
That's not good.
Who?
That's not good.
Ex-carnivore guitarist? I don't even know who that is.
Neither do
I don't know.
Yeah, never mind about that. That's just
Oh,
sad.
I thought it was. There's a person missing off of 80s cruise right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah, out of the Bahamas. Yeah.
Really?
I thought that was what you was going. I thought when you said 80s, that's where we were going. Yeah.
Oh, that's scary.
Yes. Because honestly, if we got on one of those cruises and it's an 80s cruise or whatever, theme cruise, and you're just getting into it, you kind of throw caution out the window and over the rail you go.
Yeah.
Especially if you've been drinking a lot.
That's what I'm thinking.
They serve a lot of liquor.
Exactly.
Right. I'm trying to
Oh,
match
my
my high score
gosh.
from high school. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Oh, no. Are we German?
Very German.
Germany may bring back a required military service.
Oh, we get
I'm
to
not
wear
opposed
this
to that.
uniform and some medals. Yeah, and polish our boots. Yeah.
How do you
not
feel about that?
I'm in favor of that.
When someone reaches the age of 18,
Yes.
should they have of course they do have the choice. Should they go to college, military, whatever? But I kind of feel like there should be some type of service.
I think we should do 2 or 3 years, men and women.
I agree. I do agree. Some
As
type
long
of-
as you're
of
not
service.
medically disqualified. Why? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in favor
And it
of
doesn't
it.
have to be military. There's other services available, but I really feel like there should be something
It doesn't
set up for
have.
them to
Yeah,
do.
it doesn't have to be like Army Marines
Right.
on the front line. It just
Because that time in your life, you're
test
incredibly
out for
vulnerable.
it. Yeah, test. Take the ASVAB.
Well, it could be
see.
like AmeriCorps.
Mm.
Oh, that hippy dippy place. You know, I applied to be part of AmeriCorps leaving Auburn.
Really?
Yeah, and I even got an interview. It was to do like help kids in New Hampshire. And when I did,
What are they having trouble with?
But
What are they
I
having trouble
purposely bombed the interview.
Really?
I knew what I was doing. Yeah, it was a phone interview, and I just kept quoting Ayn Rand, and they didn't like that for some reason.
Oh my god.
No, probably not.
Oh,
Joey.
my.
Probably not.
See, I don't like to see it as like selflessness. I like to see it as like a rational, self-interested love. That's why I would help these kids.
Did they? You think it went the distance? Did they interview the whole time, or did somebody go, "Hey, that's just"?
Oh no, it went the distance.
Oh,
Like we
wow.
talked for like 15, 20 minutes.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
Did they say they will?
And we'll be in touch.
We don't think you're what we're looking for.
Man, I think back to all those like going to find jobs as I'm graduating from Auburn with a poli-sci degree. And one was to be a walking, talking Staples coupon, essentially, going cold calling small businesses. And the interview was essentially following around somebody who was already doing it. And what is that? Where it's like you could be this next year and this next year, multi-level marketing. Yeah.
And or what we also call a scam.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, and it's like, well, it's only you can only get this discount through us. We work wholesale through the Staples warehouses and stuff. I'm like, and the guy was nice enough. We drove around Birmingham for a while, and I'm like, I don't think I'm going to do this. Then I did the same thing in Atlanta, metro area. It was for Intuit selling brand new credit card machines, calling small businesses.
We used to have those folks come in on a regular, yeah.
And there was a lovely blonde girl, and it seems like the people interviewing me loved me. And they're like, "What? You're into Justice and Daft Punk? Yeah, like, you ever want to go to France?" And I'm like, "Sure." And I'm sitting here riding around Metro Atlanta with this young girl who's making all right money, and I'm like, no, like, and you know me, no.
Right. I'm saying, at what point did you even get out of the car?
Right.
I was like, got this one. Go, girl.
I got to wear a tie and a button up every day with khakis.
And talk to strangers, yes.
And this is back before I could afford micromodal underwear. So, you got swamp.
All day. All day.
And it's Metro Atlanta. So, wait, I got to deal with Metro Atlanta. It's not just point A to point B, and then I got to deal with it on the way home. No, all day you're in it. All day.
Are there certain businesses you might not go in, Joey, if you were selling that in Metro Atlanta? Let's say there's a barbershop there.
Mm-hmm.
I
would hit up the barbershop.
Little white Joey would go in there with, would y'all be interested in a credit card machine?
Mm-hmm. I hit up Little Brazil, too.
I would pay to see that.
Yeah, somebody told me there's a Little Brazil in Atlanta, and then we get over there, and it's just a strip mall.
What'd you expect?
It was little.
Yeah,
it was little.
Right.
It fit the description, right?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Anyway, like, is there any? I know you. How many jobs have you done in your life?
In my life?
Yeah. What?
My first job was at a 1-hour photo lab.
Oh yeah.
And then I did a pharmacy tech, and then I joined the military, and then I worked in an office, and then went back to being a pharmacy tech, did the military again, did the spa. I've had like less than 10 jobs.
That's not bad, actually.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking it through. It was, just like straight up money. Residential construction cleanup was my first job when I was 16. And
that's good
money.
Good money and good job for a young guy to have, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm going to get a CD player and put it in the station wagon. I'm going to be like the coolest guy.
Shaggin' wagon, baby.
Ever. Yeah, I want a CD player with a woofer.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
back.
The whole back seat.
Yeah, like a bumping trunk. And then what? Oh my God. Hollister, remember that store?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And that was talk about a scam.
I think my son worked there.
I
for
could
like
never shop there. It smells so strong.
Yeah, literally you had to spray the stuff.
Yes, just to walk by that store gives me a headache.
Well, and it was a scam in the sense that you had to wear Hollister brand clothes that you had to pay for.
Right. But they give you a line of credit, right?
No.
Oh, no?
No. You had to pay
They're
for
like,
it.
you get paid to work here. Use your paycheck to buy our
Right, and they would
clothes.
only give you enough hours to buy the clothes to work there.
What in the world?
It's called the perfect scam.
And met some great people there, but
Teenagers.
I remember going in and looking for other jobs, and I was supposed to be working. I was like, I'm not going, and I'm not even telling. Who cares? It's like somebody you could fold the jeans, and you had to crinkle them after you folded them, and the regional manager comes in, you didn't crinkle them right, and I'm like, what? What do you mean,
Like
woman?
when they're sitting on the table?
Yeah, and then you have to
unfolded?
crinkle
What's the
them
purpose of
after
the
you
crinkle?
fold. The give it that,
The
lived-in look.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Weird.
Yeah, very odd. But anyway, I just didn't go in, and I was at Best Buy, and I'm like filling out at their little kiosk at application.
Yeah.
And who walks in? The manager from Hollister.
Oh my god.
And he's like, "Aren't you supposed to be working today?" I'm like, "I don't think so." And, and they just kept typing, filling in an application. And they're like,
to see here.
and it's like, I think you're getting a demerit. And then we go back.
Demerit.
And I go back in the next week, and I'm like, did I get this demerit thing? And the person goes and checks. Goes, no, it's not on file. I'm like, oh,
Okay.
whatever. What after that was?
A demerit?
Oh, yeah, I know. Fun Zone. Fun Zone was
Oh,
great.
Fun Zone was the one.
Fun Zone was awesome.
That would be a fun job.
Until the tornado hit.
Yes, I was there that morning.
I know you've told those stories.
You reminded me of the downside I never considered. Kids smell.
Especially when you have to
Sweaty
strap them
kids.
into a rock wall.
Yeah, so he's getting kind of personal with them, putting the harness and stuff on him, and you just
Right.
got the stinky kid all the time.
You got stinky kids. One of my favorite memories, we had a roller coaster simulator that would fit like two people, and some two big old boys from Alabama State football players. And, we had kids going to that, moms and dads going to
That'd be
that.
something I'd get
And
in.
these are two linemen. And we had to literally check, can they handle this thing, handle the weight? Because it lifted it up, hydraulic lift, spun around, all sorts of fancy stuff. And so we checked. It's like, okay, you two are good. You, the third, need to wait. And these two big old boys that look tough, old lineman types.
Oh, they were screaming.
They were screaming like little girls.
Let me out.
Did you ever have anybody losing their lunch inside that thing?
No, thank God, no. But we had one guy who was selling black market snacks, undercutting the cost of the vending machine in the snack bar.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
entrepreneur. That's just a straight up entrepreneur right there.
I think
He's hustling, baby.
He also sold drugs.
Yeah, see?
Oh, that was a great place.
I can get it for you wholesale.
Yeah, that's right.
There's the time where I walked by and there was a big claw machine there, like big old stuffed animals, a big machine. And I'm walking to go to the bathroom and I double back and I go, there's a child in the claw machine. He crawled through.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was like
videos.
with the stuffed animals just sitting there.
Like
I'm
that
like,
scene from E.T. when he's in the closet.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they couldn't get out again. Yeah.
Oh
So
my
did
gosh.
you get him to crawl out? How do y'all get him out? Because I've seen on the videos they have to take the claw
No,
machine.
I walked in and I'm like, Rocky. It was the manager said, Rocky, which he did not. I don't think Rocky enjoyed being at the job. And Rocky, there's a kid in the claw machine. He goes, what? And then there's a kid in the claw machine. He goes, damn it, get the barrel key.
Yep.
There's one, I'm working the bumper cars, and this adorable little girl, probably 5-6 years old. Mister, there's I think somebody pooped in the soft play because there's the whole like a McDonald's used to have with the ball pit and all the different chambers and stuff that crawled through. And I just had to walk up to the threshold of the entrance. I'm like, yep. And so, and then we just go to the front desk and paging Orlando to the soft play.
Oh my, poor Orlando.
Orlando would have quit that day.
He was a good dude, though. He could skate his butt off.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's so many things at that place. That was a fun job. I do not miss that.
Yeah.
Working there now, but like all the jobs I had, because at Auburn, we did daylight donuts with the 8-hour to 12-hour graveyard shift.
Ooh, yeah.
Did not have good grades that semester.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I bet not.
And delivery driver. There was one where we were both, myself and a roommate, were working at the Hut, Pizza Hut, and we told the manager, who is not a very friendly person,
Most of them are not.
not a good people person. We told her, we're taking this Saturday off. It's LSU Auburn. We're going to enjoy ourselves. It's like our senior year. Like, we're going to enjoy this. So, and she put us both on the schedule, even though we gave like several weeks notice. So we saw that and we're like, I guess
Sorry
we're
about
watching
your luck.
football. And then when it was about 30 minutes after we were supposed to go in, we called and we're like, we both quit. Good luck today.
Yeah.
Delivering pizzas on one of the busiest days. And it's stuff like that. You learn lessons. It's not nice to do that. Usually you want to give notice. You want to do these things, but you want to play. We'll play.
What about your rickshaw driving days?
Oh, yeah, I did that too.
You drove a rickshaw?
What?
Yeah, it was like a bicycle rickshaw, and I think it was one of like the retired fire chiefs or something from Auburn. They set up this business, and you go to their house, pick up the rickshaw, and then you ride around the campus, especially near the stadium. And there was no set fee. You would just people would say, "Can you take me there?" Or so,
You're like,
you know,
yeah,
sure.
$15.
Well, and I wouldn't even say, and they're like, "How much are you?" Like, well, whatever you feel like once we get there is kind of the answer.
Huh.
And I learned, good-looking women, all dressed to the nines, do not pay money. They never do. It never worked out. They were always cheap. They I pedaled uphill to get the Sky Bar, and they gave me $5.
They're used to getting better
Right.
treatment.
Older couples were always generous and great, and they talked to you, and they
yeah.
were awesome. Always had a story.
Well, yeah, because you saved their life.
Exactly.
If I had walked this way, I would have had a heart attack and died. You
My-
saved my life, young man.
My favorite was it's right there on the quad, right off of College Street, right on the quad, first nice part of the quad on Auburn's campus, and there's an LSU tailgate set up there, and it's straight up stereotypical LSU, like blaring music. Everybody's drunk as a skunk, and this one guy just, oh man, he was out of his mind. He just goes, "I like you," and he shakes my hand and he hands me like $100 bill, and I'm like, "Where do you want me to take you?" And he goes, "I don't know where. Just keep doing what you're doing." I'm like, "All right, okay." Yeah, so many
Did you
jobs.
have
I
on
forgot
like
about the
shorty
radio.
shorts on or something? Yeah, just straight up, huh? Nice.
No, the easiest ones were like the nice gala dinners at the Fine Arts Museum over there, where you just pick people up at the parking lot.
Yeah, how far did you ride them in? Maybe
40 yards.
So they don't have to walk in their heels and
Right,
stuff.
Right.
And they're all
But
very
again,
well-to-do folks, so they would
They
tip 20,
appreciate
30,
the
40
service.
bucks.
Yeah, they certainly appreciate it.
That was the easiest. I was in a parade
For sure.
where I had, I think, Miss Auburn and Aubie's right in
Hello.
front of me in the other rickshaw.
Hello.
Yeah.
Cool. That's cool.
I mean, nothing came of it. I messed it up.
Yeah.
I completely
Did she invite you over and you're like, no, I got to study?
No, she didn't hardly talk to me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Joey, you were right there one-on-one.
It's like, keep pedaling, peasant. I'm like, don't talk to me that way. That's how it started. You ever seen Titanic? Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I've told people that my memoir someday will be "Strange Things I Have Done for Money." Because I'm like you. I've
Good
had all
title.
these just bizarre jobs. The first job I ever had was mowing the yard, mowing the lawn. And somebody saw me mowing my lawn and said, "Hey, if I paid you money, would you mow mine?" I was like, "Sure." I'm like 14 years old. I'm like, "Sure." So I got paid for doing that, and somebody else saw me doing it, and somebody else. So I was doing the whole neighborhood and making a killing. But then I started working for a company called Smoky Mountain Knife Works.
Ooh.
Oh,
He was one of
that's
my-
awesome.
He was one of my yard clients, and he said, "Hey, we need some help. Do you think you could come in like in the mornings before school and afternoons and help us?" And so I was involved in helping them pack and ship knives and knife products all over the world.
That's cool.
And did that all through high school, all through college. I finally, once I got my degree, I went off and did the whole professional theater thing. But doing professional theater means you're doing professional theater and waiting tables and whatever else. I did temp work.
Right.
I was a 10-key punch. I was a really good 10-key operator. I worked for Wendy's at one point, worked for Cracker Barrel. I bet Greg Budell and I think he still has his apron with stars on it.
I have never worked at a restaurant.
Really?
I've done that. I've done the
never
kitchen
done any
work.
kind
Yeah.
of food place.
It's about like being in the military, because there are times when you are bored out of your skull because there's nobody, and then there's times when you have
Go, go,
so
go,
many
go, go,
people.
go.
Yeah, it's go, 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 go,
Jumping
go,
through
go, 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 go.
I like working the kitchen.
Yeah.
No, like, I'm not in the front of house.
Yeah.
I would like to wash dishes. I know that's weird, but I find that really relaxing.
Yeah. Well, I did Chappie's at Olive and the sandwich wrap station was miserable because you had to assemble all these different types of. You had a big chart in front of you. The best was when you got to be the fry cook. Like you just worked the flat top,
baby.
Yeah. That's great. That's I can do that.
I feel like I would mess that up all the time. I would be like ADD, and I would not remember what's on each thing. I would confuse what I'm looking at, and I would mess.
Yeah,
that
you
up.
don't have to assemble anything. You're just cooking the meat. Yeah, it's great.
No, I mean like the making the sandwiches.
Oh,
yeah, I would mess
Usually
that
you
up.
have an exploded view, or you did it at Arby's. You had an exploded view where you could, and after a while, you can do it without even looking.
Yeah. Well, one of my part-time jobs is working for Domino's as a delivery driver. That's what they've got. They've got the make line, and they've got all the different pictures and everything all laid out. By the way, did you know Domino's has a new product?
I tried it last night.
Did you?
Wait, what's
it's
it?
the stuffed crust pizza.
Oh no, I didn't try that. The Parmesan stuffed crust. I just got a small cheese pizza.
Yes.
I'm trying to be good.
Yeah, we couldn't talk about it until yesterday.
Oh really?
Yeah, because but we were told explicitly, don't post. Don't take any pictures. You don't tell anybody.
Dang.
Right? I'm like, okay, sure, fine. Well, what happens? Well, you will be terminated. Okay, then I guess I won't. But they made it for us. They show us how it's made, and then we tried it. It was like, oh,
that sounds like
good. It's
what
like
did
having.
You say it was?
It's called stuffed crust pizza at Domino's. It's Parmesan stuffed crust. Everybody else has a stuffed crust.
Yeah. Right.
Domino's
It's
for
Mott's
years.
usually.
Like, oh, we're not going to do that. Well, they're doing it now. And it's kind of like a combination between a regular piece of pizza and stuffed cheesy bread. And, it's got so many calories. I don't even know.
almost got that, but I was trying to be good. Instead of getting a big old pepperoni pizza, I just got a small cheese.
Yeah.
Eat the whole thing?
Yeah. Good boy.
Sharing it with Grandpa?
No, I got him his own small with mushrooms and sausage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he likes mushrooms. Anyway, we got to hit a break.
Yeah, we've been gabbing forever.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, yes.
We'll be right back.
Want to carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
Traffic is brought to you by Skipper Pools. Skipper Pools for weekly service, equipment, and liner replacements, and a sparkling pool all year. 356-0237. Skip the rest. Call the best. Skipper Pools.
Well, we've got light to mostly moderate traffic. I-65 and 85 boulevards are busy, and we had one accident earlier. Troy Highway just past Virginia Loop Road outbound. It is still hanging around, but hopefully will be cleared soon. It was only a minor accident. No other issues that we know of at the moment. We're keeping an eye on things for you. We will keep you updated. Have you checked out the new Cat Next Generation compact track loaders? With a bigger cab, more torque, and increased dump height, they get the job done. See them at Thompson Tractor in Montgomery, Wendell J. Montgomery Skywatch Traffic.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of H&H Carpets across from Walmart on the Atlanta Highway, where right now you can get 1,050 square feet of carpet installed for $19.95 only at H&H Carpets in Montgomery.
Rich Thomas Weather.
Alabama will be dealing with a major storm system tonight. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour, but we will be tracking a line of strong to severe storms, with damaging wind gusts the main threat and the chance of some isolated spin-up tornadoes within the line. Stay weather aware tonight, and you can do that with our free weather app. Instant push notifications for severe weather alerts plus radar, future radar. Go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. It's free. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
You can make your ASC loan payments from your phone anytime, anywhere. It's quick and easy. www.yourasccu.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacin-capted Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
News is brought to you by Mr. Electric. At Mr. Electric, they have the power to make things better.
From the Blue Water Broadcasting News Center, here's today's top stories. The Montgomery County Board of Education will hold public interviews for each of the top 6 candidates being considered for Montgomery Public Schools' next superintendent. The interviews will be held on Wednesday and Thursday at the MPS Leadership Center on South Union Street. The school system plans to name a new superintendent by April 8th. Montgomery Mayor Stephen Reed touched on several topics during a Monday news conference. Reed remarked, "We must approach the issue of public safety and gun violence with a comprehensive strategy." The mayor also announced a sports multiplex is in the works for Montgomery, along with a professional soccer team. 2 Montgomery men have been charged with robbing multiple businesses. 38-year-old Antonio Peterson and 46-year-old Randy Knight are accused of working together to rob stores on Atlanta Highway and Perry Hill Road within hours of each other last Tuesday night. Cash and large amounts of cigarettes were stolen in both robberies. From the Blue Water Broadcasting News Center, I'm Sky Mosley.
We're a customer service company that does electrical work. Landscape lighting, backyard lighting, you name it. If it involves a wire, we handle it. Peace of mind made easy. That's what you get with Mr. Electric.
Mr. Electric, power to make things better.
Trustworthy, accurate, immediate. Carrying your voice across the river region. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back.
I like that intro.
Like what?
I like that intro.
This song?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a good day.
Is that a Joey Clark special?
Yeah, it's a good day.
It's got a good beat to it.
That sound, it just started with that sound and then built.
If you like this one, you ought to hear the one with the bells.
The bells?
Oh, I know. Silver Bells. I remember.
I'll play the one
One
with
of
the
my
bells in a
favorites.
second.
I'm just saying.
I know you got to get out of here soon, but
It's one of my faves.
the bells?
Yeah.
The one I did on Christmas Eve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the whole it brings back great memories
What memories are you talking about?
of Joey doing a Christmas album.
Oh, I'd pay money for that, baby.
Anyway.
I'd get it on vinyl, too.
What's in the news? Yeah.
Not much.
Swarthy men want to hear my Christmas album. All right.
Did you? I didn't see the Oscars, but I've seen a few clips. Did you see the clip of Kieran Culkin?
I was about to bring that up.
That was absolutely hysterical, and she apparently is. Okay.
How about this?
Okay.
Let me find it.
Do the
Okay.
clip.
Let me find it.
So
I
Kieran
like
Culkin
him.
Is married and has children. He's great.
Oh,
He's a
I
great
know what
guy.
you're talking about.
Yes.
Yes,
And
I
so,
love it.
Apparently, he won an Emmy a few years ago, and at the time, his wife joked, "Okay, well, yeah, since you won an Emmy, we'll have another kid.
Mhm.
And if you ever win an Oscar, we'll have another kid."
Here we
That was
go.
years ago.
But now
I
she
got the
owns
clip.
Here it is. Here it is.
Oh my God, that's crazy. I don't even know Mr. Downey, sir. This, thanks for handing this to me. This means a lot
Mr.
coming from me.
Downey.
Thank you. He's right, by the way. Jeremy, you're amazing in The Apprentice. It's fine.
He's not allowed to say anything
I
to
see.
another nominee.
I'm not supposed to single anyone out as
Yeah.
favoritism. Anyway, but you were great. And I've already lost whatever speech I prepared, 20 seconds or whatever.
He's
I
so
have no
funny.
idea how I got here. I've just been acting my whole life. It's just been a part of what
Yeah,
I do. So this is,
literally.
I felt like this was never my trajectory. But however I got here, I know that Emily Gerson-Sains, my manager of 30 years, is because of you. Thank you for being there, and I lean on you for everything. So please don't go anywhere. I'd be completely lost without you. I love you. And the movie, Jesse Eisenberg.
So you can talk about your movie, but not anybody else.
Thank you for this movie. You're a genius. I would never say that to your face. I'm never saying it again, so soak it up. Thank you for this movie. Thank you, Searchlight, Topic Studios, M. Dave and Alley at Fruit Tree. I'm going to speed this up because I don't want Lithgow to get disappointed and give it a look. You look fine right now. I should thank my mom and Steve for trying to raise me. You're really good people. You gave it your best shot. I love you, Mom. I love you, Jazz. This is, I have to thank my wife, Jazz, for absolutely everything, for giving me my favorite people in the world. Please don't play the music because I want to tell a really quick story about Jazz. About a year ago, I was on a stage like this and I very stupidly publicly said that I want a third kid from her because she said if I won the award, she would give me the kid. It turns out she said that because she didn't think I was going to win. But and people came up to her and were like, really annoying her. I think it got to her. But anyway, after the show, we're walking through a parking lot. She's holding the Emmy. We're trying to find our car. Emily, you were there, so you're a witness. And she goes, "Oh God, I did say that. I guess I owe you a third kid." And I turned to her and I said, "Really, I want 4." And she turned to me. I swear to God, this happened. It was just over a year ago. She said, "I will give you 4 when you win an Oscar."
Wow. And she's
I had my
smiling.
hand out, she shook it, and I have not brought it up once until just now. You remember that, honey? You do? Okay. Then I just have this to say to you, Jazz. Love of my life, ye of little faith. No pressure. I love you. I'm really sorry I did this again. And let's get cracking on those kids. What do you think?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it's good.
love that.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I love to
Like
see
a pro
that.
family, let's have children message in an Oscar speech. That's pretty awesome. And that guy, I mean, charisma for days. That guy's fantastic.
I love the Culkins. They're awesome.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. That was one of the better moments. The Adam Sandler moment was pretty good too.
Oh,
I
yeah.
enjoyed that.
That was good.
Now, I did watch the clip of Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande singing "Defying Gravity."
Okay.
It was awesome.
Okay, I'm just ignorant.
But I only saw 3 of the movies 4. I saw the Wallace and Gromit movie, but I also saw Conclave, I saw Wicked, and I saw Dune 2. And that was it. Of the movies that were nominated, those were the only ones I saw.
I didn't see a single one in its entirety.
Yeah, I don't think so. I did either.
And I didn't think Dune would win anything, but I'm glad they did. They won 2 Oscars.
Well, I did see Dune. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Dune was. I thought part 2 was fantastic.
Just an epic movie.
We got folks commenting online saying it was overrated. I
don't think so.
As far as I like good sci-fi, and I thought that just nailed it a lot better than the David Lynch one.
Oh yeah. The David Lynch one kind of, you're just watching it going, what the heck?
Yeah, he was in over his head. And then the studio, it's like screwed up. But no, the new Dune I thought was quite good.
Well, they did a good job of kind of laying the story out and explaining things. So at least you knew all the political aspects, with the Harkonnens and the Emperor and all that. And so you realize, oh yeah, the Emperor's the one that set all this up. He's the one that wound up killing all the Atreides family and all that.
Oh yeah, no, and I like getting involved with all the lore here. For Eddie, did you see the Sandler thing?
Yeah, he didn't dress up.
Yeah.
Yes. It was a great bit.
What's going on, man? Adam, what are you wearing? What are you doing right now? I'm asking you what you're wearing. Nobody even thought about what I was wearing till you brought it up. You're dressed like a guy playing video poker and damn, Adam.
All right, thank you. I'll tell him.
I like the way I look, because I'm a good person. Did my snazzy gym shorts and fluffy sweatshirt offend you so much that you had to mock me in front of my peers? Okay, I'm sorry. Adam, I apologize. I'm going to go off. I go. Yeah, I'm leaving. I have to. It's not you. No, it's not you. It's him. He's the one. You caused this. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You are all welcome to join me for a game of 5-on-5 basketball at Veteran Park tonight. Midnight tip off the guy from Nostarapo. Where is he?
Uh-oh, we lost my camera.
Yeah, no, what happened is I overloaded the stream. We got too many cameras. Like, I mean, look at
It's a
us.
full house right
Look
now.
at this
Well,
place.
it's a
Like,
bandwidth. It's a bandwidth
You're right.
issue. I mean, the more stuff you throw in.
Like, you think we got money over here?
No. I've been here before. I
Been
know
looking for
there's no money here.
All right. But gotta hit this break. We'll be right back.
All the headlines the mainstream media won't touch. Your News Talk station. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Well, we've got light to mostly moderate traffic. I-65 and 85 boulevards are busy, and we had one accident earlier. Troy Highway just past Virginia Loop Road outbound. It is still hanging around, but hopefully will be cleared soon. It was only a minor accident. No other issues that we know of at the moment. We're keeping an eye on things for you. We will keep you updated. Have you checked out the new Cat Next Generation compact track loaders? With a bigger cab, more torque, and increased dump height, they get the job done. See them at Thompson Tractor in Montgomery, Wendell J. Montgomery Skywatch Traffic.
Guys, ever had a bad experience in the bedroom that totally threw you off? It messes with your head, your confidence, and suddenly it's all you can think about. Next thing you know, you're avoiding trying altogether because the fear of failure is just too much. That's where Montgomery Men's Health comes in. Their urologists and providers have been helping men overcome ED and providing hope even when the pills and other treatments have failed. Their proven personalized treatments have some of the highest success rates out there. No awkwardness, no judgment, just real results that bring back your confidence and that connection. It's important to get your ED treated quickly so that it doesn't get harder to treat down the road. Montgomery Men's Health has treatments that online pharmacies only dream about. Tonight is your night for intimacy and connection. Call Montgomery Men's Health today at 334-440-3663 or visit montgomerymenshealth.com. Your consultation is discreet and could be the start of something incredible. 334-440-3663 or visit montgomerymenshealth.com. And let's make tonight unforgettable. Montgomery Men's Health, making it happen.
When you need a renovation without the complications, call Bath Innovations today.
Rub it up, Dub. Do you have an ugly tub? For those looking to upgrade their bathroom with safety and style, Bath Innovations of Alabama has the perfect solution. Their bathtub to shower conversions and walk-in bathtubs are designed with accessibility in mind, offering easy entry and slip-resistant surfaces for peace of mind. Plus, their stunning mildew-resistant high-strength polymer wall systems add beauty and durability, transforming your space from dull to delightful. Bath Innovations' expert team ensures a quick, hassle-free installation, turning your bathtub into a beautiful, accessible shower that enhances both safety and comfort. Take control of your bathroom safety today. Call Bath Innovations of Alabama locally at 271-2723 or visit bathinnovations.com.
When you need a renovation without the aggravation, call Bath Innovations today.
The News Talk listener knows better than anybody the value of community. And a big part of our community here, especially when it comes to your personal health, has been Adams Drugs. Founded over 6 decades ago, Adams Drugs beats everybody when it comes to customer service. In addition to handling all your pharmaceutical needs and over-the-counter needs, you're going to meet people who really care about building a relationship with you as a customer. That counts for something. The News Talk listener also knows the value of having 75 cents of every dollar you spend there stay here in our community. With the national chain pharmacies, that number is closer to 35 cents on the dollar. And by the way, speaking of national chain pharmacies, you've heard the news, they're closing locations. That's not going to happen with Adams Drugs. It's time to go to a place where the pharmacists have time to consult with you on whatever prescription you're picking up. Pharmacy staff who's there to consult you on the right over-the-counter solution. And by the way, from personal recommendation, pick up a jar of Adams Drugs butt paste. They make it right in my location at Copperfield Road and Taylor Road, and it is the ultimate skin healer designed to deal with the rage of diaper rash. It's a great skin nourisher for whatever skin condition you're dealing with. So have a jar handy. Works on bug bites and things like that too. Friendly people great service, and a commitment to you as a customer. That's what Adams Drugs has been all about for 62 years and continues. Visit the location nearest you by looking them up at adamsdrugs.net.
He may not know whether he's coming or going, but whether you're going to work or coming home, Greg Budell is there. Mornings 6 till 9 and afternoons 3 till 6. Only on News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Welcome back. Let's go right to the phones and talk to Jean. Hello, Jean.
Hey, Joey, this is Jean. How's Miss Lucy doing?
She's doing wonderfully.
How old is she now?
Oh, my goodness. She's getting close to, it'll be October, it'll be 2.
2. Okay. Well, I've been meaning to try to call you, but I'm back on a walking cane due to a drunk driver.
Oh, I'm
Jean,
so
I'm
sorry, Jean.
Killed my son and my sister and my sister-in-law.
Oh, goodness.
Jeez.
Goodness
And
gracious.
I've got a rod running down my left leg.
Well,
So,
well, if it warms your heart, Lucy's in the phase of saying hi and I love you. She's still very sweet. The toddler years have yet to hit.
okay, you take care of that, baby. I love you.
Love you too, Jean.
Thank you, Gene.
That was sad and wholesome and all the things.
Yeah. But that's what radio is all about. It's family, it's connection.
Yeah.
People, I'm sure thousands of people that listen that never call it.
Mm-hmm.
But we're an important part of their day. Just because it helps you get your mind off of all the garbage going on in the real world.
It's true.
And we can escape with good old Joey and Eddie and Pamela and that silly fat guy.
By the way, sunrise photo on the moon from Blue Ghost.
Yes, I'm excited.
Everybody in this room believe that?
What are
Jay
you
gone?
talking about?
There's a commercial craft that was on the moon and it just took a photo of
Was it on the
sunrise
moon,
on the
or
moon.
is it just in a studio, Joey?
Nothing has ever been on the moon.
Firefly arrows.
Nothing has
Hey,
ever been on the
Let
moon.
me ask you something. You know that
This is why I brought it up.
Trouble
This is
now.
why I
that
brought
picture
it up.
of
trouble.
what you guys consider the man to walk on the moon? Who took that picture?
Well, are you talking about the Aldrin picture?
Where he's stepping out of the capsule?
That was taken by the camera that popped off. That was attached on the lower part of the lunar module.
The one that they
just
put
checking.
in that studio?
Just checking.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if he was the first one there, like if you were the first one here, it'd be hard without taking a selfie.
Man, there are days where I wish we were doing this show in Huntsville.
Broadcasting from the Riverside Chevrolet Master Control Center, this is WACV Cusada, News Talk 93.1 FM. When it's Chevy, it's Riverside.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. President Trump's increased tariffs against America's 3 biggest trading partners drew immediate retaliation from Mexico, Canada, and China. Just after midnight, Mr. Trump imposed 25% taxes on Mexican and Canadian imports, though he limited the levy to 10% on Canadian energy. The president also doubled the tariff he slapped last month on Chinese products to 20%. Beijing retaliated with tariffs of up to 15% on a wide array of U.S. farm exports. President Trump delivering a primetime speech tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. He addresses a joint session of Congress, the president laying out his ambitious agenda. Stocks finishing lower. The Dow was down 670 points. The Nasdaq lost 65 points. The S&P 500 dropped 71. This is SRN News.
If you're 65 or older, you know this. Seeing your healthcare costs go up and up is frustrating. And maybe you were just notified that your Medicare costs are increasing again, or you're just tired of the massive deductibles. Well, here's some good news. There's a program that can really help with this. It's MediShare 65 Plus. It's an affordable, reliable alternative. You can choose any Medicare provider. You get telehealth access anytime you need it. And MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. MediShare is a Christian healthcare community that aligns with your faith. People actually pray for you. They encourage you. And it's proven, too. It's been going strong for over 30 years now. So call now. You can get one low monthly price for up to 10 years. You're not stuck with increasing costs. You can do something about this today. Call MediShare 65 Plus Find out how much you can save. Call 833-SHARE-55. That's 833-SHARE-55. 833-SHARE-55.
Hi, this is Bo Goodson with the Goodson Group with your Real Estate Minute. My last message was the report for 2024 real estate market in the River region. According to industry experts, they predict for 2025 we will have more inventory to choose from for our buyers, more buyers for sellers to show their houses to. Here are 5 tips for buyers or sellers in 2025. Number 1, sellers need to price their home at fair market value with the help of your realtor. Number 2, buyers need to be pre-qualified by a local lender prior to shopping for a house to save them time. Number 3, use a certified residential specialist or CRS to purchase or sell your home. Less than 2% of realtors nationwide have this designation. You need an expert now. 4, use someone with 48 years of real estate experience to help you with your largest investment. Number 5, quit waiting. Now's the time to buy or sell. Call Bo Goodson at 221-2883, the Goodson Group, or 551-0225.
For reliable electrical services in Central Alabama, trust the experts at Crosby Electric. Crosby's licensed and insured electricians are ready to tackle any project for your home, from troubleshooting, repairs, to installing new lighting and preventive maintenance. And Crosby understands the need for quality service for small business. Crosby is big enough for the largest job, yet small enough to bring real value. Visit CrosbyElectric.com to schedule your service. Crosby, powering Central Alabama with excellence.
Rich Thomas Weather is brought to you by MPM Feed and Seed. It's time to get those gardens ready. From seeds to plants to fertilizer, MPM has what you need. Shop MPM Feed and Seed in Prattville, 1313 Highway 31 North. Open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, Saturdays, 8 to 1.
Alabama will be dealing with a major storm system tonight. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour, but we will be tracking a line of strong to severe storms, with damaging wind gusts the main threat and the chance of some isolated spin-up tornadoes within the line. Stay weather aware tonight, and you can do that with our free weather app. Instant push notifications for severe weather alerts plus radar, future radar. Go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. It's free. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
At CB&S Bank, we've been meeting the needs of our customers since 1906. Need help setting up new business goals? Our line of commercial loans can help you achieve them. Go to cbsbank.com to find a location near you. All loans subject to credit approval, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
No one wants to wait on service for an overhead door. With 20 years in the industry, you now have access to the best with All Access Overhead Door. All Access Overhead Doors offers prompt professional service at affordable prices on all service and new garage doors for residential and commercial locations. All Access Overhead Door serves the river region and can take care of whatever you need when it comes to your overhead door. Remember, you have access to the best. All Access Overhead Door. Call and schedule an appointment today. 320-2440. And like them on Facebook. They sell the best and service the rest.
Are you tired of the mainstream media's biased reporting? Do you want to stay informed on the news that really matters to you? Look no further than 1819 News. At 1819 News, we bring you the latest in Alabama news, politics, sports, culture, and more. We've assembled a team of journalists with Alabama values dedicated to the truth and the truth alone. Visit us at 1819news.com today. That's 1819news.com. Subscribe to our newsletter. Honest News, Alabama Values.
The views and opinions of the following program are solely those of the host and other contributors. These do not necessarily represent those of Liberty Acquisitions 825, Blue Water Broadcasting, its management, staff, or any advertisers. We get Montgomery talking 24 hours a day. The River Region's most trusted voice. News Talk 93.1 FM, WACV.
I apologize for thinking that he ate babies.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. So we sell everything about the moon during the break?
Yeah.
We agreed to disagree.
We're having fun. We're having fun.
We agree to disagree, but there is some infighting.
But seriously, we could talk about this for days.
But what about all those like NASA nerds when they heard wind on Mars for the first time? That was a great moment. You were here in the studio, and yeah.
So the first thing in my mind was like, why do you have a microphone on Mars?
Mm-hmm.
And why do we need to listen to the wind?
Yeah, and it really, I could recreate it right now. It sounded like.
Yeah, I was hoping it'd be
breathtaking,
something much greater than
Yeah.
that.
Right. Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
But you saw the picture. Or you showed me the picture that they're saying from today.
Yeah.
And you find that believable?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
Well, because everything can be fake now with photos.
Exactly.
Which is sad.
And that really did look like somebody's attic with the flat. Looked like cellulose insulation, and the home inspector took a picture and it flashed back on it.
Did you see?
Yeah, that was probably something somebody took by accident and was like, "Wow, this is phenomenal! I can sell this."
Yeah. Did you see the picture of the shadow of the craft?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw that, I believe that there is a lander on the moon.
Right.
But when I saw that picture, I was like, "What is this?
They're just
what is this? It looks like somebody put a little toy and put a flashlight."
To me, I would if we did it, great. But I know our government, they're bad to lie.
No, but this is not our
Bad to
government.
lie.
This is a private corporation, Firefly Aerospace.
Yeah.
And if it did work,
Mhm.
it means
They could
amazing
be in
things. It means we don't
cahoots.
have to depend on the government.
That'd be nice. That depend on the government.
Write me a check and I'll do all kinds of things.
There you go.
Oh, that's Elon Musk. He's been sending
It's
people up
everybody.
for 4 years
Yeah.
now.
It's everybody.
So if you had the opportunity to do that loop for the, I think it's the guy from Virgin Airlines.
Blue Origin.
Yeah.
Blue Origin, yeah.
Would you take the ride?
Yeah, sure.
I think I would.
Yeah. It's
No.
suborbital, but
I like
still
my feet on
you're in
Earth.
space.
You wouldn't take the ride?
No,
I'll pay you $1 million to
no,
take the
that
ride.
I won't do.
$5 million.
No.
It's the fear factor of it?
Yeah, I'm good on the ground.
Gotcha. I got you. I would do it, but I'd know it would. I'd have to prepare mentally.
Mm-mm.
She has a good, healthy fear of death.
Yeah.
So,
anything can go wrong.
as a preview of the big old speech that's happening tonight,
Ja.
President Donald Trump will promise a renewal of the American dream in the first address to Congress since returning to office, laying out a vision of extended presidential power and a reshaped world order. The Republican president's speech comes after a whirlwind first 6 weeks in office in which the United States has been roiled. I said roiled by a radical bid led by billionaire Trump advisor Elon Musk to overhaul the federal government by closing down agencies and firing many workers. The 78-year-old Trump has also caused turmoil, I said turmoil, on the global stage, pausing military aid for Ukraine as he tries to lure Russia into peace, vowing to, quote-unquote, own Gaza, and unleashing reciprocal tariffs on countries taxing Americans. The White House said the theme of the speech at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, so that's 8 o'clock our time, right?
Yep.
Okay, just checking my math there.
Yep.
Would be the renewal of the American dream. Trump reportedly would cover 4 areas: his second term's achievements so far at home and abroad, the economy, a push for Congress to pass border funding, and Trump's plans for quote-unquote peace around the globe. Stephen Miller, y'all know the bald Stephen.
Yes.
He said, quote, President Trump is the greatest orator we've ever had in the Oval Office.
That's certainly debatable. He's the most entertaining orator.
Every time he's done one of these addresses, Americans have been overwhelmingly blown away.
Now, how long is there a limit on how long he can speak?
Oh, please.
No, I don't think so.
Because he likes to talk.
I know.
He likes to talk.
I would love for him to keep it under 30 minutes.
That's what
Trump
I'm wondering.
himself promised in a post on Truth Social on Monday that the address to Congress will be big. It's in all caps. And vowed that I will tell it like it is. Stealing a line from Meemaw there.
In the acting world, that's when you go into your character.
That's
when
when you
it's
go into
big?
your
Okay,
character.
okay.
That's right.
I'm glad to know that.
When it's
I didn't
emphasized
know
like that. I will tell it like it is.
Yeah, you gotta jump in sometime.
I see.
Anyway,
But,
let's go to Andy. Hello, Andy.
Hey, so Tommy Tupperville, how old is he?
60-something?
No, he's 70-something.
72, I think. 73.
Hold on, I'll look it up.
We're all-
70
we're all-
years old exact.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
Because I had a thought. I said, so he decides to run for governor. He serves 2 terms. And then after serving 2 terms, then Katie Britt's Senate seat would be up for re-election. He'd go back to the Senate.
Ooh.
Oh,
He's a
interesting.
little old.
Wait, you don't
79 years old.
think Katie would win re-election?
Oh, I know she would, but who do you think would beat her?
Tuberville.
Beat her.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could.
Maybe.
I see what you mean. And also, he's 70. The governor's mansion's already been repurposed for those of a certain age.
Of course it has.
Sugar. We got everything fine, Sugar.
Got those safety railings.
Got the safety railings.
Especially in the bathroom. You never want to slip and fall there.
We got that.
No, you
we
don't.
got that heated flooring in the bathroom, Sugar.
That's right.
That's the way to go. Anyway.
Interesting, Andy.
Yeah. All right, then.
Appreciate it, man. 272-922. Oh, look who it is, Papa B.
Papa B.
Papa B.
Papa B.
Yeah, my goodness. I count on you guys for these stupid, like, Oscars and playback. I don't watch them. I mean, I just don't have time for it, man. So, thank you. I want to just say thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
All right.
Instead of complaining.
Well, I'm like you, Papa B. I used to watch them all the time, and then the last 10 years, I just really didn't care. I didn't care. I didn't like being preached at. I didn't like the fact that it took forever to do this thing. Because I'm one of those people. I'm like, come on, let's just speed it up here. Let's tighten it up. Come on,
I can't. Surely there's something better to do with my life. What does it take? 2 hours, 3 hours?
Oh, honey, no, we're talking 4 hours. And if you watch the pre-Oscar stuff, even longer. We're talking.
Well, that's why Conan's opening number, "I'm not gonna waste your time," where he wasted like 5 minutes singing that.
Yes.
It was pretty great.
Was it Andy Jervis or the Jervis guy? What is his name? Was that the one that did the Oscars and gave them all down the road? What was that guy's name? Let them all have it. About
Ricky Gervais. That was at the
Ricky
Golden Globes.
Classic, dude.
Yeah.
I love that.
Seth MacFarlane did sort of the same thing when he hosted the Oscars. He wanted to make sure he would never ever host them again.
Oh yeah, he did that whole song that really upset the actresses.
Yep.
We saw your boobs.
We saw your boobs in the movie that we saw. We saw your boobs.
That was an entertaining Oscars. I thought everybody in the audience was just sitting there with their jaws.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty funny.
But it was fun.
By the way, I do think that you are right, spot on about Lindsey Graham being a weather vane. I mean, I don't know how Zelensky even got into the office of the president, into the Oval Office, if he was going to say that. And me standing up and saying something bad about Zelensky and saying something positive about Trump is proof positive that I'm not gay. So y'all just can't listen to that.
I assumed Lindsay loves the ladies.
Yeah, he likes women. That's what he said.
He's just a true Sigma male.
Oh yeah. Oh, big time.
He's a politician.
I don't know, man.
He's going where the wind blows. But
as long as he votes the right way, I'm not going to complain too much.
I do think.
Yeah, he truly is a weather vane when it comes to. Yeah, and you're right. If he is turned on Zelensky,
Yes.
it is the party is over. Turn out the light. It's done.
Well, and it's a good politician when he can do something that's shameless, and everybody's like, "Nah, it's Lindsay." Like it's so built in that like this is who this guy is. Like and there's a certain art to it that he's pulled off at this point, and he did it earlier. He did it in the first term with the Kavanaugh hearing.
Yep.
He'd been kind of against Trump, and then he just got. I'm so mad what y'all did to Brett, this wonderful justice, and I'm for the record while I have your attention. I love women. Anyway, something like that. Yeah,
It's not all about pay.
No.
So anyway, all right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
We'll
Papa
talk to you
B.
later.
Thank you, Papa B.
It's my favorite drop.
It's not just about sex.
Man, that guy's been around forever. All the way back to the Monica Lewinsky.
He has been around a long.
Let's go to east of the Rockies. Hey, East, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I'd kind of like to build on that, the Oscars thing. This morning, Greg talked about David Niven and the way that he behaved when the streaker came through in 1974.
Yep.
Master Thespian, I don't know if you remember that, and I also don't know if you remember that I brought you his memoir
Yes, you did.
When you were,
they shoot horses, don't they?
oh,
Or no, it's Bring on the Empty Horses. That was the thing that Michael Curtis said when they were filming the Charge of the Light Brigade. Bring on the empty horses. And David Niven thought that was hysterically funny.
yeah.
Yeah.
Niven is brilliant, though. But if you guys get a chance, if you want to pull that up off of YouTube and play it, the way that he dealt with that streaker was great, and I'd watch it just for that. But they don't have interesting people anymore.
Yep. Well, he's trained in the theater as well as in doing motion pictures, so he was one of those people that could improvise and deal with a situation going south.
Right.
And I agree with you. I've seen that clip before, and it's funny. It is, because that look on his face is like, here we go. Okay, guys, y'all just saw a naked person. Welcome to the Oscars. It was, it's funny. It's funny. But
too much fun.
Yeah, they don't really make
Joey,
it like that
thanks
anymore.
for filling in for Greg, man.
Of course. Happy to do it.
You guys have a good afternoon.
Thank you, East.
Thank you.
272-9228 still is the number. That's 334-272-9228.
Hey, have we ever had a streaker at the State of the Union address?
I don't think
That
so.
would be interesting. I don't know how they could pull it
I like to imagine most of the people in Washington, D.C. don't have private parts.
Yeah, they're like a Ken doll.
Androgynous, yeah.
It's changing a little bit.
Some of the stories I've heard, I would debate that with you. But
let's go to Smokin' Otis. Hey, Smokin' Otis.
hey, Smokin' Otis.
How y'all doing, man?
All right.
How y'all doing, man?
My AUM buddy there.
Yeah, that's exactly right, man. Do y'all know what the hell is happening out here on I-85?
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh, man, now, there is miles of traffic out here. I'm up near the shorter exit, headed eastbound toward Atlanta. And I'm telling you what, man.
Ooh.
We are bumper to bumper out here.
Well, how about this? I've got to hit this break, hit a traffic report, and we can inform everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, that'd be a great idea, man. I don't know what's going on out here, but it is wild.
Well, good luck, and stay tuned. We'll try to entertain if you're stuck.
We'll do it. Good to hear from y'all, man. Every one of y'all.
Thank
It's
you,
been a while
Smokin' Otis.
since I've called y'all.
Appreciate it, Smoking. Good to hear from you, man. And yeah, let's hit that break. We'll be right back.
Want to carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
Well, as of right now, we're just seeing busy everywhere. The boulevards, I-65 and 85. And, of course, 231 to Wetumpka, light to moderate traffic and building there. Troy Highway, 331, Highway 80, also very busy this afternoon. Buckle up. We'll keep an eye on things and keep you updated on traffic. Spring mini-term B classes start March 6th at Trenton State. Achieve your goals in less time. Get your key classes in less time. Go to TrentonState.edu or call 420-4200 today. I'm Wendell J. Montgomery, Skywatch Traffic.
Hi there, I'm Kim Williams with Alabama Home Mortgage. For years, I've been asking you to call me at Alabama Home Mortgage because there is a difference in mortgage companies. When you call Alabama Home Mortgage, you will immediately see the difference in pricing. Not only do we offer the most competitive rates, but our closing costs rank among the lowest in the industry. How do we do it? Because we can. We do not have the overhead that big banks and lenders do. Those big banks and lenders have big expenses. And what do? They pass those expenses along to you. Meanwhile, here at Alabama Home Mortgage, we receive wholesale rates which result in big savings that we pass along to you. Don't pay more for less. Give Alabama Home Mortgage a call at 567-4223. That's 567-4223. Or visit us online at myalabamahomemortgage.com to complete an application on your time. Our rates and pricing are just one difference that sets us apart from the rest. It's not just a slogan. Call Alabama Home Mortgage because, folks, there is a difference in mortgage companies. NMLS 1586-368, Equal Housing Lender.
Folks, Smokin' Otis called us back, and this must have just happened. Apparently the backup on 85 North as a tree fell into the road there right before the shorter exit. Again, that is why 85 northbound is so backed up. A tree fell into the road. That was the message I just got from Smokin' Otis, and we'll see how quickly that can be fixed. You'll stay tuned.
Hi, this is Jason with Wholesale Hunter. We've been advertising with Blue Water for a while now. We have great results with them. Appreciate everything they do with us.
Our advertisers are our biggest advocates. Call us to find out how radio can increase your bottom line. Blue Water Broadcasting. Local folks helping local business.
If it concerns your community, you'll hear about it on News Talk 93.1. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
This is a Trump country. We live in the Southeast. We drink sweet tea. We don't drink socialist Kool-Aid.
Welcome back. 272-9228 if you want to get in on the conversation. And it looks like we have Cranky on the line. Let's go to Cranky. How you doing, sir?
Oh, we're hanging in there. We're hanging in there. I had a little echo. Yeah, Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
He's been around way too long.
I've kind of learned to appreciate him, though.
Well, I appreciate him if he keeps taking the same tack he just took the other day when he figured out Zelensky was the wrong way to go.
Oh, sure, if he keeps making the right choices. But I mean, like, the whole person. Like, he's... I could just read my op-ed again. I read it yesterday on my hours, but we're in a different hour and time slot. Might as well share my perspective on this.
People may not have heard it. Yeah.
Well, did you notice that he kind of really got a lot more conservative when his buddy John McCain died?
I did notice that.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. But anyhow, how you think this is going to play out? What's your call on this, Joey?
With Ukraine?
Yeah.
I think
this is the beginning of World War III?
I might be sticking my neck out there. No, I think Trump's going to announce tonight at the speech they've got a deal in principle, and that they're going to pursue the peace out of that. And that is sort of the basis that you need. All this started over economics, over trade wars in that part of the world. Yeah. So if they can get the economic deal inked, the mineral right deal inked, and then go forward, I think he's going to announce that tonight.
Well, you were also, I forget who it was that asked if there'd ever been a streaker at the State of the Union. I know this isn't the State of the Union, but a streaker when they had the joint session of Congress.
Yeah.
Just watch out for Nancy Pelosi. You need to put welder's goggles on there. You'll never be the same again. If there is somebody there that does have a camera, but that's going to be the pictures that the doctor gives you when you have what lasts more than 4 hours.
Or Susan Collins of Maine. I'm feeling my oats all over again.
Freedom!
Well,
Let the girls fly free!
Oh.
Yeah.
30 years ago, that picture that passed around was Janet Reno. So,
woo, my!
Y'all have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
No, I think I'll share this again. I don't know. Did you hear this one, Pamela?
Mm-mm.
So it's my op-ed. It's out at 1819news.com. I can't trend. I always try to trend and write something I personally like, and it's just been a while since I've trended. It's fine. It happens. But the title of this is... Eddie's rejoining us. I'm sharing my op-ed with Pamela and the folks in this hour who have not heard this logic yet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the title is White Women and Flip-Floppers, parentheses, or How Lindsey Graham is Perfectly Wretched. And I begin in my usual way. I think you'll know the reference in particular,
Yes.
Sam. I can add colors to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and set the murderous Machiavel to school. Recently, after finding the nerve to say publicly that I was correct about some political matter, some random woman online called me narrow-minded.
Ooh.
If I had known the lady at all, I might have found it insulting, but I don't know her, at least not very well. I only know her by her ridiculous reaction to my correct political opinion, as well as her name and profile picture, which suggests her to be a middle-class white woman of a certain yet unknown age. Though I suspect there are many middle-class white women who I would consider nothing but wonderful company, for some reason it's always that particular demographic who seems to find my political opinions most annoying and narrow-minded. I worry I remind them too much of their ex-husbands, which is, of course, my fault. If only the strange lady of a certain yet unknown age had known me a decade ago. That was when I was truly narrow-minded, firmly hitched to rigid political principles, quick to argue with any opposing view, and swift to call out the hypocrisy and lies of politicians, as though I was accomplishing much of anything. Time has changed me. I've not so much abandoned my principles, I've simply discovered, much to my pleasant surprise, that political principles may be realized in the strangest and most unexpected of ways. Sometimes crooked paths are the only route to the straight and narrow. I used to think politics was a literal debate society, but I now see it more as a stage for players of all moral shapes and shades. Much can be learned from the villains of a story, just as much as from what any hero may say or do. What good are heroes without villains, tricksters, and fools serving as stumbling blocks in their way? Even the worst have their role to play. Take political flip-floppers, for instance. Though counterintuitive flip-floppers are some of the best guides through political upheaval and change. Follow the shape-shifting politicians who have been at it for decades, and you may very well know what's next on the political horizon. The hypocrite who can frame his face for any occasion may very well be written off by most as an unprincipled weather vane, but then even weather vanes have their use, as they know to point which way the wind is blowing. Though there is much to be loathed about a flip-flopper's hypocritical antics, his ability to survive is impressive, almost admirable if it weren't so crooked. That said, some political flip-floppers are better than others. The flip-flopper who vacillates out of weakness or embarrassment provides very little value other than serving as a punchline or cautionary tale. Think of toe-tapping Larry Craig. But the flip-flopper who flips and flops at just the right time, surviving time after time with his ambitions intact, such a man raises flip-flopping to an art and provides the valuable service of signaling big political shifts ahead. For example, if there is one American politician who knows how to add colors to the chameleon, like no other, it's United States Senator Lindsey Graham. A murderous and slippery shapeshifter, Graham is a master at his craft. He knows when to smile, when to shout, when to wear false tears, and when to threaten the very worst. When Graham flips and flops, the whole political world takes notice, yet he endures all the same. Maybe you think I go too far. Murderous? Well, not only has Graham been for every war within recent memory and threatened many other military actions, he's actually called for assassinations. Is there a Brutus in Russia? Graham asked in early March 2022, soon after Putin's invasion into Ukraine. Is there a more successful Colonel Stauffenberg in the Russian military? The only way this ends is for somebody in Russia to take this guy out. Right on cue. After being one of the biggest cheerleaders for the Ukrainian war effort, Graham is now hewed to President Trump's push for peace. Graham's latest turnabout on the war, publicly throwing Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky under the bus moments after taking a smiling selfie with him, is the stuff of Machiavellian legend, while also pointing the way through the harsh political winds. Graham's turn is the biggest sign yet that Ukraine has truly lost the war. Most everyday people, I suspect, will still find Graham's behavior absolutely wretched. Many years ago, I would have too, as I could not stand the man's militant message and smarmy opportunism, all delivered in that buttery South Carolinian lilt. My rigid libertarian principles would compel me to scream in outrage against the neocon and warmonger. Yet now things have changed. Time has done its work on me. I have seen too much unfold on the political stage not to appreciate Graham. Graham's behavior may still be wretched, but now I find him perfectly wretched. Like I'm watching a method actor who has mastered and honed his horrid role, adding essential color and personality to the play's drama. I haven't abandoned my libertarian principles, but what a beautiful irony that the flip-flopping of Graham now may foreshadow peace. What an incredible twist of fate that Trump, who many regard as an ambitious strongman and unprincipled shapeshifter himself, could actually stop the war. What could be more libertarian than ending a war? Yet the road to peace is full of crooked twists and turns like all great stories tell. I still plan on staying anchored to where it counts. My principles intact and buried deep in my marrow. But now I've learned to appreciate the worst with the best, the good with the bad, the crooked roads and side quests on the way to the straight and narrow destination. If anything, this shift in perspective has given me more nerve to play my own role and publicly say what I believe to be true, no matter how many random white women of a certain yet unknown age call me narrow-minded. So yeah, that's my take on Lindsey Graham.
That's good.
Pretty good.
And yeah, I think it is liberating if you watch this stuff long enough. It's a liberating perspective to think, look at it more like a play or a story. I mean, you can relate to this the most.
Yeah.
Where, like, we have these arguments, we have our beliefs, but at the end of the day, I think it comes down to personality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
More than anything else, and all, the good and the bad of the personality.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because if you try to, like, make sense of what's going on in the world right now through your ideology, you're going to fail.
Well, I think that was the ultimate test between Kamala Harris and President Trump. President Trump is a character.
Yeah.
I love him, but I also laugh hysterically at the things he does and the things he says.
Yes.
Because it is amazing. Some of it, I question, you know what you're doing. But others, I'm like, this is brilliant. Why have we not done this before? Kamala Harris had no personality.
No, not
She
at
had
all.
nothing.
Well, she was a puppet.
She was
Exactly.
a construct. Yeah.
Absolutely,
And
she was a
I think
construct.
people realize there's nothing there. There's no person. There's no man behind the curtain. There's nothing behind the curtain.
Right. And so many of them are like that.
Yeah.
Well, and the ones that
they're
are
so afraid to do the wrong thing, they don't do anything.
Well, this is why I like Coach. This is why, in particular, I like Senator John Kennedy.
Oh, yes.
yeah.
Like
Oh, yes.
that guy is like different than flip flopping. The politician Trump does this too brilliantly. Like says something that they're full of crap about, but they do it with a wink, kind of like you know I'm doing what I'm doing, and like and it's sort of a fun. Everybody's in on the joke.
Yeah.
Sort of thing, unless you're on the other side of it, and you're like, that's so frustrating.
Oh,
Just say
did you hear what he said?
Just say the thing I want you to say because I'm right. Yeah, I don't know. But no, I've kind of liked the larger than life characters, and there are certain ones that just play that role really, really
Is
well.
that what
And
you find so attractive about AOC?
AOC?
Because she's so over the top.
She's getting a little chubby.
Joey.
She is a little.
And I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
Oh.
Wonder if she's been
Kind of like them cheese grits.
See how I'm sending you on an emotional journey there?
Snacking on a Twinkie or two, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, like I thought she just is. She's young and energetic, and her politics suck.
Okay. I agree with most of that.
And she'll say anything for a buck.
I'll agree with 100% of that.
I'm firmly convinced that she's got a cash stream coming.
Oh, sure.
She went from being a bartender to now being a very wealthy person.
And not a good bartender. She only reportedly made $26,000 a year. A New York bartender that only makes $26,000 a year.
Yeah, you're not doing well. You're not doing well at all.
Or
something else going on under that. After I fix you a drink, mister, how about you come back to the back room? We'll talk it over.
Now, the one guy I really like who's shining, he's on the TV right now, a Fox Business, is J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
I think he is kicking butt. And so many folks are out to get that guy, though. I will say his one flaw, he usually does it masterfully, but his one flaw is he can come across as too elitist and like dismissive of people.
Yeah.
Like if there's going to be a moment where he tries to big boy somebody or give that look like he did during the Tim Walz debate, and it's not going to land well. Yeah. And he needs to be careful about that. Anybody who's that wicked smart, got to worry about talking down to folks.
He knows he's smart. He knows that he can take people down, and that's part of his part of his hubris is that he can be a little arrogant.
His greatest strength probably is his weakness at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But I like Vance a lot. I am constantly surprised by Rubio as Secretary of State.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I heard him talking last night on the old Fox News. And
right.
Suddenly,
what happened to you?
He found him.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah, and for years I was like, Rubio!
Oh,
like, I didn't...
It was frustrating.
Right, I didn't like the guy.
That's what I'm saying, he found him.
Well, Trump used to call him Little Marco. Little Marco.
Right.
Well, and again, this is to my point about Lindsey Graham. I think Rubio, as a senator, was often playing a role.
Yeah.
And now he gets to be Secretary of State, which I think he's always wanted to do. He is a nerd about this sort of geopolitical stuff, really cares about it. That's why he sailed through 99-0. Everybody's like, well, Rubio is qualified for this job. We all know him. We'll give him the courtesy because we all know him. And now that he doesn't have to play the role of senator, he can be Secretary of State for this president.
Yeah, for a bully. He loves it.
And he's great.
He's got somebody that's got his back, man. Yeah.
Well, he gets to show off how good, like how much he knows about a lot of this stuff and how good he is at it. And I think that's great. I'm trying to think of others in the administration.
And I think the rest of the world is surprised. They're
I think so too. I think they see the same
what are we up against?
Rubio that we saw.
I think that's what happened with Zelensky. Is that he was expecting, I'm going to walk in here and I'm going to give my sob story, and then they're going to give me money.
Right.
And he was up against the wall.
Yeah.
Well, and so far, I think the only big fumble of cabinet members in the administration was Pam Bondi.
Yeah.
With the Epstein stuff, which she now is saying, we got all the files. We found the ones that were hidden, and Cash is looking through them.
And somebody stepped down.
All right. Where were you hiding them? On the moon?
We'd never
Same
get
studio.
him.
They were too busy shredding the
No,
ones.
Jared Leto lives there now.
The Stanley Kubrick Memorial.
But I'm thinking Hexeth is so far held
I'm
up.
really liking that.
Oh, and they love him.
I haven't seen
the
much.
rank and file military love him.
I haven't seen much of Bobby Kennedy though since he became HHS secretary.
No,
I saw him mountaineering near Runyon Canyon or something yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't
He's
seen
busy.
Anyway,
so we'll see. I mean, we're just in March.
I know.
Think about it.
I know.
Think about it.
It's not even been 2 months.
100 days. Come on.
Anyway, we got to this break. We'll be right back.
He may not know whether he's coming or going, but whether you're going to work or coming home, Greg Budell is there. Mornings 6 till 9 and afternoons 3 till 6. Only on News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Well, it's been an uneventful afternoon, and right now we are just seeing a lot of busy traffic on the interstates, boulevards. Travel Millbrook, Wetumpka giving us light to moderate traffic with no real problems in those cities. So buckle up and be safe out there. We're going to keep an eye on things. We'll let you know if accidents happen to slow you down. The lowest tax rates in Alabama are at McKinnon Toyota. They got a great supply of Camrys, RAV4s, Tundras, Tacomas, and more. It's worth the drive. McKinnon Toyota, exit 212 off I-65 in Clanton. Wendell J. Montgomery, Skywatch Traffic.
What's your biggest investment? More than likely, it's your home. So treat it that way when you hire a painting contractor. With PBS Painting, there are no gimmicks, no $99 special. Just quality painting and someone who treats your home with the same respect that you do. At PBS Painting, we have been painting for years and look forward to many more years to come. With PBS Painting, the job gets prepped properly, whether it's cleaning, scraping, or priming. We always use quality products, which is a must for a quality paint job. So if you're looking for a painter that doesn't need upfront money and is on the job at all times, then please give me a call. Scott Bowers and PBS Painting, 294-5122. That's PBS Painting, 294-5122. Look at some of our work on Facebook at PBS Painting Montgomery.
For too long, Alabama's statewide news companies have shamed us for our conservative Christian values. Alabama deserves a news company that cherishes our culture, a company that isn't bought and paid for by the powers that be. 1819 News is that company. Run by Alabamians for Alabamians, 1819 News celebrates what is good and beautiful about our state, while exposing those who work against our values in secret. Just go to 1819news.com to learn more. Subscribe to our newsletter. That's 1819news.com.
News is brought to you by Budget Floors and More, your new best friend.
1819 News.
A lawsuit involving employees at Austell USA was settled this week. 53 employees sued that company for being fired back in 2021 due to their refusal to take the COVID-19 vaccine as required by company management. The lawsuit was filed back in July of 2022. The financial amount of this settlement has not been disclosed. U.S. District Judge Christy DeBose presided over the lawsuit and the settlement process. I'll be back with more Alabama stories after this.
Did you know that 70% of people experience a potentially traumatic event in their lifetime, and that 6 out of every 100 adults face PTSD every day? Help us bring hope to these survivors by signing up for your Alabama Distinctive PTSD Awareness license plate today. The great thing is you can sign up no matter when your current plate renews, and the first year is complimentary. All you need is your VIN number on hand. Drive awareness, drive hope, and customize your plate today at atease.org. That's ATEASE.org.
A special operation for public safety held in Birmingham has resulted in 77 arrests. The Birmingham Special Enforcement Team conducted this initiative between February 24th and March 1st. There were 8 firearms seized by authorities, 281 traffic stops made, 32 felony charges issued, and a mass seizure of drugs like marijuana, crystal meth, fentanyl, cocaine, ecstasy, Xanax pills, and more. The Alabama coastal community is preparing for the spring break season that starts this month and runs through the end of April. There are additional police officers being assigned to the beaches as well as to patrol the city. The beach alcohol ban has gone into place and will run until April 28th. The Alabama communities like Gulf Shores and Orange Beach have a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to these state laws and local ordinances in order to make the beach community a family-friendly destination. I'm Andrea Tice.
For more news affecting Alabamians, go to 1819news.com. And while you're there, subscribe to the daily newsletter.
Budget Floors and More is your low price leader for everything you need for flooring and DIY flooring installation supplies. For the best prices on luxury vinyl plank, carpet, ceramic tile, flooring installation supplies, and more, shop Budget Floors and More, Hunter Lane across from Delray to Publix. Rich Thomas weather brought to you by Clark Heating, Air and Plumbing.
Hey, this is Robbie Clark. Spring is almost here. Stay cool with a spring tune-up with Clark Heating, Air and Plumbing. Don't wait. Schedule today. Give us a call at 334-277-2125. Alabama certification number 09098.
Alabama will be dealing with a major storm system tonight. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour, but we will be tracking a line of strong to severe storms, with damaging wind gusts the main threat and the chance of some isolated spin-up tornadoes within the line. Stay weather aware tonight, and you can do that with our free weather app. Instant push notifications for severe weather alerts plus radar, future radar. Go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. It's free. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
Are you happy with your IT support company? Do they resolve your company's computer issues quickly, or do they leave you down and frustrated? You need your computers working and problems resolved quickly and permanently. GTI is different. GTI has a high standard of affordably supporting and protecting businesses like yours since 1999. Call them now at 819-4650, 819-4650, or visit gtinow.com.
Are you feeling tired, slower, or achier than you used to? You might think it's just age, but it could be low testosterone. At Montgomery Men's Health, they've helped thousands of men who didn't realize their symptoms were caused by declining testosterone levels, a problem that's becoming the new norm in American men. Montgomery Men's Health refuses to accept this new normal. They're committed to restoring testosterone to healthy levels so you can feel like yourself again, whether at home, in the gym, at work, or in the bedroom. For years, their urologists and providers have delivered testosterone therapy tailored to each man's needs. No one-size-fits-all solutions, just real science-backed results delivered by discreet local experts. Imagine more energy, sharper focus, and newfound confidence. A same-day testosterone check and consultation is just $99. Call 334-440-3663 or visit MontgomeryMen'sHealth.com today. Your prime years aren't over. They're just waiting to be unleashed. Montgomery Men's Health, making it happen.
Hi, this is Carl Schmidt, naturopath and owner of the Herb Shop. Listen every Saturday to Winning Wellness and learn from experts in different fields of science and technology how nutritional supplements can help you.
Listen to Winning Wellness every Saturday at 10 a.m.
Want to carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
Joey Clark.
This song goes out to Eddie Bader. He had to run, which is unfortunate.
To get a horse and live in the mountains someplace and don't bother anybody.
That's for you, Eddie.
Sounds awesome.
I really was just bored on Christmas Eve, so I was like, why not?
He's probably listening. I'm sure he hears it.
Yeah.
Oh, he likes those bells. There's something about it. Takes him back to his childhood.
Yeah.
In
That's
Alaska
nice.
and Turkey.
That's good work.
Christmases
though.
in Turkey.
Yeah. You're an impressive individual, you know?
I don't know about that.
You're a polymath.
Oh, I just got a text. Rock the bells. from Eddie.
Ah, see.
I like that. I like that a lot. Well, we have kind of a breakthrough. You know, the market's freaking out about the tariffs and all this stuff.
No.
Oh yeah.
And we might very well get a call from McDonald. I don't know.
He probably will call.
So I'll be asking about some stuff. But
yesterday he was going on about it, and his calls always stress me out, because I own a business and the economy's been scary for like a long time.
Yeah.
And so yesterday there was like a pause, and before Greg said anything, I was like, always a pleasure to talk to you, Brant.
Yes, I mean, sometimes to do what he does, you got to be the bearer of bad news or just the hard facts only, ma'am. But here is Howard Lutnick. He just sat down. Who did he sit down with here? I think it was on Fox Business with Kudlow, yeah. And he's giving a little more nuance to this whole tariff thing. Let's listen in.
You got to close the border and you got to end this illegal immigration. It's enough is enough. If you respect us as your best trading partner, end it. And you've got to end fentanyl. And the way we're going to describe fentanyl is very simple. Autopsied American deaths. They got to end. They just got to end. I don't want to hear you talk about it. I want Americans to stop being murdered by opioids and fentanyl. And so they did a nice job on the border to start, but the fentanyl deaths are just not declining in the way we expected. So what do you think the president's going to do? He's going to come out today angry that Americans are still being killed. Now, both the Mexicans and the Canadians were on the phone with me all day today trying to show that they'll do better. And the president's listening because he's very, very fair and very reasonable. So I think he's going to work something out with them. It's not going to be a pause, none of that pause stuff. But I think he's going to figure out, you do more and I'll meet you in the middle some way. And we're going to probably be announcing that tomorrow. So somewhere in the middle will likely be the outcome. The president moving with the Canadians and Mexicans, but not all the way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, how many times are we going to have to rinse and repeat this? Like, where everybody freaks out and then Trump pulls it back a little bit. And, we'll see.
Well, and I think a good portion of it is that people in the rest of the world have been so used to the Democrat way of doing things for the last 4 years, and they're kind of shocked at the fact that somebody is trying to be aggressive and trying to take the bull by the horns and do something. Actually do something.
Right. And it's that's what I love. I actually was arguing with Gras the other day. There's an argumentative mode.
Yeah.
And I said Doge was majestic and revolutionary. And I might do it, but it says 18 plus, so Gras might curse at me if I argue with him on the air here. And it's a great actually tool to learn how to argue because it really undercuts and takes different angles and stuff. It's a pretty effective tool. But I was saying, no, I think Doge is already majestic and revolutionary, not in the sense that they've accomplished things, which was Grok's argument. What have they accomplished? It's brand new. Saying that the approach is revolutionary, the very idea that they're going for it. In the same way, Musk hasn't landed on Mars, but the catching of that rocket booster was quite a majestic and revolutionary thing. And I think Doge figuring out how do you actually give teeth to an executive order, where it's kind of been up to the bureaucracy whether an executive order has teeth. Using the technological approach has been ingenious. And then you add to it the underpinnings of the legal approach. I think it's quite something amazing to behold. So just the attempts they're making. On foreign policy, and he's going to talk about it tonight, the attempt to actually remake the world order. The international liberal order has been crumbling for a while. And arguing with people about this Russia-Ukraine war, I think what Russia wanted is they wanted to scare the Ukrainians. They wanted to then negotiate immediately and get back, part of eastern Ukraine and whatnot. But that didn't happen. We're now 3 years later. But I think another part of their goal initially is by pursuing the war, having their hand forced with the Biden administration, just wrong signal sent, is to help speed up the multipolar world. Like just sort of do this, put this pressure because we'll get these practical things done, but it's more to show that it is not about like what the U.S. says goes anymore necessarily. And I look at this as an American, not looking necessarily as like Russian interests or Chinese interests or anybody else's interests. It's good to understand them know maybe what they're going to do next. But I look at it as an American. And when I saw folks here in this country saying, you don't invade the sovereign borders of another country, I'm like, what the hell are y'all talking about? Iraq? Libya? How about the Arab Spring? How about all the color revolutions all over the globe? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We dominate the whole globe.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. And it's that sort of thing where you start to see, like, our moral posturing is going out of sync with the reality of how things actually work.
Exactly.
And so for Trump and now Rubio and Vance and this whole team they put together essentially say, here's the facts, the hard facts that are unpleasant maybe. It might upset your moral sensibilities.
Yeah.
But it's true nonetheless, and we need to face these hard, horrible facts in a way that will benefit Americans going forward, because if we keep acting like we're the unipolar power and we have infinite money and infinite military for it, we're going to collapse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's got to change. Anyway, we'll be right back.
News and talk without the static. The River Region's most trusted voice. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Well, it has been a quiet afternoon. We have a lot of cars out on the road, very busy on East and East South Boulevard, I-65 and 85 normal spots. And that's really about all we got going on right at the moment. Prattville, Millbrook, Wetumpka reporting the same light to mostly moderate traffic. We'll keep you updated if any accidents happen. Great shopping at Premier Place. Shop Cato Fashion, Sally Beauty, Professional and Spa, America's Best Contacts and Eyeglasses, and more. Premier Place in Prattville, another great McClinton and Company development. Wendell J. Montgomery, Skywatch Traffic.
Car sounding a bit rough? You know what's great? If your car engine is not performing the way you'd like, or the light comes on and says, check the oil or the filter, or just check engine light, it's great to have a place to know where to take it as soon as something like that happens. And for so many people here in the River Region, that place with 3 locations is Don Duncan All-American Auto and Tire. Certified technicians, state-of-the-art diagnostics, and customer service that makes it so easy to keep your car maintained. Not to mention that when you need tires, they're the place to go for a wholesale price on a tire and a price that always includes installation. If you need a ride to your office or back to your house, just ask. Whatever it takes to facilitate the maintenance of your car, Don Duncan would love to do it. They do it from Mount Duncan, serving Prattville and Millbrook from Highway 14 behind the McDonald's on the hill up there. Downtown at 408 Madison. If you work downtown, that's ideal. And southeast Montgomery from Bell Road, just north of Vaughan. Don Duncan All-American Auto and Tire, also on Facebook.
The Tierce family has been your local Roto-Rooter service since 1964. Drain cleaning, plumbing repair, and those troublesome septic tanks, no problem. Technology has changed a bit in the last 54 years. Video inspections of lines to locate problems is available, as well as scheduling your appointment online. River Region residents have trusted Roto-Rooter for over half a century. You can too. Call today at 272-7130 or visit online at rotorooteralabama.com.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name. And lethal troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
He may not know whether he's coming or going, but whether you're going to work or coming home, Greg Budell is there. Mornings 6 till 9 and afternoons 3 till 6. Only on News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
We just got a call from Beth. Thank you, Beth. That on Zelda Road, Moe's, the restaurant.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to Moe's.
Is on fire. The corner of the building. And so there's 3 fire trucks over there. And then on Norman Bridge Road, no traffic lights working. Power seems to be out over there. And, we're noticing right up against the windows of the studio here, a lot of hard winds.
Yeah.
Hearing thuds outside.
And Pamela and I were just talking about this when we were on break, that if this wind continues like this, we may have a lot of trees going down, power lines going down.
Yep.
It may be a mess tonight.
Yep.
And even to the next day, into tomorrow.
No, and these are wind levels that remind me of trees that fell right on my neighbor's property in Forest Hills. These are, and usually you wait for a tropical storm for something like that, but this is crazy. And I believe I heard Rich say earlier that it's this low pressure system, and it's just
unusually
whipping
low
through.
pressure. Yeah.
So, As we say, hold on to your butts, folks. And be very careful if you're on the roads. As
Yeah.
careful as possible.
Yeah, we just had another caller about traffic too at exit 16 on 85.
Okay.
Between 16 and 15. Apparently it stopped. There's ambulances. I don't know what's.
Well, and you got to wonder about
Yeah.
cars being with winds this size
Yeah.
or this
Car can
speed
get
and
flipped
force.
over.
Yeah, moving
Or
certainly.
18-wheeler.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Top
Yeah.
heavy.
Yeah.
So we got an hour left here in this program, and of course, I'm thinking about me and my ride home.
I know.
But I really think about the whole area. Y'all be safe out there and get home when you can. Get settled.
Well,
because this is going to be nasty.
You're in Forest Hills because there's a lot of trees.
Not
in that.
anymore.
No, not anymore. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
thank God.
Okay, because there's a lot of trees in that neighborhood.
No, I saw literally next door. I was at home when it happened. It was about an 80-foot oak tree that fell from the roots right onto my neighbor's roof.
That's
and
scary.
when it happened, I was playing electric guitar. And then I'm like that, and my guitar amp goes out, and I'm like, what in the world? What? That was the loudest thunder I've ever heard. And that is a tree cracking and crashing.
Yeah.
That's a lot of weight.
It's stressing me
on
out.
that. Yeah.
It's making my eye twitch.
Making your eye twitch.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's all right.
we got 1 hour left.
Should we keep you away from the sharp objects?
I'm scared.
Oh, okay.
I don't like the weather like this.
Yeah.
Freaks me out.
We'll be fine.
I know.
But still.
And even if we're not, it's been a good run. Been a great run, folks.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
Final hour coming up.
Broadcasting from the Riverside Chevrolet Master Control Center, this is WACV Cusana, News Talk 93.1 FM. When it's Chevy, it's Riverside.
Son Keith Peters reporting Arab leaders have endorsed Egypt's post-war plan for the Gaza Strip that would allow its roughly 2 million Palestinians to remain in the territory. The $53 billion plan's endorsement by Arab leaders at a summit in Cairo amounted to a widespread rejection of President Trump's proposal. Documents show the Trump administration is expected to drop a federal lawsuit pushing Idaho to allow emergency abortions despite its strict ban. Court documents filed Tuesday say the Justice Department attorney outlined plans to dismiss the lawsuit in communications with the state's largest hospital. Another rough day on Wall Street as the Dow was down by 670 points, the Nasdaq dropping 65, the S&P 500 lower by 71. More details at srnnews.com.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-504-8790. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-504-8790. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-504-8790.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
It's Greg. I'm always happy to talk about Jack Ingram Select Used Cars because I'm an 8-time customer. I don't keep coming back if the first deal isn't good, and I've been thrilled with every purchase over these many years at Jack Ingram Select Used Cars. In any price range or style, this is the thing. They have more cars under $20,000 than anybody else. And if you're shopping in the pre-owned market, some people get nervous. How do I trust? Well, the Ingram vetting process is really thorough. These cars have to pass the most stringent standards. For resale, starts with the Carfax Vehicle History Report. Has to be clean. The mechanics are tasked with looking at 84 points under the hood to make sure the engine runs at factory specifications. The body shop gives it a good going over, and then and only then does it make it to the floor with a price. With 25-plus lending partners, any kind of credit is welcome at Jack Ingram Select Used Cars. But the credit issue should not be a punishment and force you to feel like you've got to buy something that's not worthy. That's the deal. Let them get you done on a car that you will love to drive. At Jack Ingram Select Used Cars, the place where quality meets affordability. Audis, Beamers, Mercedes-Benz, Nissans, Volkswagen, Volvos, Audis, and more at Jack Ingram Select. JackIngramSelect.com. And don't forget the Ingram family has great new products for Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Nissan, Volkswagen, Volvo, and Audi at JackIngram.com.
Since 1966, Alabama Sheriff's Youth Ranches has been more than just a place to stay. It's been a place to belong. For children facing hardships through no fault of their own, our ranches provide more than shelter. We offer a warm home, a loving family, and a future filled with hope. With open arms, we welcome these young hearts, giving them the love, structure, and guidance they need to heal, grow, and thrive in a warm Christian environment. Together, we can give Alabama's children the chance they deserve, a chance to dream, to succeed, and to feel truly cherished. Every donation stays within Alabama, directly impacting the lives of the children who need it most. Join us in making a difference. Visit AlabamaSheriff'sYouthRanches.org. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and download our app from your app store. We'd be honored to have you as a part of our mission to lift up Alabama's youth. And remember this, it's easier to build boys and girls than to repair men and women.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of Wiley Sanders Truck Lines, where over-the-road dump truck drivers are needed right now. Home twice a week and every weekend, must leave early on Sunday with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Call them now at 855-777-9785.
Alabama will be dealing with a major storm system tonight. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour, but we will be tracking a line of strong to severe storms with damaging wind gusts the main threat and the chance of some isolated spin-up tornadoes within the line. Stay weather aware tonight, and you can do that with our free weather app. Instant push notifications for severe weather alerts plus radar, future radar. Go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. It's free. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
The views and opinions of the following program are solely those of the host and other contributors. These do not necessarily represent those of Liberty Acquisitions 825, Blue Water Broadcasting, its management, staff, or any advertisers. The River Region's first and only news talk station on FM. Live, local talk. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. Final hour of the 6-hour shift I'm pulling. Not to complain about it, but it just feels good to be rounding the last stretch of things.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why you make the big money.
No, that's why I'm trying to play a song that's somewhat soothing to me. Anyway, I want to review, and both Master Thespian and Pamela Dubuque are here in the studio. The wind is whipping up outside.
Yeah.
You can
So
hear
loud.
it.
Yeah.
You can really
Stressing
hear
me
it.
out.
Reminds me of those old horror movies, the Hammer horror movies, you know, with Christopher Lee as Dracula, and the wind would always be howling on the moors.
I do look like a vampire. I'm very pale. I
Yeah,
noticed
you
that
are.
on camera. I was like,
yeah.
I am white as a ghost.
Not to pry too much, but have you always had this sense of style about you? I like it, I'll just say. But, like, have you always had this sort of look?
Yes. I would say I've had phases, but yeah, this is how I was a Hot Topic kid.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's fair.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I wasn't, but I listened to a lot of stuff that maybe
Yeah.
put me in
Hot
that
Topic was like the job I thought I was going to have in high school for sure. But I lived very far away from the mall in like a very small town. So my parents would not have driven me to my job.
Let's just do a risky click here and go to line 3. You're on there. Who's this?
Oh, risky click. Hey there, Joey. This is Steve, usually known as Backup Steve in the morning.
Oh,
yeah, Eddie. Hello, Eddie, and Miss Pamela there. But Eddie, real quick, Eddie, what do you think?
Eddie had to skedaddle.
Eddie, here you go. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry.
I can pretend to be Eddie. I'm an actor.
You have to believe the moon landing was fake.
Oh,
Don't tell that to Buzz Aldrin. You'll get a punch in the face. But no, I wanted to just, y'all were talking about different things and the different secretaries of state defense.
Yeah.
Have y'all heard of the recent brilliance of the Secretary of Defense in renaming Fort Benning and also Fort Bragg?
Yeah.
How they went about doing
He's
it?
playing chess.
Well, no, I don't know
That is-
the details very well, but could you lay it out, Steve?
Sure. Well, the Fort Benning, they found a World War I veteran, I believe,
Yep.
and
Yep.
who was awarded a Distinguished Valor Cross, I believe. And then the Fort Bragg, I believe, is after a World War II. I might have those two stories confused.
No, that's
but they
right.
found actual people. Yeah.
Yep.
Actual people that were awarded either Valor medals or one Medal of Honor, but they were still very high decorations in the military. And so you resort back to the names that people like myself who've been in the military 50 years grew up with. I've been on Benning at least a dozen times, and been on Bragg at least 4 times myself. C-130s used to fly in and out of there all the time. 141s as well when I was in military airlift command. So it got back to familiarity that a lot of us military people are familiar with without having this, whatever you want to call
The baggage.
attachment to the Confederate.
Yeah.
Yeah, the package, you're right. And I thought that was just a stroke. When I first read it, I said, this guy's brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's absolutely brilliant.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I just wish they could find somebody by the name of Bob Lee or Jeff Davis that they could name the high schools after. It's like, oh, shucks, that happened too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a local thing.
That's a local thing.
I remember when all that was going down, I'm like, well, y'all moved. And these are the folks voting here who living here. They can name their schools what they want.
Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely right there. The conditions up here in Millbrook are just a lot of wind blowing and no trees, no power down yet. But I live right close to the 17 Springs and Grandview, and no trees down yet, but a lot of wind.
Yeah, well, just hunker down, man.
Hunkering down. Y'all really need to give Greg a day off every week because this has been a very entertaining show.
Well, thank
I've
you.
been listening to it for free, and the way y'all been carrying it on, and actually debating with Pamela whether or not we went to the moon or not. I like this. This is cool.
I stand by that still. I won't be swayed.
And I'm going to try to convince her
I can see why you
otherwise.
believe that. I honestly, I can see why you would believe that and all, and but it just haven't been. I'm also an ambassador to the Space and Rocket Center, and I've been
I
up
want
there
to
too many
believe a
times.
lot of things are real. I want to. I just can't.
It does make you wonder. It does make you wonder, though.
But see, we can get along. Even though we disagree on this one subject, we still like each other. We still can have a conversation.
Or at least
That's
pretend
the
I
thing.
mean, I have
And
to
that's- I
say,
think
this is one of the most vanilla conspiracy theories I've got.
but if we all did that, if everybody said, "Hey, you can have your opinion, I can have mine, and let's live along," what's
Exactly.
wrong with that?
Right.
Exactly.
I mean, let's just get along. That's all. No problem at all. Oh boy, but I'm looking forward to the president's address tonight, and I'm like Joey. I think he's going to release something in what you call it, in kind. Not a full plan, but something that's going to take us back a little bit and
Yeah.
run us back down to the rim just a little bit there. So.
I love the surprises after surprises after surprises. And I think on a big stage like tonight, they're definitely got something planned.
I love it every time when I hear the news. I say, "Hey, what do we got now?" And I just love it. Just love it.
Yeah.
Well, y'all take care.
Appreciate it, Steve.
Thank you.
272-9228. If you want to get in on the conversation, that's 334-272-9228. Oh no, I forgot. Romex Angler was commenting on the stream. He says, I wish every man could feel his beard blowing in the wind today. It's kind of nice. Sorry you can't know this feeling, Joey. Well, I trimmed my facial hair.
Well, I chopped my beard off yesterday, so
How does it feel?
You missed out.
it feels great.
Yeah.
It was funny though when I was trying to take a shower this morning and I had shampoo in my hands. I put it on my hair and reached down to put it on my beard, and I forgot that I didn't have a beard anymore. So that was fun. But it's been a year since I've been clean shaven.
Wow.
Because I grew out the beard in order to do roles, to
Yeah.
do I did Santa Claus. I did Fiddler on the
Mm-hmm.
Roof. I looked like I was from 1905 Russia, and that was getting to the point where it was its own personality. You know,
Yeah.
that's a thing on my
And you
face.
couldn't eat certain foods.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah. You had to be really careful.
Now, Romex wasn't done with that, though. He says, Joey, have you been without a lady long enough to consider switching teams yet, or are you still holding out for that special lady? Still holding out. Still holding out.
Oh, what is he? Is he proposing you, or is he wanting to take you out for dinner or something?
I don't know. I think I know who that guy is. He's readily married. He said, Joey, you've been without a lady long enough to consider switching teams yet? Or are you still holding out for that special lady?
Snort.
No, I've not considered switching teams.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, no.
He goes, since the fat shaming worked, I should move on to another subject.
Okay.
What fat shaming?
Well,
Oh, I've lost 40 pounds.
oh, good.
Romex Angler used
Wow.
to every day fat shame me.
Yeah. Well, that's good, man.
Mhm.
That's really good.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's my comment section. They're wonderful.
Very
Well, it's
supportive
nice that
crew.
people are listening and they're supplying content. You know,
Right.
You know, it's nice to know that people are wanting to hear what you have
Well,
to say.
and also, Romex, if you wanted me to change teams, I would have just said fat and jolly. You know what I mean? Let's go to Chris. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Hey, we don't have power in Millbrook on Alabama River Parkway since about 4 o'clock. So
Uh-oh.
that's not why I'm calling. Earlier today, I was listening, and y'all were talking about the king cake and eating the baby.
Yeah.
And I thought I heard somebody say that you're from Opp, Alabama.
That I'm from Opp, Alabama?
Oh, I thought that's what they said.
No,
Your
that's
family was from Opp.
no, that's not me. The ones from Alabama are from Andalusia. And
All right, never mind. I've got family from Opp, and they're all Clark. So I thought, well, that's a small town, but I was just like, didn't ever hear anybody say anything different. So I'm like, well, I never call, I always listen. So I said, well, while you're doing a double dip today, I'd call and clarify that.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, Chris. And no, I was born and raised here and only escaped to Auburn for a little while. But Montgomery's.
Yeah, you played baseball against my son back in East Montgomery.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I coached back in the day for a little while, but y'all were all the same age. But you had went to Catholic, and
Yeah.
he was over at Trinity, but we all played up at East Montgomery.
I wish I'd been on your team. Every team I got on lost.
We won one championship.
Oh, that's
one
awesome.
year, and that was it. But, well, all right. Well, enjoy listening to the show. Y'all have a good evening and watch the weather and be safe.
Appreciate it, Chris. Likewise. Good to hear from him. Let's go
Yeah.
to Brandy.
Brant.
Brant.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Brant. I'm having a long shift here, and I thought that T was a Y.
Sailor said, Brandy, you're a fine girl.
Brant, how are you, sir?
Hey, Joey, man, I'm good. I'm doing really well. We've got a big night tonight with the president speaking. Obviously, a pretty nasty market we're in right now.
Mhm.
Greg and I've been talking about this for really months now, and ever since the election that we have been hearing from our connections inside the Trump campaign that Trump was fully sort of ready and willing to take a lot of pain early in his administration in order to try to right the ship, and obviously things like tariffs and a lot of the things he's doing, we call it, Joey, the fiscal cliff, because as you know, 2023, 2024, we saw incredible, historic, almost record-breaking budget deficits, incredible borrowings by the Treasury in the Biden administration in order to fund a massive federal government expansion, all designed to try and win the White House again in 2024, anything to prop up the economy and prop up markets.
Yeah.
In large part, they were successful, and now here we sit with the exact opposite. We're tightening the belt. We're on the debt ceiling limit. We have no borrowing power. very limited money in the Treasury's checking account, if you will, and so it's a pretty tough time. As a matter of fact, if you look at the Dow Jones, we were down almost 650 points again today. So you put the 2 days together back to back, that's well over 1,000 points to the downside. I would also say the NASDAQ is now down 10% from its very recent high. And again, when you look at the NASDAQ, the fastest decline in the NASDAQ, well, actually, I take that back. It is the third fastest decline in the NASDAQ in history, in U.S. history. This has been very, very swift. A lot of money very, very quickly moving out of these high growth rate, sort of tech names. And we call this taking risk down, and I just we've been talking about this, Joey, for quite some time and been forecasting that this was going to happen. I really don't see it getting a whole lot better anytime soon. I think we're going to be, range bound at best and probably remain quite volatile.
Well, and I almost heard it called, well, the tariffs are one thing, but I've also, so many of the jobs in the past few years were government jobs, and so much of the GDP is pumped up by that government spending, those ridiculous deficits, that if you try to re-privatize a lot of the economy, there's going to be pain before any sort of gain.
Well, you're exactly right. You look at the government payrolls, they were by far and away the largest component in the job creation that happened under Biden. In fact, if you look at job creation under Biden, it was predominantly led by a recovery coming out of COVID, but then also, as I said, massive government expansion, massive public payroll expansion, and clearly we're on an unsustainable path. Someone's got to hit this problem head on and deal with it. Trump is willing to do that, but unfortunately, it will create some short-term pain, but it's just a necessary evil. Now, I would also say, and we touched on this yesterday, Joey, that there is sort of a brighter picture that we can talk about, and that is that, we have a real possibility to make certain parts of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the TCJA in 2017, make a large part of that permanent, or at worst, extend those tax cuts. I also think that under Trump and what he is espousing, we're seeing a significant amount of foreign capital pour into the country, and I think that's only going to pick up steam. So you will see some displacement from the federal workforce, but I also believe that there will be private sector payroll jobs that will be available to those people over the next 12 months or so. And so I think what you're going to see is a lot of noise, a lot of volatility in most of this data as we sort of, it's a very sort of incestuous relationship, if you will, where you're going to see a lot of backing and filling in these numbers, and it will be choppy. But by the time we get to 12 to 18 months out from now, I do believe we're going to see U.S. growth rates really picking up at levels that far exceed anything we saw under Biden, under Obama, or even under the first Trump presidency. So there is, as I said, some light at the end of this tunnel, but I'm afraid to tell you that I think we're probably in the first inning of this. So we'll see how it goes. But incidentally, we do get Consumer Price Index next week. That'll be another big market moving event. But before I sign off and let you finish up, I would say, obviously, tonight's speech by Trump is going to be quite historic. There's no telling what he will say, but my understanding is he's taking the gloves off, so to speak.
Beautiful, beautiful. And given what you just said, let's hope and pray that the economy is roaring back, where we'll have the biggest birthday bash for our 250th anniversary ever known to man.
Amen.
And we can really be celebrating that getting through the pain. Well, I always appreciate hearing your insights, Brant, and I really recommend folks, if y'all want to think through long-term financial planning, multidiscipline, uniquely qualified team there at Invista Advisors. That number's still 387-0094.
That's it, buddy. You got it.
Start that conversation with them at 387-0094. And I appreciate it as always, Brant.
Absolutely. Good to talk to you, Joey. Y'all have a great evening. Stay safe with the storms rolling through, and we'll reach out tomorrow.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Brant.
Bye.
Again, folks, that's Brant McDonald with Invista Advisors.
The opinions voiced in this material are for general information only and are not intended to provide specific advice or recommendations for any individual. All performance referenced is historical and is no guarantee of future results. All indices are unmanaged and may not be invested into directly. The opinions expressed in this material do not necessarily reflect the views of LPL Financial. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice is offered through Invista Advisors, registered investment advisor, and separate entity from LPL Financial.
Time for traffic.
Well, our latest accident, Taylor Road at Troy Highway. Use caution at that intersection. We also had an accident earlier, 3500 block East South Boulevard. That's right near Troy Highway intersection. A box truck and an 18-wheeler involved there, and we are still very busy everywhere, especially I-65 and 85. With our normal slowdowns, Taylor to Chantilly, South Union up to the 65 merge. And we understand that police are on the scene, I-85 northbound near Shorter. Possible accident there. Please watch out for emergency vehicles, and we'll keep you updated. McKinnon Toyota just received a large shipment of Toyota Camrys and fully redesigned Toyota Tacomas. It's worth the drive. McKinnon Toyota, exit 212 off I-65 in Clanton. With J. Montgomery, Skywatch Traffic.
For 65 years, Guardian Credit Union has been your trusted financial partner. And now we're proud to extend that trust further by introducing Guardian Insurance Services. Whether protecting your home, car, or even your business, we've got the coverage that fits your needs. Our team is here to guide you every step of the way with the personalized service you know and love. Call 334-819-7555 for a free quote today. Guardian Insurance Services, building on 65 years of trust, now safeguarding your future.
Are you tired of the mainstream media's biased reporting? Do you want to stay informed on the news that really matters to you? Look no further than 1819 News. At 1819 News, we bring you the latest in Alabama news, politics, sports, culture, and more. We've assembled a team of journalists with Alabama values dedicated to the truth and the truth alone. Visit us at 1819news.com today. That's 1819news.com. Subscribe to our newsletter. Honest News, Alabama Values.
Rich Thomas Weather, a service of H&H Carpets across from Walmart on the Atlanta Highway, where right now you can get 1,050 square feet of carpet installed for $19.95 only at H&H Carpets in Montgomery.
Rich Thomas Weather.
Alabama will be dealing with a major storm system tonight. Wind advisory in effect for winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour, but we will be tracking a line of strong to severe storms with damaging wind gusts the main threat and the chance of some isolated spin-up tornadoes within the line. Stay weather aware tonight, and you can do that with our free weather app. Instant push notifications for severe weather alerts plus radar, future radar. Go to the App Store and search Rich Thomas Weather. It's free. From the Blue Water Weather Center, this is Rich Thomas.
You can make your ASC loan payments from your phone anytime, anywhere. It's quick and easy. www.yourasccu.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Live, local talk. The River Region's most trusted voice for news and opinion. News Talk 93.1 FM WACV.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back. I was just looking up Linda McMahon. What, y'all like this one?
I like that little.
Yeah, this is good.
Dude.
Very techno.
Like I said, I get bored and I just want to make stuff.
Kind of a blend between funk and techno.
It's
got that little funk beat,
Mhm.
that bass beat going on, but that techno.
Actually, one I made in college that I lost the original track, and so I had to recreate it from memory.
Oh, okay.
Which is like it's kind of fun.
That's good.
Like
That's
you can
good.
kind of, it's we were just talking about actors, like you try on a role that you did years ago, and it's like riding a bike,
Yeah,
and
all
it's like,
comes
yeah,
back.
once you make a thing, it's like, oh, I remember kind of what I did, and you just get back into it. But I've seen Linda McMahon is now the Secretary of Education, and it does crack me up so much. There's Triple H behind her. It's not on the screen now. And Stephanie McMahon and Shane McMahon and all these people you got to know as TV characters.
Yeah.
And
Yep. Yeah.
I do love the fact that Stone Cold Steve Austin has given a stunner to all of them, including Donald Trump himself. It's a fantastic fact. A wonderful fact of life.
But I like what Brant was saying is that
Me
you know,
too.
this is going to take some time.
Yeah.
What they're doing is good. What the people they've got in position to make the decisions and carry out the policy is good. It's just going to take some time
and-
because things were in a mess.
And in terms of like the proportions, we're not having as big of a problem as, say, look at the example of Javier Milei in Argentina.
Yeah.
Like the massive cuts he did, they were and the GDP there cratered, but then the forecast for growth went to some like 8.5% growth.
Yes,
which is an insane number. And so, if they really are in a fundamental way willing to, well, detox. The best way I describe it, it is we are addicted to this system as it has been operating, and you don't want to kill. Withdrawals can kill, so we don't want to be too much shock therapy, but you need enough.
Time, we're in the
You gotta
country is
buckle
in
down.
the country is in so much debt. I mean, if we can do anything to eliminate that debt and cut it down, because think about how much money is being paid just in interest on that debt.
It's more than defense.
Yeah. And that money could be used elsewhere for other projects, but right now it's just going to deal with the excess.
Well, and I think it's a matter of this is why speed is essential. You have to move quickly.
Yes.
You have to get all this done within the first few months and then let it kind of settle
Yeah.
and sink into the system.
Yeah.
And if Trump is a master of anything, he is also a master of distraction and sort of look over here at this other crazy thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, the whole Gulf of America thing and the Greenland thing, there's also a purpose behind it. And we mentioned earlier that BlackRock is going to buy a lot of the operating facilities of the Panama Canal away from the Chinese companies.
I heard that. That makes me very happy.
So there's some method to the madness going on, but I'm looking here at the nationalpolls.com. It has, after just 6 weeks, Trump gets an A+ for achievement so far. I think they like him.
Interesting.
Border security. President Trump has taken swift action to secure the border, leading to a 94% drop in attempted illegal crossings in February compared to the previous year. Remember how during the campaign, Biden and them, their big talking point is the Republicans rejected that bipartisan legislation and we can't secure the border without that congressional. Y'all were full of it, man.
Surprise.
So full of it. ICE has ramped up enforcement, arresting over 20,000 illegal immigrants in a single month.
Wow.
A 627% increase over Biden-era figures as Biden entered his final year. Migrant shelters in Mexico are shutting down due to a lack of new arrivals, with reports indicating that illegal migrants are turning back before even attempting to cross.
Yeah, because the news is spreading. They're realizing, okay, we can't do this anymore.
Well, and and Katie Britt very much helped push this through the Senate. The Laken Riley Act
Yes.
got through, and so that's a very useful tool. Now let's look at the economy. As we just talked about with Brandt, there might be some pain here as you're trying to cut government spending, but his economic policies, to Brandt's point, have triggered a massive wave of investment, over $1.7 trillion in private sector investments. $600 billion also from Saudi Arabia, $500 billion from Apple, with 20,000 new jobs on the horizon, $100 billion from the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation for chip plants, $40 billion in
That's
U.S.
huge.
new data
That's
centers.
huge. The semiconductor thing.
It is huge.
Yeah. Because we use semiconductors in everything. All of the electronics we have in our computers, in our phones, and in our cars, in our refrigerators. We've got smart refrigerators now. But if we can have them made here instead of having them made in Taiwan, that's going to be huge. And it's all from Trump saying, okay, if y'all don't want to pay tariffs, you come build your plants here in America.
Right.
And then you add into this trying to pay down debt, this EB-5 visa program with the new gold card idea.
Yeah.
Which I
And
think
that's
is
just
hysterical,
fantastic.
but it also is a great idea.
I think it is a wonderful idea. And then Trump has put America back on the offensive abroad. Iran is facing new sanctions. Joey, it's Iran. I know it's a conspiracy. For years we called it Iran, and then you hippy-dippy, college folks started calling it Iran. I have many people that have gone down that rabbit hole with me. But Iran is facing new sanctions, and Trump has officially designated 8 major Latin American cartels as terrorist organizations, including MS-13 and the Sinaloa cartel. Diplomatic wins include Japan doubling its defense budget by 2027 and committing to buy historic quantities of United States liquid natural gas. India increasing U.S.-India trade to $500 billion and agreeing to buy billions in American military equipment.
Good.
Emmanuel Macron acknowledging the U.S. has carried the European security burden for too long and pledging fairer cost sharing. I like that.
Exactly.
And Ukraine actually entering negotiations for a peace deal. And I, again, think tonight there's going to be some big announcement.
Yeah.
Trump has also secured the release of multiple hostages, including Keith Siegel from Hamas, Mark Fogel from Russia, and 6 Americans from Venezuela. Meanwhile, Panama has withdrawn from China's Belt and Road Initiative after a direct visit from Rubio. And as we just mentioned, the Chinese companies are selling to American-based companies. The administration has eliminated over $1 billion in DEI contracts and fired over 100 intelligence officials involved in gender ideology programs. The NCAA, Virginia high schools, and other athletic leagues have banned biological men from competing in women's sports, which we had Senator Tuberville on the floor of the Senate, in the well of the Senate, presenting his bill and his argument, and you had our junior Senator Katie Britt presiding as sort of the president of the Senate in the moment, and that all Democrats voted against Tuberville's bill to protect Title IX and keep men, biological men, out of women's sports. It's an interesting hill to die on.
Right.
And I believe Trump tonight will have somebody who helped save her daughter from a lot of the stuff that was being pushed on her at a very young age.
Yeah.
I like that. Trump has also slashed Biden-era climate policies, lifting restrictions on oil drilling across 625 million acres of federal land and repealing Biden's electric vehicle mandates.
Yes.
The administration also shut down Biden's $7.5 billion EV charger program, which has produced just 8 chargers since 2021. Where'd all that money go?
Wow.
Yeah, that does make you wonder, don't it?
Oil production is surging, with Chevron increasing output by 50% and BP scrapping green initiatives to boost drilling. Meanwhile, Trump has withdrawn from the Paris Climate Agreement, reversing Biden's climate agenda. Trump has signed 81 executive orders and forced federal employees back to the office, ending pandemic-era telework policies. The DOJ is suing Illinois, New York, and California for obstructing immigration enforcement, while the Department of Education has cut $600 million in DEI grants and launched investigations into schools defying Trump's gender policies. Spending cuts include $881 million in federal contract terminations, and USAID has been stripped of its activist funding pipeline. The administration has also canceled New York's congestion pricing scheme and launched a sovereign wealth fund to better manage U.S. assets. And that brings us to Doge, having uncovered over $2 billion in hidden waste, including $1.5 million for mail center operations oversight, $101 million in DEI consulting contracts, $9 million in global gender assessment projects, $168,000, not that much money, but for a Dr. Fauci museum exhibit.
Oh, please.
Please, yeah. I don't think so.
You're wrong, Senator Paul. Senator Paul, you have no idea what you're talking about. Senator Paul, we redefine what gain of function means, so in bureaucratic legalese, we can get away with doing the thing that's it's not illegal. It's not illegal at all. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why we sent the money over to China. We'll let them deal with it.
Bottom line is, it's kind of amazing how much is getting done so quickly. And again, I stick by the idea that the approach is bold and revolutionary, even if it hasn't yet borne fruit. Because if you think about it, like, it could be you want the fruit to actually bear out and be harvested, and the fruits being shared with the whole nation. That's a great thing. But when you look back at any sort of greatness, like a great championship year, the seeds of that fruit are remarkable unto themselves. Like, you can, that whole, is there not something majestic about sprouting out of the ground? The whole process. I think is
You've got
unique.
to plant, you've got to water, you've got to nurture. All of these things take time.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see.
Yeah.
And apparently, Elon Musk now saying the oldest living American is Naomi Whitehead, who is 114 years old.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Because he's been looking through the Social Security database and
Checking everything out.
trying to figure out what the heck are these numbers. And man, there are a lot of butthurt people over Ukraine, but I don't care at this point.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, they're all saying the same exact script done in the same exact style, the Democrats.
Again.
It ended up being 23 of them.
Wow.
What?
Yeah. Word for word scripts and the same graphics, the same B-roll inserted into it.
We've seen this before.
It's so fake and weird.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness.
And obviously, like anybody in politics, it's kind of like if you are on the same team, you're gonna have the same ideas and sort of congregate towards that. But you don't, like, I don't sound exactly like everybody else necessarily.
Directly copy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's different ways of presenting the same idea, and to see them all in a creepy way doing the same exact thing over and over again, oh, that makes me happy. Elon Musk sharing a photo that he's the Doge Father. The Doge Father.
I love it. I love it.
Fantastic. Anyway, we got to hit another break.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little tired.
It's
We just
shades
yawned
of-
simultaneously.
Yeah, we decided to
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I kind of feel bad. Like you're reading that. It's not boring. But
That portrait of Elon Musk gives us the dark Brandon vibes. Remember when?
Oh, yeah.
When they try to, embrace that.
I love that conspiracy that Biden's actually fit as a fiddle. Like behind the scenes, he's really as sharp as a tack, and then he's just putting it on. Buy a shotgun. Buy a shotgun.
Aim for the leg.
I got hairy leg.
We'll be right back.
Carry News Talk in your pocket? Download the News Talk 93.1 app from the App Store. Available on iPhone and Android. Never miss a moment. Download now.
All right, we have a possible accident on I-85 northbound right before Shorter. It has got traffic moving very slow all the way back to Mount Meigs and stacking up. If you're headed out to the Waters or Marla Road, you might want to take Highway 80 off Chantilly Parkway. That is also getting very busy. Highway 80 at Mitchell Young Road, lights are out there. Police are on the scene. Traffic's backing up in both directions there. 3500 block of East Boulevard right before Troy Highway, a box truck and an 18-wheeler and an accident there. And Troy Highway at Taylor Road, an accident there. Very busy everywhere. Buckle up. We'll keep you updated. Great shopping at Premier Place Shop, Big Lots, Beals, Michaels, GameStop, and more. Premier Place in Prattville, another great McClinton & Company development. I'm Wendell J. Montgomery, Skywatch Traffic.
Hello, everyone. Robbie Pelt with Capital City Roofing. If you think about it, your home is your biggest investment in life. Your roof covers your home, so why jeopardize your biggest investment on a roofer you don't know anything about when you can deal with a reputable roofing company like Capital City Roofing? We have an A+ Better Business rating and the best manufacturers and workmanship warranties available. We do all residential and commercial roofing applications that are certified through the manufacturer to ensure you get the best material and workmanship money can buy. We also have your project in our best interest before and after construction has been done. Don't hesitate to call us if you have any roofing issues or questions. We will match any of our competitors' price and give you the same great workmanship warranty. We also give free estimates. Give us a call today and let us show you the difference. 277-3311. That's 277-3311. Or you can check us out on the web at www.capitalcityroofing.com. Capital City Roofing. We capitalize the roofing industry.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line. Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
News is brought to you by Jack Ingram Nissan. Shop now at jackingramnissan.com.
From the Blue Water Broadcasting News Center, these are today's top stories. Montgomery Mayor Stephen Reed touched on several topics during a Monday news conference. Reed remarked, "We must approach the issue of public safety and gun violence with a comprehensive strategy." The mayor also announced a sports multiplex is in the works for Montgomery, along with a professional soccer team. Faulkner University has completed a 4-year, $19 million project with the dedication of the College of Health Sciences, located at the former Montgomery East Plaza Shopping Center, with physical therapy, speech pathology, and physician-assisted programs. The new location will also be the campus for Faulkner's new nursing program set to begin this fall. The Auburn Tigers are number 1 in the AP Men's College Basketball Poll for the 8th consecutive week. The 27-2 Tigers were the unanimous choice at number 1, claiming all 61 first-place votes in the new poll released on Monday. Alabama dropped to 7th following a road loss to number 4 Tennessee. The Tide and Tigers will close out the SEC regular season with a showdown at Auburn on Saturday. From the Blue Water Broadcasting News Center, I'm Sky Mosley.
In the market for a used car? Visit jackingram.com to view our selection of luxury, domestic, and imported vehicles. With 8 locations and online at jackingram.com, Jack Ingram Motors is sure to have the perfect car for you.
The River Region's News Talk Station. News Talk 93.1, WACV. News Talk 93.1.
Joey Clark.
Welcome back to News and Views in the Afternoon. I'm your host, Joey Clark. Pamela Dubuque and Master Thespian still in the studio with me.
Hello.
And I'm trying to wake myself up.
I know, this is the beat for it.
It's very disco.
Yeah. Those of you on X, you're seeing Master Thespian doing his thing. I'm not dancing, folks. I'm choreographing.
Wait, did I not hear that right? Or did you just change your name to Nasty Thespian?
Ooh.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yes.
So
Spank me again, Daddy.
Oh, no. 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 Red flag. Foul on the play. We'll be talking about that. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Stop playing with it.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you got a paddle over there somewhere, right?
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah.
It's the Southern Wood of
Southern
Bonds.
Wood. Yeah.
There's a whole story around that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about corporal punishment one night on my nighttime show.
Mhm.
And I was wondering, like, who are the teachers and coaches, like, signing up? Like, I'll spank the kids. And, like, do you have to pretend to be reluctant? Or it's like, nope, I got a lot of rage to get out.
Yeah.
But then one guy called up, good friend. And he said, you know, I get what you're saying about the school, but under my house, you will abide. And something about his nickname then became Southern Wood, and somehow I still have the paddle. I gifted it to him. I put him in the Hall of Fame for the show, and somehow the paddle stayed in the studio.
Huh.
If you're out there, Southern Wood, I miss you, man. I miss you.
Funny. Yeah.
Anyway.
And I think that's one of the things that Trump is exuding. He is the father that preaches discipline. He is using. The difference between him and his 9 day. He's the dad that enforces order, that wants to get things done.
When he says something, he means it.
And when he says something,
he's
he
going to
means it.
follow
Exactly.
through. Yeah,
Exactly.
He's not making a promise and then walking it back at all.
No. And he's not shilly-shallying at all. He's not saying one thing and he's not doing the Lindsey Graham thing. I'll pat you on the back with this hand and stab you with the other, you know.
And that's why his approval is going to keep going up, because subconsciously we all need that and
Yes.
like it and respond to it.
It's order
Yes.
over chaos.
We need that.
By the way, I was just looking in the break, not a political thing, but it does take me back to my childhood. You get home from school, and as you're waiting for Sports Center to come on, Around the Horn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Around the Horn. And my grandfather still watches, pardon the interruption, every day. He'll catch a little bit of Around the Horn, so I've watched it some recently. And ESPN just announced today they are canceling Around the Horn.
Wow. I haven't watched that in years, but we did used to watch it every day.
Well, it's been on for decades, hasn't it? 20 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a very, very long time. And it used to be the regulars. Who was it? Woody? I can't remember his name.
Oh, my gosh. I can picture them.
Yeah.
But I can't remember their names.
Let me see here. Around the Horn. Let's see if I just do a quick search. Woody Page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember Woody Page?
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the originals, and it's been a whole new cast of characters. But yeah, that's official now. Around the Horn is going to be no more.
Yeah, that's sad.
And pardon the interruption. I hope they don't get rid of those guys. I mean, they're big libs, but Kornheiser and Wilbon, they're great together. And you can tell it started, I think the origin of that show is they worked together. They're both sports writers, and they would just argue with one another. Like, we need to put this on television.
Yeah.
And, you know, sometimes...
Because it's fun. It's fun to watch people argue about stuff.
You find those relationships built to last.
Yeah.
So if you're a little wistful about ESPN and its programming, that's got to be a sore spot right there. Around the Horn is no more. Oh, no, I've got a quote from Justin Trudeau. Oh, no.
Oh, what has he said now?
We're going to choose not to go on vacation to Florida. We're going to forego bourbon. We're probably going to keep booing the American anthem. Oh, no.
And
we're heartbroken. So sorry.
Boo hoo hoo.
I'm not your buddy. I'm not your pal. Where's the South Park when we need them? Oh, Terrence and Phillip.
My goodness. I'm just like, what is it? He's just talking to talk. He's got to say something. Yeah. He's got to be strong.
He can keep running his mouth if he likes.
Well, we won't have him.
He's the teenager who has grown up under the crappy upbringing, and he's now responding to authority like, meh.
And this just broke about 30 minutes ago, an hour ago from AP. The IRS is drafting plans to cut as much as half of its 90,000 person workforce.
Praise God.
Well, that is just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
I like this, gutting the IRS, downsizing things in general.
Well, you know what Trump was, his whole idea behind the tariffs were. So that's the way we used to do it before income taxes.
Yeah.
We used to get our money from the tariffs.
Yeah.
And his ultimate goal is to not take the people's money.
Well, let's real quick go to Terry. Hey, Terry.
Hey, Terry.
Hey, Terry. Hey, Joey. just give us some of that internet money.
Some of the internet money?
Just give us some of the internet money.
No, I'm not going to give you my internet money, buddy. I'm keeping my Bitcoin. You get your own.
Whoop.
Well, that was a rude way to hang up.
I hope he's okay.
No, he's all right. Pretty funny.
That was abrupt. Yeah. Dave.
No, I'm just looking. Is anything coming out?
Dave? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great scene.
Oh, yeah.
Space Odyssey.
It's just one of those movies that just is timeless. Even though you know it was made in the 1960s, still you watch it and you just go, wow, that was so cool.
Well, how about this in weird news?
Yeah.
Cheetos shaped like the Pokemon Charizard. Y'all want to guess for how much it sold at auction?
$30,000.
Higher.
$2 million.
Kidding.
Lower.
Okay, $100,000.
$87,840.
Wow.
Wow.
The 3-inch Cheetozard sold on Golden's website to an anonymous buyer. According to Golden, the Charizard Cheeto was discovered years ago. It was initially discovered and preserved sometime between 2018 and 2022 by First and Goal Collectibles. Bidding on the Cheeto started on February 11th at $275. Before jumping to tens of thousands of dollars on Sunday. And it really does. I'm looking at it. it looks like freaking Charizard.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people bid on food
But
like that.
yeah, here's
Just,
my
what
deal.
is
It's like,
that?
what kind of money do you have that you can plunk down $87,000 for a Cheeto? What are you gonna do
Yeah,
with
but there's
that
no other
Cheeto?
like it. It's one of a kind.
I know, but
Somebody
you're just gonna
our
put it-
age who has too much money
Oh.
because the Pokemon was our childhood.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I had a
This
whole
is-
binder full. Mom
Oh.
got rid of some yard sale when I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Oh no way.
Yeah, I'm like, I had all
What?
these great like early
Oh, my
edition
goodness.
holographics. I wonder how much that binder would be worth right now.
My kids
Wow.
love Pokemon now.
Well, all my children, we had the
throwback.
Game Boys with the Pokemon Game Boy games where you could play against each other, and they loved that. But they had the cards and they had the Pokemon games.
I miss a
We-
Game Boy.
We even
That was
had
fun.
my son has it now. We even had the Nintendo 64 that was the Pikachu. Yeah, which we didn't realize we bought it cheap.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were getting
Pokemon
rid of-
Yellow was mine, man.
it's
Like,
like
I
worth-
love the Pokemon. I didn't get Red or Blue. I got Pokemon Yellow
Yeah,
edition, and
yeah.
I watched the cartoon as a kid, and it was
Yeah.
like I still will go back and like look at what's going on with that because sometimes it's like it's nostalgia, I suppose.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
we have to hit this break now, folks. The luxurious voice of Greg Budell.
No matter what the state of the economy is, people still need to buy houses and they still need to borrow money to do it. The guy you need to talk to is the guy we've been talking about for years here because he's so good at what he does and works so hard for the people that trust him to find that mortgage, to get a home equity loan, to get money to start a business. That man's name is Morris Capuano. Now with Troy Bank and Trust, Morris is the guy who takes each situation as an opportunity to accomplish a goal and serve a customer with his expertise and years of experience. He's the guy you want to call, and he has great access to all kinds of programs to help veterans and so forth. So when you're ready to make that home improvement, to buy a new place, or to start